Chapter 1001. Judgment has arrived. Far above the skies, space distorted silently before Michael and Wisdom stepped out from the folded void itself. The moment Michael arrived within the vicinity of the capital, the entire atmosphere of the region subtly changed. Unlike before, this time Michael made absolutely no effort to hide his presence. The effect was immediate. The moment they appeared, countless powerful figures throughout the capital instantly sensed it. Several expressions changed instantly. What is that? At the same time, even ordinary mortals throughout the capital subconsciously noticed something strange. Many civilians walking through the streets suddenly paused instinctively before looking upward in confusion. Some saw nothing. Others vaguely noticed a dark figure high above the clouds. However, fortunately for them, Michael was far too high in the sky and his attention was not focused on them directly. Otherwise, merely looking at him in his current state would have been enough to seriously harm weaker mortals. Ironically, the people suffering the most were actually the supernaturals below, thanks to their stronger senses. The moment their perception touched Michael's presence, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Boom! Inside a certain mage tower, one elderly mage suddenly coughed blood violently while stumbling backward. Heavens! His eyes trembled with horror. It felt like his senses had brushed against some terrifying abyss. Inside another noble estate, a grand stage knight suddenly dropped to one knee while his instincts screamed in warning. Cold sweat poured down his face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, several scouts and perception-focused supernaturals directly fainted on the spot after attempting to probe the figure in the sky. Far above the capital, Michael quietly overlooked the massive city beneath him. At the same time, deep within the royal palace, several powerful figures suddenly stood up simultaneously. Princess Priscilla's expression changed sharply. The former king's eyes narrowed instantly. Even Mage Lien abruptly looked toward the sky with a grave expression. All of them had sensed it. Michael had arrived. Meanwhile, the reactions of the two princes and Count Holland were far more intense. The moment they sensed Michael's arrival, all three figures instantly lost the little composure they still possessed. The ninth prince's face turned deathly pale. He had just stood up when his legs weakened instantly beneath him and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. And no! His voice trembled violently. Cold sweat poured down his body uncontrollably. At this point, after personally sensing Michael's terrifying presence from afar, the ninth prince finally realized something clearly. The person they had offended was not some genius, nor some talented young supernatural. It was a monster, a genuine monster. Beside him, the 10th prince looked no better. His body shook visibly while terror completely filled his eyes. Even Count Holland nearly fainted outright. The pressure descending from the sky alone already made it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, all three finally understood just how ridiculous their previous actions had truly been. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The ninth prince suddenly crawled forward desperately. "Why, your majesty!" He looked toward Princess Priscilla and the former king almost pleadingly. "Save me. I was wrong. I truly did not know things would become like this." His voice had completely lost all dignity now. The 10th prince also hurriedly crawled forward afterward. "Aunt, please protect me. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize. I'll compensate him. I'll do anything." Meanwhile, Count Holland had already completely collapsed onto the ground. His body trembled non-stop. "Why, your majesties?" His lips shook violently. I only wanted to improve my standing with the Empire. I never intended for things to escalate this far. I truly didn't know." At this point, all three looked miserable beyond words. The earlier arrogance they once carried had completely disappeared. Only fear remained. Unfortunately for them, the expressions of everyone else inside the hall only became uglier. Especially Princess Priscilla, who no longer knew what exactly could be done anymore. Michael had already arrived personally, and after everything that had happened, who here truly believed words alone could resolve this situation? The former king slowly closed his eyes briefly before exhaling deeply. Even he felt a rare sense of helplessness now. How ridiculous! a former ruler of an entire kingdom feeling helpless because of a single young man. Yet after sensing Michael's presence personally, the old king could no longer find the situation absurd. Even he had to admit it. That aura was far too terrifying. Princess Priscilla slowly looked toward the three begging figures on the ground. Then she spoke coldly. "Do you think apologies matter now?" The 9th prince froze. The 10th prince's face turned pale. Princess Priscilla's expression only became colder afterward. "You felt safe because the Empire stood behind you. You believed Sir Mike could be suppressed. You believed he would fear consequences." Her voice gradually sharpened. "But now," she slowly pointed upward toward the sky beyond the palace. "Can you not feel it yourselves?" The entire hall fell silent again. Of course they could feel it. Everyone could. That terrifying presence hanging above the capital felt less like a human being and more like some natural disaster waiting to descend at any moment. The 9th prince's body shook harder. At this point, he finally realized something truly horrifying. Michael might not even care anymore whether the kingdom protected them or not. With that kind of strength, he could simply kill them directly. The 10th prince also clearly understood the same thing. Terror completely overwhelmed him. "Aunt? Please." His voice sounded desperate now. "You have to save me." Princess Priscilla looked at him silently for several seconds. Then she slowly closed her eyes in despair. Even if she wanted to save them, how? Suddenly, space inside the meeting hall distorted silently. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Before anyone could even react properly, a figure appeared directly within the center of the hall. Michael stood there calmly in black robes while faint spatial fluctuations distorted the air around him. Beside him floated wisdom in its reduced form, its pure white eyes quietly sweeping across the room. The entire meeting hall froze instantly. The moment Michael's gaze landed upon the 9th prince, the latter's face instantly lost all color. And no! His body trembled violently. The 10th prince's pupils also contracted sharply while Count Holland nearly screamed outright. Michael said nothing. He merely looked at them quietly. Then suddenly, the 10th prince's body jerked upward violently. GHK. His feet left the ground instantly. Both hands immediately grabbed at his throat desperately, as if invisible hands had suddenly wrapped around his neck. The surrounding space around him visibly distorted faintly. His body slowly floated higher and higher into the air. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1002. A Father. T10th Prince. Several nearby nobles instinctively stood up in alarm. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded outward from Michael's body. The entire hall instantly shook violently. Everyone who had stood up immediately froze in place. Some weaker supernaturals directly coughed blood from the pressure alone. Michael's eyes remained emotionless. The 10th prince continued struggling frantically in midair. His face rapidly turned red, then purple. His legs kicked wildly, while both hands clawed desperately at the invisible force crushing his throat. AUNT. His voice came out broken and hoarse. Princess Priscilla's expression changed sharply. Sir Mike. Michael finally spoke calmly. Do not interfere. The moment those words fell, the surrounding atmosphere became even colder. Meanwhile, the 9th prince completely collapsed mentally. Don't kill me. He suddenly screamed while crawling backward desperately across the floor. I didn't do anything. It was him. He pointed directly toward the floating 10th prince. He started everything. He was the one who targeted Ariane. The 10th prince's eyes widened in disbelief even while being choked. And 9th. Before he could finish speaking, the invisible pressure around his neck tightened further. Crack! A horrifying sound echoed faintly throughout the hall. The 10th prince's pupils shook violently from pain. Count Holland also completely broke down afterward. I was wrong. He slammed his forehead repeatedly against the floor. Please spare me. I can compensate you. I can give you anything. Michael slowly shifted his gaze toward him. That single glance alone almost caused Count Holland to faint. Finally, Michael looked back toward the struggling 10th prince floating helplessly in the air. For several seconds, he said nothing. The entire meeting hall remained deathly silent aside from the choking sounds coming from the prince. At first, Michael had truly believed this moment would make him lose control completely. He had imagined that the moment he saw the 10th prince and the others responsible for everything, rage would completely consume him. And yes, he was angry, but strangely enough, the fury inside him was not as explosive as he had expected. At first, Michael did not understand why. Then slowly, he realized the answer himself. They were too weak. The moment that realization surfaced inside his mind, Michael suddenly lost all interest in dragging things out further. The 9th prince, the 10th prince, Count Holland, even the nobles trembling throughout the hall. All of them were too weak, too insignificant. They were not enemies standing before him. Michael suddenly understood something clearly. The real enemy now was the Empire. After killing these people, it meant he had avenged Arian. Going after the Empire was because they were now his enemies. As for the Lionheart Kingdom, the people here were not even worthy of being called his enemies anymore. The realization strangely calmed him further. The invisible force around the 10th prince loosened slightly. The prince immediately gasped violently for air while still floating helplessly in midair. GHH. Ha! Terror completely filled his eyes now. Meanwhile, the 9th prince and Count Holland both froze in confusion. Michael slowly looked around the meeting hall afterward. His calm gaze swept across every noble present. No one dared meet his eyes. Not even the former king, who could only watch helplessly as his 2 children stood at the edge of death. Finally, Michael spoke quietly. I thought I would hate all of you more. But now that I'm here, he looked toward the 10th prince again. I only find all of this pathetic. The 10th prince's body trembled harder. Michael's eyes remained indifferent. You destroyed someone's life because you believed you could. You cornered people because you believed there would be no consequences. You treated others as disposable because you thought power protected you. His gaze slowly shifted toward Count Holland. And you? Count Holland instantly slammed his forehead against the floor again. Please. Michael ignored him completely. Then his eyes moved toward the 9th prince. The 9th prince froze completely. Michael stared at him for several seconds. The 9th prince's lips trembled violently. I. But no words came out. Silence filled the hall once more. Then Michael suddenly shook his head faintly. This is enough. Several expressions changed instantly. Princess Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly. Even the former king looked toward Michael carefully. Meanwhile, the 3 people on the floor became even more terrified instead of relieved. Michael slowly turned around afterward. To continue wasting time here would only lower me further. His voice echoed quietly throughout the hall. The people in this kingdom are not worthy of being my enemies. Those words caused countless expressions to become ugly instantly. Some nobles lowered their heads in shame. Others clenched their fists helplessly. But no one could refute him. Michael truly stood at an entirely different level now. At that moment, the former king suddenly spoke. Sir Mike. His voice was calm. The entire hall immediately turned toward him. Michael's gaze also shifted slowly toward the old man. The former king looked directly at Michael without avoiding his eyes. Even now, the old man still carried the bearing of a ruler. For several seconds, he remained silent before finally speaking again. I wish to ask one thing of you. Michael looked at him quietly. The former king continued calmly. I do not wish to watch my children die with my own eyes. They must die. Michael's answer came without hesitation. The surrounding atmosphere immediately became heavier. However, surprisingly, the former king slowly nodded. I know. The old man's voice sounded tired now. Honestly, after everything that has happened, even I agree with you. The 9th prince's face instantly turned ghostly pale. Father. The 10th prince also froze completely. The former king ignored both of them entirely. Instead, he simply looked toward Michael quietly. They deserve death. His words echoed heavily throughout the hall. No matter their reasons, no matter their excuses, their actions brought disaster upon others and nearly destroyed this kingdom. The old man slowly closed his eyes briefly. But, for the first time, his voice sounded older. As a father, I cannot calmly sit here and watch my children die before my eyes. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1003 Reflection. Silence filled the hall afterward. Michael quietly stared at the old man for several seconds, and then slowly, something seemed to click within his mind. His expression changed slightly afterward, and for the first time since entering the hall, Michael looked at the former king with a somewhat complicated gaze. The old man was not trying to save his sons anymore. He already understood that was impossible. Instead, he simply did not want to personally witness their deaths. The former king slowly exhaled afterward before calmly taking several steps forward. "Sir Mike," he said steadily, "I hope that with my life, you will at least see some sincerity from this kingdom." Several expressions changed instantly afterward. Princess Priscilla's eyes widened sharply. "Brother." The former king ignored them all and simply continued speaking calmly. "After this matter ends, the Lionheart Kingdom will forever treat you as an honored ally equal to the friend of our founding ancestor." Many nobles immediately inhaled sharply. Then the old man continued further, "And Mage Lien will officially become the grand advisor of the royal family after this matter concludes." This time, even Mage Lien himself looked genuinely stunned. The former king slowly looked back toward Michael afterward. "I cannot stop what must happen," he said calmly. "But this old man still hopes the kingdom itself can survive beyond tonight." Michael looked at the former king silently. For a moment, he wanted to say there was no need to go this far, but the words never left his mouth. Because the only way to truly stop the old man from doing this was to spare his sons. And that was impossible. The 9th prince had to die. The 10th prince had to die. No matter what the former king offered, no matter how sincere his expression looked, that result could not change. Michael's eyes flickered slightly afterward. Perhaps the former king understood that as well. Perhaps that was why he had chosen this path. A father who could not save his children. A king who could not save his kingdom through strength. So in the end, he could only offer his own life as the final apology. Princess Priscilla's expression finally changed completely. "Brother, stop," she said in a low voice. For the first time, there was something close to panic within it. The former king did not look at her. He only smiled faintly and replied softly, "It is fine." Then, before anyone could react, he raised his hand. His palm struck the side of his own head. Pa! The sound was not loud. There was no explosion of blood, no shattered skull, and no visible wound. The former king simply stood there for a brief moment. Then the light in his eyes quietly went out. His body remained upright for another second before slowly falling forward. "Brother!" Princess Priscilla's voice finally broke. The entire meeting hall descended into chaos afterward. Princess Priscilla rushed forward immediately, catching the former king's falling body before it could hit the ground. For the first time since Michael entered the palace, the calm and composed princess completely lost control. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the old man tightly. "Brother?" Her voice sounded hollow now. No response came. The former king's eyes remained slightly open, yet the life within them had already disappeared completely. Several nobles immediately knelt down in panic. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Even some of the older generals who had followed the former king for decades lowered their heads heavily, their expressions filled with grief. The atmosphere within the hall instantly became suffocating. Meanwhile, the 9th prince completely froze in place. The 10th prince still floated weakly in the air while staring blankly at his father's corpse. Neither of them had expected this outcome. Deep despair finally appeared within their eyes. Meanwhile, Michael stood silently within the center of the hall while watching everything unfold around him. The crying, the grief, and the sorrow filling the room strangely made him feel conflicted for the first time since arriving here. A strange heaviness slowly settled within his chest afterward. The former king was not innocent. As ruler, he naturally carried responsibility for the corruption and decay within the kingdom. Yet at the very end, the old man still chose to die as a father instead of a king. That alone complicated Michael's emotions more than he expected. Michael quietly looked toward the former king's corpse again. Then slowly he realized something. The world was not truly divided into simple heroes and villains. Most people only stood from their own side. To Ariane, the 9th prince and 10th prince were monsters who ruined her life. To Michael, the people before him were guilty individuals who deserved punishment. But to the former king, those same people were still his children. No matter how terrible they became and no matter how unforgivable their sins were, they were still his sons. Michael's gaze lowered slightly afterward. For the first time in a long while, he felt something close to self-reflection. Strength truly changed perspective. Before today, Michael had subconsciously viewed himself as the one carrying out justice. Even now, he still believed the princes deserved death. That belief had not changed in the slightest. Yet watching the people inside the hall grieve for the former king made Michael realize another uncomfortable truth. In some people's stories, he himself would become the villain. Not because he believed he was wrong, but because life itself was complicated. The former king had not died because Michael directly killed him, yet everyone present understood the truth. His death happened because Michael arrived here demanding blood. That reality could not be denied no matter how one looked at it. Michael quietly closed his eyes briefly before slowly opening them again. For some reason, instead of making him unstable, the realization actually calmed him further. The world was not black and white. There was no perfect justice. No matter what path someone chose, another person somewhere would still curse them for it. And perhaps that was simply reality. A hard truth. But strangely enough, understanding it also brought a certain clarity to Michael's mind. He no longer felt the need to desperately justify every action he took. Nor did he feel the need to pretend he stood entirely righteous above everyone else. He would simply do what he believed needed to be done and accept the consequences attached to it. If others viewed him as a villain for those actions, then so be it. Because in the end, everyone lived from their own perspective. And from Michael's perspective, the people who destroyed Ariane's life still had to die. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1004. Revenge finally served. Thanks to the former king's final actions, Michael found his thoughts changing slightly. He was even less interested in dragging things further. The atmosphere within the hall remained heavy with grief and panic. The 9th prince and Count Holland remained frozen on the floor while the 10th prince floated weakly in the air. Suddenly, all three figures jerked violently. GHHK. The 9th prince instantly grabbed his throat. Count Holland's eyes widened in horror as both his hands clawed desperately at his neck. Even the 10th prince immediately began choking again. Their bodies rose from the ground before being dragged directly toward Michael by an invisible force. And no! Please! Spare me! The three screamed desperately while their bodies floated helplessly through the air. Michael's expression remained calm throughout everything. Princess Priscilla noticed his actions immediately, but this time she said nothing. Perhaps after her brother's death, she no longer had the strength to interfere anymore. Or perhaps she already understood there was no point. The surrounding nobles also remained silent despite their pale expressions. Michael slowly turned his head afterward and glanced toward Mage Lien. The old mage stared back at him with a complicated gaze. Shock, helplessness, sorrow, and perhaps even slight understanding. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then Michael simply gave the old mage a small nod. The next moment, space distorted silently around Michael and the three struggling figures, and in the next instant all four disappeared from the meeting hall completely. Only the heavy atmosphere of grief remained behind. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the royal palace, space twisted quietly once more. Michael reappeared within another location entirely. It was a garden. A small stream flowed peacefully through the center while soft wind brushed gently against the leaves overhead. Compared to the suffocating atmosphere of the meeting hall, this place felt almost unnaturally calm. Unfortunately, the three figures currently choking in midair could not appreciate any of it. The ninth prince struggled wildly while tears streamed down his face. Count Holland had already lost complete control of himself. Michael didn't know if it was because of his age or something else, but the man's bowels had let loose. The 10th prince still stared at Michael with pure terror within his eyes. Michael quietly looked at the three people before him. Then finally he spoke. Initially, I planned to make the two of you suffer greatly before dying. The 9th prince and 10th prince both trembled violently afterward. Michael's eyes remained calm. But in respect for your father, I changed my mind. The moment those words fell, visible relief instantly appeared within the eyes of both princes. Meanwhile, Count Holland's face instead became even paler. Throughout everything, Michael had completely ignored his existence. Count Holland felt an overwhelming dread. The two princes still at least had the blood of the former king protecting them somewhat. But him? He was nothing. Suddenly, the expressions of both princes froze completely. Their eyes instantly became vacant. Then their floating bodies dropped heavily onto the garden ground below. Thud! For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Count Holland stared blankly in confusion amidst his pain. Then suddenly, both princes began shaking violently. GHH! Low grunts escaped from their mouths as their bodies started twitching non-stop across the garden floor. The 9th prince clawed desperately at the dirt beneath him. The 10th prince's entire body arched unnaturally while veins bulged across his neck. Yet strangely, neither of them screamed. It was as if their voices had become trapped inside their throats. Count Holland watched the scene unfold with widening eyes. Fear completely exploded within his heart afterward. Despite their silent appearance, anyone could tell the two princes were currently experiencing horrifying pain. Their bodies twisted violently non-stop while muffled grunts continued escaping their mouths. Michael quietly overlooked everything with a calm expression. Yes, although he had decided to honor the former king somewhat, that did not mean the two princes would simply die peacefully. Using his law to copy the illusionary traits belonging to purple and blue, Michael directly dragged both princes into a mental illusion. Inside that illusion, time flowed differently. Countless things would happen to them there, and everything they experienced inside would feel as real as possible. In the real world, both princes continued convulsing violently across the garden floor, while trapped within the nightmare Michael had created for them. Michael slowly raised his hand and dark flames quietly emerged above his palm. The moment the fire appeared, even the surrounding garden atmosphere distorted faintly. Count Holland's pupils contracted violently. This was the abyss flame Michael had copied from Spartan's law of abyssal pyre. A terrifying flame said to devour nearly anything it touched. Michael calmly compressed part of the black flame until two tiny seeds formed above his fingertips. Then he casually flicked them forward. The seeds instantly entered the bodies of both princes. The bodies of the 9th prince and 10th prince shook even harder as the abyss flame began devouring their life force slowly from within. It would continue feeding upon them little by little until absolutely nothing remained to consume. Only when they died would the illusion finally end. Count Holland completely collapsed mentally after witnessing everything. His body trembled uncontrollably while terror filled every inch of his face as he noticed Michael finally turning to look at him. Michael looked at Count Holland quietly. "And you?" His voice trailed off. For some reason, Michael felt strangely uninterested in continuing. Initially, he had thought about asking the man several questions, but after everything that had happened tonight, Michael suddenly realized none of it would make him feel better. So in the end, he simply lost interest. Count Holland immediately sensed it. That cold indifference inside Michael's eyes terrified him even more than rage would have. Please." The old Count's voice completely broke apart. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Michael said nothing. He merely raised his hand once more as a tiny black flame seed appeared above his fingertips. Count Holland's pupils shrank violently. And no! This time, Michael did not place anyone under an illusion. With a casual flick of his finger, the black seed entered Count Holland's body directly. A horrifying scream instantly exploded throughout the entire garden. Count Holland's body slammed against the ground violently as he rolled across the dirt like a madman. Both hands clawed desperately at his own chest while the abyss flame began devouring his life force from within. Unlike the two princes who suffered silently within their illusions, Count Holland experienced everything directly. He no longer resembled a noble. He sounded like a pig being slaughtered alive. Aha! It hurts. Please. Turn it off. Tears, mucus, and saliva covered his face completely, while his body twisted non-stop across the garden floor. Meanwhile, Michael simply watched him quietly for several seconds. With this, I've at least paid some respects to Arian. Michael's voice faded as he disappeared. Only Count Holland's miserable screams continued echoing endlessly throughout the garden. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1005. Constructing Vassal. After dealing with the three figures, Michael finally felt much of the heaviness inside his heart clear away. His thoughts became clearer again and his mind no longer felt clouded by emotion. However, aside from the Empire, Michael was now plagued with a new problem. Arian's revival. In the purple world within his storage ring, Michael slowly exhaled while rubbing the space between his brows helplessly. According to Jester, reviving Arian would require Michael to use his Genesis body skill to create the perfect vessel for her soul. At first, Michael truly believed the process would not be difficult. After all, had he not already created a clone body for himself before? Even if Michael personally considered that clone imperfect, the vessel itself had still been extremely powerful. It had perfectly housed one of his most unique undead after all. Naturally, Michael assumed creating another body should not be overly complicated. Only after actually beginning the process for Arian did Michael realize just how mistaken he had been. The requirements were completely different. Creating a generic body was one thing. Creating a body specifically compatible with a particular soul was another matter entirely. Michael sat on the ground, and before him were countless drawings and designs. Some resembled human anatomical structures. Others looked more like magical pathways. In Michael's hand floated a single crimson drop of blood. Meanwhile, beside him, Jester continued drawing calmly without pause. Scratch, scratch. The sound of the pen moving across paper echoed continuously throughout the quiet space. Michael stared at the enormous pile of designs before him for several seconds before finally speaking helplessly. Is all of this really necessary? Jester did not stop drawing. The vessel is the most important part, he answered calmly. However, compatibility between the soul and vessel would naturally be best. He casually pushed another completed design to the side before continuing. If Master simply wishes to revive this lady normally, then many shortcuts can be taken. Jester finally looked up. His gaze moved toward Arian's corpse currently sealed peacefully within ice nearby. The young woman looked almost asleep. If Master is not bothered by this lady waking up with a male reproductive organ, Jester said calmly while pointing toward the frozen Arian, then we can skip this entire process. Silence filled the purple world instantly afterward. Michael stared at him blankly. The next second, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. In the end, Michael had to admit Jester was right. If he was going to do something, then he should do it properly. The thought of Arian waking up inside an identical clone of his already felt strange enough. One had to understand that Michael's clones were not puppets or dead shells. They were living life forms. The more Michael thought about it, the stranger the entire situation became. What if Arian woke up one morning only to discover some hard surprise waiting for her? And then there were the hormones. Michael genuinely believed that kind of situation would drive almost anyone insane eventually. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Fine, Michael finally admitted helplessly. Jester gave a small nod before calmly continuing his drawings again. Scratch, scratch. The sound echoed continuously throughout the purple world. Michael lowered his gaze toward the countless designs spread around the floor once more. Then suddenly, his expression became strange. Wait! He picked up one particular drawing. Michael stared at it for several seconds silently before slowly raising an eyebrow. Jester. Yes, master. Michael lifted the paper higher. I can understand creating a body identical to the original. His gaze narrowed slightly. But why exactly does this design have a tail? Silence filled the surroundings briefly. Then Jester looked over calmly at the drawing in Michael's hand. Oh! His tone remained completely natural. I simply thought perhaps Master would enjoy it. Lily told me you enjoyed watching animations of this sort when you were younger. Pack. Michael instantly smacked the back of Jester's head. Jester's head tilted slightly forward from the hit. You undead freak. Michael's face darkened slightly. Jester calmly rubbed the back of his head afterward. Master should not underestimate tails. He spoke with complete seriousness. Based on my observations, many races throughout the universe possess them. Beastkin, dragons, fox spirits, demons, certain void races. Jester adjusted another paper calmly. Furthermore, tails improve balance. I figured we could upgrade her as we give her a new life. Is this not Master's plan for his new subject? Pack. Michael smacked the back of his head again. Jester finally fell silent afterward while Michael stared at him with a dark expression. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then eventually, Michael sighed heavily while rubbing his forehead helplessly. Sometimes he truly wondered what exactly Jester had become after absorbing all those memories. Also, she is not my subject. I don't plan to use her for anything. Our priority is to bring her back to life. Don't get distracted with things I did not ask you to do. He paused briefly before adding, though I suppose I did say to help me create a perfect vessel. That one's on me. As Michael focused on constructing Arian's body, his thoughts drifted back to the attack on the demonic faction. He should have started by now. Unfortunately, his hands were tied, and he could only hope the Academy and Federation managed well. Meanwhile, back in the land of origin, Michael had finally caught up with two figures who were currently resting in a forest. After dealing with the three people who stood at the root of everything, Michael immediately went after the third prince of the Empire. Initially, he would have preferred for the third prince to safely arrive at the Empire before him. However, Michael realized he could no longer bring himself to wait patiently. Fortunately, thanks to the memories he absorbed from the Empire's men a few hours earlier, Michael already possessed a general understanding of the route leading back toward the Empire. Chapter 1006. Appearance. After Michael's attack, Master Vale did not dare to delay even slightly. The moment he escaped with the third prince, the old man immediately began rushing back toward the Empire at full speed. Space distorted continuously around him as he crossed enormous distances without pause. As a great stage being capable of moving through space itself, Master Vale's speed was naturally terrifying. However, the Empire was simply too far away. Even at his level, crossing such an enormous distance still required time, especially while carrying another person who needed protection from the Void's influence and moving continuously without rest for hours straight. Fortunately, they were close now. Only several more minutes remained before they reached the Imperial capital, which allowed the old man to relax slightly for the first time in hours. Beside him, the third prince looked miserable beyond words. His face remained pale while fear still lingered deeply within his eyes. Ever since escaping from Michael, the prince's mental state had clearly deteriorated further and further. Though the third prince had faced many assassination attempts in the past, none were like the attack today. For someone so sheltered, it had left a particularly strong impression. Unfortunately, he could not even rest properly given the constant movement Master Vale maintained throughout their escape. At some point, the third prince finally could not endure anymore. Master, please. His voice sounded hoarse and exhausted. Can we stop briefly? Master Vale frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, stopping now did not seem wise. However, being in a familiar region made the old man somewhat more relaxed. In any case, they were close enough now. Even if the person who had attacked them somehow gave chase, as long as he kept his mind on escaping rather than fighting, things should be manageable. Thinking this, Master Vale finally slowed down. We will rest briefly, he said calmly. But only for a moment. Master Vale descended toward a forest below. The third prince nearly collapsed the moment they stopped moving. His breathing was ragged while sweat covered his entire body. For the past several hours, his nerves had been stretched to their limit. Master Vale glanced toward him briefly before sitting down cross-legged nearby. "Rest," the old man said calmly. "We will leave shortly." The third prince nodded weakly before sitting heavily against a tree trunk. For the next 30 minutes, neither of them spoke much. Only the sounds of insects and rustling leaves echoed quietly throughout the forest. Eventually, after sensing the prince's condition stabilize somewhat, Master Vale slowly stood up once more. "We should continue moving." However, the third prince did not move. Master Vale frowned slightly. Several seconds passed before the old man spoke again. "Third prince." The prince still remained seated. Then slowly, he lowered his head while his hands clenched tightly. "Why were we running?" Master Vale's brows furrowed instantly. The third prince suddenly looked upward. His exhausted face now carried anger, humiliation, and unwillingness all mixed together. "You made me look like a coward." His voice gradually rose. "What will my enemies think after this?" The prince slowly stood up while breathing heavily. "Aren't you close to the peak of the great stage? Why didn't you stay and fight him?" Master Vale's face darkened immediately. However, the third prince continued speaking regardless. "If I return to the capital like this, how will father look at me?" His breathing became heavier and heavier. "My brothers will use this against me forever." His voice eventually rose into a near scream. "My reputation in the capital will be ruined." At this point, Master Vale could no longer hide the frustration on his face. The old man stared at the prince silently for several seconds before finally speaking coldly. "Do you truly believe reputation matters more than your life?" Master Vale wanted to say far more. His expression had already become extremely ugly by now. However, after remembering the identity of the person standing before him, he forcibly suppressed part of his anger. No matter what, this was still an imperial prince. So in the end, Master Vale simply inhaled deeply before speaking in a restrained voice. "We should continue moving." Unfortunately, the third prince immediately shook his head. "No." This time, the old man's face genuinely darkened. Master Vale stared directly at the prince for several long seconds before finally speaking again. "Your Highness." His voice had already turned considerably colder. However, the third prince still looked unwilling. Master Vale finally lost the desire to continue tolerating him. "Though I am powerful, I am not omnipotent," he said coldly. "The fact that the person you offended could nearly injure me from that distance alone already proves he is most likely not someone I can defeat." The third prince's expression changed slightly. Master Vale continued, "Do you think great stage cultivators are invincible?" His tone became harsher. "The world is far larger than you imagine." His frustration finally became fully visible. "That person's ranged attacks alone are already terrifying enough. If I truly stayed behind to fight him, there is a real possibility both of us would have died there." The third prince clenched his fists tightly. Yet despite hearing all of this, unwillingness still remained within his eyes. According to everything he knew, this Mike fellow was younger than him. How could he possibly be this strong? This old man was simply making excuses. He was the coward here. Master Vale noticed it immediately. For a moment, the old man truly wanted to curse outright. In the end, however, he simply shook his head heavily. Just as he was about to forcefully drag the prince along, his expression changed drastically, and he turned to look sharply in a certain direction. Not far from them, a tall youth sat on a tree branch with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the evening light. A strangely beautiful owl rested quietly on his shoulder. Startled by Master Vale's sudden tension, the third prince turned to look in the same direction. His face changed drastically as well. When had this figure appeared? He hadn't even noticed. What alarmed the prince further was that even Master Vale appeared to have been slow in sensing him. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1007, Mike Nor. In all honesty, Michael had not truly expected to catch up with these two so quickly. After all, Master Vale and the third prince had escaped long before Michael even arrived at the Lionheart capital. A great stage existence moving at full speed through space was not something ordinary people could casually track down. Yet thanks to a certain owl, Michael still managed to catch up rather easily. One had to understand that advancing to rank 3 was entirely different from the lower ranks. At that stage, whether human or monster, one would inevitably begin touching the domain of laws. Even if evolution acted as a shortcut toward greater power for monsters, it still granted them the trademark ability of rank 3 beings. A law. Naturally, wisdom possessed one as well. And fortunately, its law was exactly what Michael had hoped for. A spatial-related law. Space domination. Compared to many law concepts Michael knew about, this one was not particularly subtle in its expression. To put it simply, it gave wisdom an absurd degree of control over the void itself. Unfortunately, this law was so draining it could affect even wisdom, which could be said to possess near-infinite energy thanks to its nature as a child of the void. Back to the present. Thanks to wisdom's law, its maximum perception distance was instantly doubled. Even if it could only be maintained for a short period, this was more than enough to catch up with the third prince before they reached the Empire. Upon arriving, Michael had not immediately revealed his presence. Instead, he had concealed himself using his various stealth abilities while quietly considering whether it would be better to let the prince return to the Empire before settling things between them, or simply handle it here as he had done in the Lionheart capital without dragging things out further. Since he had only just arrived when the two were already arguing and were about to leave, Michael made his decision. It was better to avoid wasting time and simply get things over with. There was also the added benefit that absorbing the memories of two figures of such obvious high status would give him far more detailed knowledge of the imperial family than anything Princess Priscilla had provided. It was also because he chose to reveal himself that the other party finally sensed him. Master Vale's expression immediately became vigilant. The old man slowly stepped forward, placing himself slightly in front of the third prince while his senses spread outward cautiously. The closer he looked at the youth sitting casually on the tree branch, the more uneasy he became. He could not see through him at all. Not his cultivation, not his aura, not even his age. To Master Vale, this was deeply unsettling. For someone to silently bypass his senses and appear this close without detection, the other party had to at least stand on the same level as him. And there was absolutely no way someone like that would truly look this young. The youth before him appeared to be in his late teens or early 20s at most. His features were excessively beautiful, almost unreal beneath the darkening evening, while his eyes carried a strange calmness entirely inconsistent with his apparent age. Master Vale immediately concluded this appearance was a disguise. Most likely some old monster deliberately maintaining a youthful form. In fact, because of that overly beautiful appearance, Master Vale was not even entirely certain the person before him was truly male. The figure clearly possessed masculine features, but combined with the assumption that this appearance was merely a facade, Master Vale even began suspecting the true identity behind it could very well belong to a woman. After all, many powerful experts throughout the world possessed strange preferences. Some concealed their appearance. Some changed genders entirely. Others abandoned their original bodies altogether. Compared to those old monsters, merely appearing young was hardly unusual. Master Vale slowly cupped his fists politely. "This old man is called Vale," he said cautiously. "I currently serve as guardian to the third imperial prince of the Black Serpent Empire." His eyes remained fixed firmly on Michael the entire time. "May this sir please introduce themselves as well?" Even while speaking politely, Master Vale's body remained tense internally. Space around him subtly fluctuated as though he were already prepared to flee at any moment if things turned wrong. Meanwhile, behind him, the third prince's expression had become serious as well. Like Master Vale, he was entirely unaware of what Michael actually looked like. Though he had been informed that the person who had attacked the flying port was supposedly someone of exceptional appearance, he could not immediately connect the youth on the branch with Mike nor. Now that the prince had calmed down somewhat, he found himself thinking along the same lines as Master Vale. Whoever had attacked them in the capital was likely closely connected to Michael, but surely could not be Michael himself. Many of the Lionheart nobles had initially reached the same conclusion as well. Michael stared at the two figures before him for several seconds. Then his expression gradually became strange. "You don't recognize me?" The moment those words fell, both Master Vale and the third prince frowned slightly. Master Vale remained cautious. "This old man does not believe we have met before, sir." Meanwhile, the third prince also looked confused. Seeing their reactions, Michael genuinely became stunned. For a brief moment, he simply sat there silently on the branch while staring at them. Then suddenly Michael laughed. At first the laughter sounded soft, but gradually, a trace of anger appeared within it. The sound caused Master Vale's vigilance to rise instantly while the third prince's expression became uglier. This figure was not being particularly respectful, the prince thought, but he kept his mouth shut. As spoiled as he was not completely without sense. Finally, Michael slowly looked toward the third prince. "You sent people after me and you didn't even know what I looked like?" His voice remained calm, yet the surrounding atmosphere quietly became colder. The third prince froze slightly. Michael's laughter faded completely. For some reason, the sheer ridiculousness of the situation genuinely angered him now. The empire, the princes, the nobles, all of them treated other people's lives casually like pieces on a board. Yet the person standing at the center of everything had not even properly investigated his target beforehand. Michael slowly stood up from the tree branch. The movement immediately caused Master Vale's expression to tighten. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Mike Nor." The third prince's face finally changed. Beside him, Master Vale's heart sank as well. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1008, Two Punch. Whether they had been directly involved with Michael or not, both the third prince and Master Vale were naturally aware of the name Mike Nor. For the third prince, it was simple. Mike Nor had originally just been someone he found interesting enough to toy with for entertainment. A mere genius from a small kingdom. Someone he could casually pressure to pass time while expanding his influence within the Lionheart kingdom. As for Master Vale, although he never directly interfered with the prince's affairs, he still kept track of the young man's actions from the shadows. Naturally, he was also aware of Mike Nor's existence. The moment the name left Michael's mouth, Michael's appearance suddenly no longer seemed quite as absurd anymore. But Master Vale still could not fully believe the youth before him was truly the real Mike Nor. However, whether this was truly Mike Nor or some hidden old monster connected to him no longer mattered much anymore. One thing was obvious. This person was absolutely not friendly. The instant that thought crossed his mind, Master Vale moved without hesitation. Boom! Space around the old man distorted violently as he instantly grabbed the third prince by the shoulder. "Let's go!" The forest exploded apart beneath his feet as Master Vale forcefully dragged the prince into the void. Meanwhile, standing upon the tree branch, Michael merely watched the scene calmly. Not even surprise appeared on his face. Beside him, Wisdom slowly tilted its head while its pure white eyes glowed faintly. Then space folded. Master Vale appeared hundreds of meters away high in the air. However, the instant he emerged into another location, Master Vale's expression changed drastically. The figure was already waiting there. Master Vale's pupils contracted violently. Before the old man could even fully react, a fist smashed directly toward him. Boom! The surrounding air exploded instantly. Master Vale barely managed to raise his arm defensively before the attack landed. Crack! A horrifying sound echoed out. The old man's eyes widened violently as an overwhelming force exploded through his body. It felt less like being struck by a fist and more like being rammed head-on by a mountain. Pwaff! Blood immediately burst from Master Vale's mouth as his entire body shot backward at terrifying speed. Boom! 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 Master Vale smashed through layers of air pressure before crashing violently back toward the exact forest location he had escaped from moments earlier. The ground exploded apart the moment his body slammed into it. The third prince screamed. Even through Master Vale's focus protection, The remaining shockwaves from that punch had almost affected him directly. His internal organs churned violently while blood leaked faintly from the corner of his mouth. Master Vale himself looked horrified. His arms trembled violently while blood continued dripping from his lips non-stop. Just one punch. Only one punch had already injured him this badly. At this point, the old man did not doubt that this person truly possessed the power to kill both of them. Unknown to him, Michael had actually held back already. Otherwise, that punch alone would have completely blown apart his upper body. However, Master Vale obviously did not know this. Instead, after sensing the terrifying killing force behind the attack, the old man instantly reached his own conclusion. This person was here to silence them completely, especially since that punch had not shown the slightest care toward the third prince's safety. Master Vale's expression became uglier than ever before. If not for his protection, the prince might have died from the aftershock alone. To Master Vale, this only further confirmed his suspicions. This Mike Nor, or whatever monster stood behind him, had absolutely no intention of leaving survivors. Unfortunately for him, he was mistaken once again. Michael had actually been paying attention to the third prince the entire time. Although the punch itself had not discriminated between targets, Michael had already controlled the force precisely beforehand. Even if the prince's body exploded apart from the impact, his head would still remain intact. Despite his injuries, Master Vale still erupted with terrifying strength. The old man forcefully suppressed the blood surging through his chest while spatial fluctuations exploded around him once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Master Vale grabbed the third prince again and forcibly tore open space to escape. The third prince's vision blurred violently. However, the moment they emerged from the void again, a calm figure was already standing there waiting for them. Michael. Master Vale's heart nearly stopped. How? Before the old man could even process what was happening, Michael had already moved again. Another punch. Boom! This time the impact was even more terrifying. Master Vale desperately roared as layers of protection erupted around his body. Yet the moment Michael's fist landed, crack, crack, crack! Every defensive layer shattered instantly like glass. Pwaya! Blood sprayed wildly from Master Vale's mouth as his chest visibly caved inward. The force behind the punch directly sent him flying backward once more toward the exact same forest they had escaped from seconds earlier. Boom! The earth exploded apart. Countless trees shattered while the ground collapsed into a massive crater. This time, Master Vale did not stand back up immediately. The old man lay buried within the shattered earth while blood continuously poured from his mouth. His arms had twisted unnaturally. Several bones throughout his body had completely shattered. That final punch had directly crippled him. Beside him, the third prince rolled weakly across the ground before crashing heavily into broken dirt and shattered roots. Blood leaked faintly from the prince's lips while terror completely overtook his face. His body trembled uncontrollably as he stared upward. Michael slowly descended from the sky afterward. The prince's breathing became ragged. Wait. His voice trembled badly. We can talk about this. Michael continued walking forward without replying. The third prince's face turned pale. I can compensate you, he shouted hurriedly. Resources. Women. Whatever you want. The Empire can provide it. Still no response. At this point, panic finally exploded inside the prince's heart. Don't come closer. Seeing Michael continue approaching silently, something inside the prince finally snapped. Fuck you. His expression twisted viciously as he suddenly crushed an unassuming black pendant. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1009. Surprise. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted outward violently. The surrounding forest instantly collapsed under the pressure alone as black light swallowed everything nearby. The attack surged directly toward Michael with horrifying destructive power. Yet facing the incoming attack, Michael merely narrowed his eyes slightly. I was expecting this. From the very beginning, Michael had remained cautious toward the third prince. An imperial prince backed by a massive empire possessing life-saving treasures was hardly surprising. This had even been the case for Prince Rue, a lower-ranking prince he had killed in the secret realm. The black wave instantly devoured Michael completely. The third prince's face twisted with savage hope. However, boom! The black energy suddenly exploded apart from within. Michael calmly stepped out through the collapsing attack almost entirely unharmed. Only faint black flames flickered briefly across his body before disappearing. The third prince froze. Michael looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Do you have more?" The prince's expression became ugly instantly. Then without hesitation, crack! Another pendant shattered. A blood-red spear suddenly condensed in midair before firing toward Michael with enough force to split apart the earth below. Michael raised an eyebrow before casually slapping it aside. Boom! The spear exploded violently in the distance. Yet before Michael could even finish speaking again, crack! Another treasure shattered. A massive golden bell phantom instantly descended from above and crashed toward him. Michael was genuinely caught off guard this time. Boom! The surrounding sky trembled violently from the impact. Far away, even the crippled Master Vale stared blankly. Michael still remained completely unharmed. Even after being struck repeatedly by treasures capable of unleashing peak rank 3 attacks, his expression only grew more cautious. After all, this was still an imperial prince. No one knew what other ridiculous life-saving treasures he might still possess. Last time with Prince Rue, he had needed to summon multiple undead to break through his defenses quickly. However, just as Michael prepared himself for yet another hidden attack, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The third prince's condition had become horrifying. The once proud imperial prince now looked almost like a walking skeleton. His face had sunk inward violently while his skin turned pale and dry. Even his hair seemed to have lost some of its luster within moments. Most shocking of all, his life aura had weakened drastically. It was obvious now that activating those treasures did not come freely. Michael's expression became thoughtful. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Those attacks from earlier had all reached the absolute peak of rank 3 power. In this entire region, there were honestly not many people capable of surviving repeated attacks like that head-on. As life-saving trump cards, such treasures were naturally worth their cost, but that cost was evidently severe. Looking at the third prince's expression, it was clear that even he had not expected the consumption to be this terrifying. Yet despite noticing the prince's miserable condition, Michael still did not lower his guard completely. Without hesitation, a pressure exploded outward from Michael's eyes as he sent out a mental attack. The third prince's body froze instantly. His consciousness shattered apart from the mental impact. The prince collapsed unconscious directly onto the broken forest ground. Immediately afterward, Michael turned his gaze toward the distant crater where Master Vale still struggled weakly. The old man's expression changed drastically. Boom! His eyes rolled backward instantly. The crippled guardian collapsed unconscious as well. Only after both figures completely lost consciousness did Michael finally relax slightly. Even then, he still did not approach carelessly. The third prince had already pulled out too many ridiculous treasures tonight. Michael genuinely would not have been surprised if the man suddenly exploded after death or activated some final hidden protection the moment someone touched him. Without hesitation, Michael first checked both bodies carefully from a distance. His senses swept repeatedly across the third prince and Master Vale until he finally confirmed neither of them possessed any remaining hidden tricks capable of threatening him. Only then did he begin accessing their memories. Michael started with Master Vale first. Compared to ordinary people, the old man's mental defenses were naturally far stronger. Unfortunately for him, Michael's spiritual strength had long surpassed ordinary rank 3 existences. The old man's resistance collapsed. Fragments of memories began flowing into Michael's mind afterward. However, after several minutes, Michael slowly frowned. The knowledge was useful, but not enough. Master Vale clearly did not possess access to the Empire's deepest secrets. Eventually, Michael withdrew his senses before turning toward the final target. The third prince. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Then his spiritual senses directly entered the prince's mind. The next instant, boom! Michael's expression changed abruptly. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted before him. Inside the prince's mental world stood a dignified middle-aged man dressed in black imperial robes. The man stood with both hands behind his back while an overwhelming royal aura spread from his body naturally. His gaze alone carried indescribable pressure. Even though this was clearly only a spiritual mark left behind inside the prince's soul, the surrounding mental space still trembled faintly under its existence. The moment Michael saw the figure, recognition appeared within his eyes immediately. From the countless memories he had absorbed recently, he already knew exactly who this person was. The Emperor of the Black Serpent Empire. The moment Michael recognized the figure, the Emperor's eyes suddenly opened completely. An overwhelming pressure instantly descended upon the entire mental space. Bold! The low shout exploded like thunder. Do you wish to die? Boom! The Emperor suddenly raised his hand. The next instant, a terrifying mental attack surged directly toward Michael like an ocean. The surrounding mental space distorted violently. Michael's expression changed slightly. Fast. Too fast. Before he could fully retreat his senses, the attack had already reached him. Boom! A sharp pain instantly exploded within Michael's mind. His spiritual senses shook violently while his head throbbed painfully for a brief moment. Even the real-world Michael outside the mental space frowned slightly afterward. This was the first time in a long while something had managed to directly affect his mind this way. However, that was all. The Emperor's attack ultimately failed to break through Michael's defenses completely. Michael slowly steadied himself afterward. Meanwhile, opposite him, the Emperor's expression finally changed slightly for the first time. Surprise. The middle-aged Emperor stared directly at Michael now, no longer carrying the same dismissive indifference as before. Who are you? And how dare you attack an imperial prince? His deep voice echoed slowly throughout the mental world. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1010. A Mental Battle. Upon hearing the Black Serpent Emperor's question, the first thing Michael truly wanted to do was raise a middle finger. After all, the man had just attacked him mercilessly without hesitation. If not for Michael's terrifying foundation, that strike alone might have heavily injured him. Unfortunately, Michael was still a civilized person. Also, taunting people was not really his style. If Michael wanted to do something, he generally preferred acting directly. And that was exactly what he did. Boom! Without warning, Michael's mental energy exploded outward violently as he directly attacked the Emperor's mental imprint. The surrounding mental space instantly trembled. Countless black chains condensed from the void, while illusionary purple mist spread rapidly across the surroundings. At the same time, strange eye-like symbols appeared behind Michael one after another. Mental methods were actually extremely rare. Compared to direct combat techniques, spiritual attacks were far harder to cultivate and even more dangerous to use. One mistake could easily damage one's own soul permanently. Michael himself did not truly specialize in such techniques. However, he possessed quite a few undead who did, like Jester, Blue, and Purple, especially Jester. After absorbing the memories of the evil cultivator Liang, Jester had become horrifying in terms of mental abilities. Consciousness erasure, mind nest, memory harvest. Many of those abilities possessed terrifying effects even against stronger opponents. And thanks to Michael's law, he could directly copy portions of their traits and abilities for himself. The next instant, boom! The Emperor's mental imprint collided directly against Michael's attacks. The entire mental world shook violently. Black serpentine dragons roared above while countless illusionary eyes opened throughout the void simultaneously. For several exchanges, neither side actually managed to suppress the other immediately. This genuinely surprised Michael. Fortunately, Michael still held the advantage overall. His mental strength was simply too monstrous. Gradually, the Emperor's imprint began destabilizing under the pressure. Cracks spread across the surrounding mental world. Seeing this, Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he prepared to completely destroy the imprint in one move. However, the Emperor suddenly smiled coldly. "You wish to search the mind of this Emperor's son?" The next moment, the Emperor directly raised his hand. Boom! The entire mental space instantly began collapsing. Michael's expression changed slightly afterward. This bastard. The Emperor had directly destroyed the third prince's mental world himself. The moment the mental world began collapsing, Michael immediately withdrew his senses. Boom! A violent force instantly expelled him from the third prince's consciousness. Even Michael's real body outside staggered back half a step afterward while a sharp headache throbbed faintly behind his eyes. In front of him, the unconscious third prince suddenly convulsed violently. Then, HH. Foam began leaking from the prince's mouth while his eyes snapped open unnaturally wide. However, there was no intelligence left inside them anymore. Only emptiness. The prince's pupils trembled non-stop while saliva dripped down his chin. His body twitched weakly across the shattered ground as incoherent sounds escaped his throat. Ah. Michael frowned slightly afterward. The Emperor had been completely ruthless. Rather than allowing Michael access to the prince's memories, he had directly destroyed his son's mental world entirely. At this point, even if the third prince survived physically, his mind had already become crippled beyond repair. A fool. Someone who could no longer think properly. Michael stared silently at the prince for several seconds. The once arrogant imperial prince who had treated countless lives casually now looked utterly pathetic lying in the dirt. Eventually, Michael exhaled slowly. Although he had failed to fully access the prince's memories, the brief confrontation alone had still allowed him to understand several things. First, the Black Serpent Emperor was terrifyingly powerful. Even a mere mental imprint left inside his son possessed strength capable of contending briefly against Michael. Second, the Emperor clearly valued secrecy regarding the imperial family far more than he valued the mental well-being of his own son. The implication of this made Michael even more uncertain about the information he had received from Princess Priscilla. According to the princess, the Empire should possess only 3 legendary beings at most, but from what I can see based on the Emperor's mental imprint alone, he is most likely in the legendary stage already. With this analysis, it meant the Empire had at least 4 rank 4 beings. The same number as Michael. However, this did not weaken Michael's resolve in the slightest. After all, quantity did not equal quality. Not only did Michael have the same number of rank 4 undead as the Empire's assumed count, each of them was also extraordinarily powerful. Lily, who was the weakest among them, was practically impossible to kill as long as she did not go up against someone too far above her level. In fact, her opponent would be lucky if she did not simply swallow their attacks and convert them into energy. As for beginning, the rank 4 demonic supernatural and the High Drake, each of them was exceptionally strong. The High Drake in particular was already at the absolute peak of rank 4. Beginning, on the other hand, could use its law to fight above its class entirely. Then there was also Michael himself to factor in. Though he had not yet reached rank 4, he could still provide meaningful assistance to his undead against a rank 4 opponent. Putting all of that aside, he also had more than 2,000 rank 3 undead. However, Michael hoped he would not need to deploy his rank 3 forces against a rank 4 opponent, since even if they won, the losses would cause him considerable pain. The last incident was still quite fresh in his memory. Michael slowly turned to look at the third prince again. In all honesty, the prince's current state was quite pitiful. The once arrogant imperial prince now lay twitching weakly in the dirt with empty eyes and saliva leaking continuously from his mouth. There was no intelligence left inside those eyes anymore. Just emptiness. However, Michael felt no pity for him. Not even slightly. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1011, Reaction. This was not some innocent person caught in unfortunate circumstances. The third prince had ruined countless lives simply because he could. To him, people had merely been tools, toys, and stepping stones. Perhaps it was exactly because of his father that he had grown into this sort of person. Thinking this, Michael could not help comparing the Emperor to the old Lionheart King. The old king had been far weaker than the Black Serpent Emperor. In terms of power alone, the two were worlds apart. Even as a father, The old king could not truly be called perfect either, but in Michael's opinion that old man was still worthy of respect. At the very least, he had genuinely cared about his children. As for the emperor, Michael's eyes turned slightly colder. Compared to the old king, that man felt more like a monster wearing human skin. Eventually, Michael lost interest in the third prince completely. Without bothering to continue further, Michael calmly raised his hand. A tiny black flame appeared above his fingertips. Spartan's abyss flame. The flame drifted slowly downward before entering the third prince's forehead silently. The prince's weak twitching stopped almost instantly. Then gradually, his body began turning into black ash. Within moments, nothing remained behind. Seeing this, Michael remained silent briefly. In this way, Ariane has finally been avenged. Afterward, Michael turned toward Master Vale. Michael did not enjoy hurting innocents simply because they belonged to the Empire. However, from the memories he had read from the Guardian, this old man was not innocent. In the end, Michael gave him the same ending. A black flame descended quietly. Soon afterward, only ash remained within the broken forest. The surroundings finally fell silent completely. Standing amidst the destroyed earth, Michael could not help narrowing his eyes slightly. The people he had encountered from the Empire so far, not one of them could truly be considered good. At this point, Michael honestly began wondering if there were even any clean people left within the upper levels of the Black Serpent Empire at all. Eventually, Michael turned his gaze toward Wisdom resting calmly on his shoulder. The owl blinked slowly. Michael gently stroked its feathers afterward. "Let's go." Wisdom let out a soft cry. The next instant, space folded quietly around the two of them before both figures disappeared from the destroyed forest entirely. Only ashes and ruins remained behind. Meanwhile, far away within the Black Serpent Empire, inside an incomparably luxurious office decorated with black gold and ancient-looking carvings, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded outward violently. Boom! The surrounding space distorted instantly. Not far away, two guards suddenly screamed miserably. Ah! Blood exploded from multiple places across their bodies as invisible pressure crushed down upon them mercilessly. Both men collapsed heavily onto the ground while trembling violently. At the center of the room stood a middle-aged man wearing black imperial robes. If Michael were present, he would immediately recognize him. The Black Serpent Emperor. At this moment, the Emperor's face looked incomparably cold. His eyes carried terrifying fury. The atmosphere throughout the room had become so oppressive that ordinary people would likely suffocate instantly upon entering. However, just as the Emperor's aura continued spreading uncontrollably, a figure silently emerged from the shadows nearby. An old man dressed in black robes. The old man bowed deeply immediately after appearing. "Your Majesty." His voice remained calm and respectful. "What has angered you so greatly?" The Emperor slowly closed his eyes afterward. Several seconds later, the terrifying pressure filling the room gradually receded. The Emperor, however, did not answer. The old man did not seem bothered by the silence at all. Instead, he merely turned toward the two heavily injured guards still kneeling on the floor. "You may leave and recover your injuries," the old man said calmly. The two guards immediately bowed their heads deeply despite blood still dripping from their wounds. "Yes, Eunuch Liang." Neither dared to say anything else. Very quickly, both men retreated from the office trembling. Only after they disappeared completely did Eunuch Liang bow toward the Emperor once more. For several seconds, the Emperor maintained his silence while Eunuch Liang remained bowed respectfully without moving in the slightest. The office had already fallen completely silent again. Only the faint crackling sounds from shattered furniture occasionally echoed through the room. Eventually, the Emperor finally spoke. "The third prince is dead." Eunuch Liang's calm expression finally changed slightly. Surprise flickered across the old eunuch's eyes. He did not question how the Emperor knew. There was no need. At their level, many strange methods existed. Since the Emperor had said the prince was dead, then he was undoubtedly dead. Immediately, Eunuch Liang's tone became considerably graver. Could there be a connection between the third prince's death and young Prince Rue's previous death? The emperor remained silent briefly afterward. It is possible. Eunuch Liang's brows furrowed deeply. That is troublesome. The old eunuch slowly lowered his head slightly in thought. The Black Serpent Empire possessed very few true enemies. However, every single one of those enemies was extremely terrifying. For someone to repeatedly target imperial princes, this was no longer a small matter. Eunuch Liang's eyes darkened faintly. Who would dare go this far against the imperial family? He muttered slowly. Are they truly not afraid of starting a war with the empire? The emperor's eyes turned cold afterward. Perhaps war is exactly what they want. Eunuch Liang immediately raised his head. The emperor slowly recounted everything that had happened through the mental imprint inside the third prince. From Michael's intrusion into the prince's consciousness, to the mental confrontation, to the destruction of the prince's mind. The more Eunuch Liang listened, the graver his expression became, especially after hearing that the mysterious figure had actually resisted and fought evenly against the emperor's mental imprint for a period of time. Finally, the emperor's voice slowly echoed through the office once more. That figure, the emperor's eyes narrowed coldly, was no weaker than the two of us. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 10-12, First Meeting. The atmosphere inside the room instantly became heavier. If Michael had heard these words, he would have first cursed the Empire for concealing their true strength so deeply. Together with Eunuch Liang, who was clearly a close confidant of the Emperor, it meant the Empire had at least 5 legendary beings, and that was before accounting for whatever other trump cards they might possess. Michael currently had no idea that the upper levels of the Empire were already discussing him seriously and treating him as a genuine enemy. Even if he knew, he honestly would not have found it strange. After all, with the deaths of 2 imperial princes, this matter had already long surpassed Arian's death alone. Whatever personal grudge existed at the beginning had now escalated into something far larger. At this point, Michael and the Black Serpent Empire could truly be considered enemies. At this moment, Michael had already quietly entered the imperial capital itself. Naturally, sneaking into the capital of such a massive empire was not an easy task for ordinary people. Countless magic circles covered the city walls while heavily armed guards patrolled everywhere. Above the capital, flying knights circled slowly beneath the clouds while detection arrays continuously scanned the surroundings. Unfortunately for the Empire, Michael was not ordinary. With wisdom's assistance alongside his various concealment methods, entering the city silently was far easier than most would imagine. Currently, Michael stood atop one of the capital's tallest buildings while quietly observing the city beneath him. Honestly, the Black Serpent capital truly deserved its reputation as one of the finest in the world. Even Michael had to admit this place was incomparably prosperous. The streets below stretched endlessly like black rivers beneath countless glowing spirit lamps. Massive flying ships could be seen moving slowly through the skies at intervals while enormous towers covered in draconic carvings rose throughout the city one after another. People filled the streets everywhere. Warriors, merchants, nobles, soldiers. The flow of mana throughout the city alone was several times richer than Lionheart's capital. Even the weakest guards standing casually at street corners possessed cultivation levels that would already qualify them as experts in smaller kingdoms. The deeper Michael looked, the more he understood why the Black Serpent Empire had ruled this region for so long. This was not merely a powerful nation. It was a true hegemonic force. However, as Michael continued observing the capital, he noticed that beneath all that prosperity, the entire city felt strangely oppressive. At first glance, everything appeared lively and glorious. Yet, after observing longer, Michael slowly noticed certain details. The way ordinary civilians lowered their heads instinctively whenever nobles passed. The fear hidden within the eyes of weaker cultivators. There were several more examples like these. This place was a city where bloodline truly mattered. Status mattered. Birth mattered. Family mattered. It seemed to matter more than strength, perhaps even more than morality itself. In the Black Serpent Empire, noble blood was almost law. And those standing at the very top of that hierarchy naturally possessed the right to trample everyone beneath them. Michael quietly watched a carriage pass below after hitting an old woman on the road, escorted by armored soldiers who did not even slow down. The people on the street immediately moved aside instinctively. No one dared block the road. No one dared complain. Even the guards nearby lowered their heads respectfully. Michael remained silent for several seconds afterward. Then eventually he exhaled softly. No wonder. No wonder the third prince had grown into that sort of person. In this empire, power and bloodline had already become absolute privileges long ago. Someone born at the top could likely spend their entire life without ever hearing the word no. Thinking this, Michael's eyes slowly turned colder again. At the same time, Wisdom quietly perched upon his shoulder while observing the capital with glowing white eyes. Suddenly, Michael turned to look toward the empty air beside him. "Since you're already here, Emperor," he said calmly, "why not come out?" For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then space distorted quietly. A tall, middle-aged man dressed in black robes stepped out from the void itself. His expression remained calm, yet the surrounding air instantly became heavier the moment he appeared. The Black Serpent Emperor. However, neither Michael nor Wisdom looked surprised in the slightest. Clearly, both of them had already noticed his presence long ago. Michael casually stroked Wisdom's feathers once more afterward. The owl let out a soft cry before its body dissolved silently into space. The Emperor's gaze lingered briefly where Wisdom had disappeared. "That is a special bird." His deep voice echoed calmly across the rooftop. "I do not know its species, but creatures capable of entering the void without a monster lineage to support them are rare even across the entire world." Michael nodded slightly afterward. "Thank you." Silence fell briefly between the two. The imperial capital below remained lively and noisy as always, yet the atmosphere atop the tower felt strangely cold. Eventually, Michael spoke first again. "Since we both already know how this ends," he said calmly, "we should probably skip the unnecessary conversation and get straight to it." The Emperor slowly raised an eyebrow. "Oh!" His gaze sharpened slightly afterward. "You do not seem very concerned for someone who is surrounded." The Emperor's aura quietly spread across the surroundings. Meanwhile below, the ordinary civilians throughout the capital remained completely unaware of what was happening above them. However, upon hearing the Emperor's words, Michael suddenly laughed softly. Then he shook his head. "No." The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Michael's smile widened faintly afterward. "I'm not surrounded." The next instant, without hesitation, the Emperor's hand shot directly toward Michael's neck. The surrounding air exploded violently. Unfortunately, he grabbed nothing. The Emperor's eyes immediately lifted upward. His gaze narrowed. High above the imperial capital, several hundred figures had already appeared silently throughout the sky. At the center of them all stood Michael calmly in midair. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1013. Empire's Power. Michael was not particularly surprised that his entry into the imperial capital had been discovered. After his previous clash with the Emperor through the third prince's mental imprint, there had already been a high possibility the Empire would increase the capital's defenses afterward. And even if the Emperor had somehow not done that, perhaps out of confidence that no sane person would willingly walk into what could become a cage at any moment, Michael still would not have underestimated the capital itself. Legendary beings were only considered rare relative to ordinary people. To existences like the Emperor, they were likely far more common than outsiders imagined. If powerful figures at that level could casually enter and leave the Emperor's personal territory unnoticed, that would be a terrifying flaw for the Empire. Michael had already expected the imperial capital to possess methods specifically designed to detect powerful intruders. Of course, if he had managed to sneak in completely undetected, Michael would not have found that strange either. He possessed quite a few absurd concealment methods and was confident in his ability to hide when necessary. Still, being discovered changed very little. From the very beginning, he had never truly intended to remain hidden forever. High above the capital, cold winds swept across the night sky. Several hundred undead floated silently in formation. Terrifying energy rolled across the clouds while countless glowing eyes stared downward toward the imperial capital beneath them. At this moment, the Emperor's expression had become noticeably colder. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed across the imperial capital. "Enemy attack!" The voice was amplified by mana and spread throughout nearly half the city instantly. Highest alert level. Legendary grade threat detected above the capital. The peaceful atmosphere below shattered immediately. Boom! One after another, countless magic circles suddenly lit up across the skies. Massive glowing formations expanded above the capital like layers of overlapping heavens. Strange runes rotated endlessly while pillars of blue light erupted upward from different regions of the city. The entire imperial capital instantly transformed into a gigantic fortress. At first glance, the formations did not seem to do anything directly. However, only a second later, Michael's expression shifted slightly. Oh! He immediately felt it. The void itself had been sealed, or more accurately, locked. The surrounding space had not become inaccessible, but heavily restricted. Michael could still enter the void if he wished, yet movement through it would remain limited entirely within the boundaries of the imperial capital. In simple terms, he was trapped. At the same time, many of the undead behind Michael stirred slightly as they sensed the surrounding changes. The Emperor, meanwhile, simply stood silently in the distance while observing him. Michael did not look afraid at all. Instead, his eyes calmly swept across the glowing formations covering the heavens. Interesting. He wondered briefly whether his high drake could forcefully break through. After all, that was a near demigod creature. Below, panic had already begun spreading rapidly throughout the city. Countless civilians fled into buildings while armored soldiers flooded the streets. Flying knights rapidly gathered in formation across the skies while powerful auras awakened continuously throughout the capital one after another. The Emperor slowly looked toward Michael. "You entered the imperial capital willingly. Did you truly think leaving would be so easy?" Michael merely laughed softly. "Leaving? Who said I was planning to leave immediately?" The Emperor's eyes narrowed faintly. High above the capital, hundreds of undead remained floating silently like an army of death overlooking the empire itself. Cold winds swept across the skies. Michael's expression remained extremely calm, though internally his thoughts were moving rapidly. Michael was not reckless enough to believe attacking the Black Serpent Empire directly would be easy. This was not Lionheart. This was the strongest hegemonic force in the region. The fact that they could lock down the void across an entire capital already proved how terrifying their foundations truly were. Still, Michael was not without confidence. He possessed multiple legendary undead and over 2,000 rank 3 undead. Looking around, he could also not deny that the Black Serpent Empire was truly powerful. Just from the imperial family alone, Michael could already sense around 400 rank 3 knights and mages mobilizing rapidly throughout the capital. 400. Even in Aurora, he had not seen such a massive number of rank 3 existences gathered together openly like this. Of course, this did not mean the Empire was stronger than Aurora. Comparing the two directly was somewhat unfair. Aurora was a whole high-tier civilization. The structures of both powers were entirely different. Still, the sheer military strength displayed by the Empire was undeniably terrifying, and that was only the royal family itself. As Michael's senses swept farther outward, he quickly noticed several powerful auras rising from different noble districts as well. The great noble clans possessed their own rank 3 experts. Some families had 1. Some had 3. A few had even more. Gradually, the total number of rank 3 beings surrounding the imperial capital climbed past 500. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This probably still isn't everything. The Empire had been caught somewhat unprepared tonight. Many experts were likely absent from the capital entirely. If the Empire had been fully prepared beforehand, the number would have been even more absurd. The Black Serpent Empire had existed for hundreds upon hundreds of years. Even if ascending to rank 3 was difficult, enough time would naturally produce a terrifying accumulation. Whether it was cultivation manuals, rare treasures, or special resources like law seeds, the Empire almost certainly possessed enormous reserves of all of them. Even people lacking natural talent could potentially ascend given sufficient comprehension and the right inheritance. This was the true terror of ancient hegemonic powers. Accumulation. As for the countless supernaturals below rank 3 gathering throughout the city, Michael barely paid them any attention. To his current level, they were honestly irrelevant. Even his ordinary rank 3 undead could slaughter through them endlessly. Yet, despite the Empire's overwhelming numbers, the expressions on many faces below were solemn. Some were even pale. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1014 Hidden Power. Although Michael had not summoned all of his undead, there were already around 800 rank 3 undead floating silently behind him. 800. In terms of sheer numbers, Michael had actually surpassed them. Not only were they fearful, they were also confused. What noble power was bold enough to openly oppose the Empire? And how had a force of this level entered the capital undetected? Were the capital guards blind? Then suddenly, Michael's mana erupted outward. Boom! The skies trembled violently. The hundreds of undead floating behind him unleashed their auras simultaneously. Terrifying energy instantly flooded the surroundings. Some weaker rank 2 beings nearly lost control of their breathing entirely, while ordinary soldiers turned pale from the pressure crushing down upon them. At the center of it all, four especially terrifying auras slowly rose behind Michael. 5 auras total, noticeably stronger than all the others. Legendary beings. Many experts immediately realized in terror. Fear instantly spread through the capital. None of them also realized those terrifying beings were actually undead. Only true rank 4 existences might eventually notice abnormalities after prolonged observation. After all, Michael's undead were relatively human-like until they revealed their true forms. Because of this, many interpreted the 800 figures above as an external power rather than the force of a single person. Even the Emperor thought the same. His heart shook considerably. How had more than 800 beings appeared out of nowhere? Even though he could see a small coffin floating beside Michael, he did not want to believe such a treasure could truly exist. There was also a trace of genuine fear stirring in his heart. Above him floated 5 beings radiating legendary auras. Who was vicious enough to want to ruin his empire? Was killing 2 of his sons not enough? Meanwhile, Michael amplified his voice across the entire capital. I do not care about the rest of you. His voice echoed like thunder throughout the skies. My grudge is only with the imperial family. As long as you step aside, you will not die tonight. I do not enjoy killing innocents. Internally, however, Michael could not help muttering coldly to himself, as if the Empire's upper levels truly contained many innocent people. Still, there were naturally ordinary civilians throughout the capital who had nothing to do with his conflict against the Empire. Michael had no interest in massacring random people simply because they lived here. The moment his words fell, countless expressions below only became even more solemn. Regardless of his intentions, the pressure from Michael's side was simply too terrifying. Then, boom! Another overwhelming aura exploded into the sky. The Emperor finally moved. His figure instantly appeared high above the capital opposite Michael, while terrifying pressure spread across the skies. Beside him, an old man in black robes emerged silently from the void as well. The moment the old man appeared, another rank 4 aura erupted outward, no weaker than any on Michael's side. Michael's eyes narrowed instantly. Internally, he cursed. Eunuch Liang. From the memories he had devoured, Michael of course knew of this figure. But was this old man not supposed to be an ordinary rank 3 existence? The aura radiating from the eunuch clearly belonged to a legendary being. These people had been hiding their strength the entire time. Then again, there had also supposedly been no public information regarding the Emperor himself already being a legendary existence either. Clearly, the Empire enjoyed pretending to be weaker than it truly was. Looking below, Michael quickly noticed the expressions of many experts changing into visible shock. Even many of the Empire's own subjects seemed unaware of Eunuch Liang's and the Emperor's true cultivation. Michael's lips twitched faintly, acting like pigs to eat tigers. Boom! Michael's relaxed expression soon collapsed. Several terrifying auras suddenly erupted from deep within the imperial palace itself. The skies darkened instantly. Even the clouds above the capital distorted violently under the pressure. In merely a few breaths, 5 figures had already emerged high above the imperial palace. Some were old, some middle-aged. One even appeared like a scholarly man carrying a jade scroll. Yet despite their differing appearances, the pressure radiating from every single one of them was horrifying. Legendary beings. Each aura was no weaker than Michael's own at the very least, and 2 among them seemed to be approaching the level of his stronger undead. The expressions of countless people throughout the capital immediately changed drastically. Even many imperial experts looked stunned. Clearly, a large portion of them had absolutely no idea these existences were hidden here. Michael stared at the scene silently for several seconds. Internally, he cursed violently, working his way through Princess Priscilla, the 10th prince, the 9th prince, the 3rd prince, and finally the emperor himself. 7 legendary beings. Together with the emperor and eunuch Liang, the Black Serpent Empire actually possessed 7 rank 4 existences. At this point, even Michael could not maintain his calm expression completely. This was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. These were beings capable of becoming regional overlords anywhere they went, and yet the Black Serpent Empire had somehow hidden 7 of them beneath the surface the entire time. Below, countless nobles and soldiers stared upward in shock and disbelief. Clearly, even many members of the imperial family were unaware of the empire's true foundations. Michael's lips twitched slightly. What is wrong with these people? Still, Michael was not scared. His heart was beating faster, but he was not scared. Only 5 of the 7 were genuinely formidable. The other 2, though radiating strong auras, felt somewhat unstable. The fact that they could only barely match his own aura, and he was still technically a fake rank 4, suggested they were not particularly powerful within the rank 4 tier. Compared to his 4 undead, they were likely weaker. The Emperor stared at Michael silently for several seconds. Then eventually, his voice echoed across the skies. *n. Sorry for late update. Mass release tomorrow, so we can reach the finalization of this arc. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 10:15. Eve of Battle. You have reached this level of strength already. That is not easy. The pressure around him intensified faintly. So I will give you one final chance. I do not know your grievance against me and my empire. Leave now, and I can pretend tonight never happened. His tone carried unquestionable authority. Then his eyes turned colder. Or, if you truly are not afraid of dying after cultivating to this level, stay. The atmosphere instantly became heavier. Even the winds around the capital seemed to freeze. Michael looked at the emperor quietly. Then finally he spoke. I killed 2 imperial princes. If your empire can promise in front of everyone here that you will not pursue this matter further, then I will leave. Silence. But if you cannot, then let's fight to the death. The skies trembled faintly. Below, countless people held their breath. Of course, if Michael could not defeat the Empire without paying a devastating cost, he would run. But that was a thought he kept to himself. The Emperor stared at him silently. Several seconds passed. Then finally, so be it. The Emperor's expression turned incomparably cold. Everyone, attack! Boom! The countless massive formations above the capital erupted with blinding light. Michael's expression changed instantly. Space distorted violently around him. His vision blurred. An overwhelming spatial force swallowed him whole before he could fully resist. Boom! The world changed. Everything around him transformed into endless darkness. Michael's eyes narrowed sharply. He had actually been forcefully dragged into the void itself. Not only him. Behind him, roughly 500 undead had also been pulled into the isolated space. As for the remaining undead, Michael could faintly sense them outside the void. Clearly, the Empire's formation had intentionally separated part of his forces. Although he could still forcibly leave if he truly wished, doing so would require time and effort. They had trapped him temporarily, and the Empire's experts clearly had no intention of giving him time to break free calmly. Boom! One after another, terrifying auras rushed toward him through the void itself. The Emperor led the charge personally. Behind him followed the 7 legendary beings of the Empire. The void trembled violently beneath the pressure of so many powerful existences moving simultaneously. Damn! The instant Michael saw the Empire's experts rushing toward him through the void, he immediately understood their plan completely. They had divided his forces. The roughly 300 undead left outside would now be forced to face the Empire's subjects within the capital. Meanwhile, Michael and the larger portion of his legion had been dragged into this isolated void battlefield, where the Empire's true experts could focus entirely on crushing them. As for the 500 rank 3 undead beside him, the Empire's experts probably did not care much about them at all. At this level, the shockwaves from a battle between multiple rank 4 existences alone could already destroy ordinary rank 3 beings in large numbers. They were essentially collateral. It was honestly an excellent strategy. No, it was a terrifyingly good one. The Empire clearly possessed extensive experience dealing with large-scale wars and powerful enemies. The Emperor had not acted impulsively even after losing 2 sons. Instead, he had remained calm enough to instantly create the battlefield most advantageous for the Empire itself. Though Michael also wondered briefly whether part of that composure came from not particularly caring about those sons to begin with. Either way, Michael could not help feeling slightly impressed. These old monsters truly deserved to rule a hegemonic empire. However, impressive as the strategy was, it still had one fundamental flaw. They had underestimated him and his legion far too much. Outside the void, the moment Michael and nearly 500 undead vanished from the skies, many people immediately realized what had happened. The Emperor trapped them. He dragged them into the void. Focus on the ones remaining outside. Kill them before they can regroup. Instantly, countless gazes turned toward the 300 undead still floating above the capital. The expressions of many Imperial experts became fierce and eager. Even if the enemy still possessed hundreds of rank 3 beings above the city, their true strength had been separated away. As long as the Empire eliminated the undead outside quickly enough, they could consolidate their victory before whatever was happening inside the void resolved itself. Also, they were about 200 more people than the other party. The Empire side was filled with confidence. Even if the other 500 returned after this, they wouldn't be scared since the number would be even by then. Several hundred Imperial rank 3 experts began advancing upward with weapons drawn. The great noble clans mobilized their own forces alongside the Imperial Knights. It was a coordinated encirclement. However, despite the overwhelming force closing in from every direction, the remaining undead showed absolutely no panic. Putting aside the fact they were incapable of feeling it, there was truly no need. The Imperial experts suddenly slowed as a figure in black robes stepped forward from among the undead. It was Spartan. Black flames quietly burned across the surface of his body. Without warning, terrifying black flames exploded outward from his body. Several rank 3 experts charging at the front immediately changed expressions. Defend! It was already too late. The black flames swept across the skies like a tidal wave. Boom! The surrounding air distorted violently. One armored knight was sent flying backward instantly while coughing blood. Another mage screamed miserably as the protective barriers around his body melted apart like paper. The charging momentum of the Imperial forces was forcibly halted in a single exchange. Countless expressions changed drastically. What kind of flame is that? It corroded my mana. Careful. Meanwhile, Spartan merely stood silently amidst the spreading black fire. Then his voice echoed across the battlefield. My master already gave you a chance. His grudge is only with the Imperial family, not with the rest of you. Step aside and you will not die tonight. But if you refuse, then all of you will die here. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1016 Great Battle. Michael's impression of Spartan was that it was very steady. Other than Jester, it was the only other undead that could pass as human. However, compared to Jester, it was not particularly flexible. Though it could be ruthless, it lacked Jester's extreme mindset, but what it had instead was stability. Perhaps even rigidity. When Michael had said that the Empire's subjects would live if they surrendered, Jester hearing that might either comply as told or find a way to twist the words around if he had his own ideas. That way he would technically not disobey his master's words while potentially gaining more benefits for himself or his master. Of course this depended on whether Jester had any other thoughts in the first place. As a bloodthirsty creature, there was a high chance he would simply kill before they had the chance to surrender. But this also went to show one of Jester's greatest strengths: his flexibility. Spartan was not quite like that. He was flexible but not to Jester's degree. Since his master had said that if they did not surrender they would die, then they had to die. Even if Spartan had its own thoughts, its master's words were ironclad. After seeing the effect of Spartan's attack, many of the Empire's subjects were visibly shaken. Unfortunately, while there were many who did not want to fight to the death, there were also many who were serious about fulfilling the Emperor's will. With the surface advantage of their numbers and the pressure of their peers watching, no one surrendered. They immediately charged at Michael's undead legion. Since the other party did not want to surrender, Michael's army did not hold back either. The next moment, the sky above the capital erupted with the clashing attacks of hundreds of supernaturals. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the void, the battle between several rank 4 beings had begun. Knowing the pain of losing multiple undead at once and understanding the full magnitude of this battle, Michael immediately had many of his weaker undead distance themselves from the fighting. He unsummoned the ones he could back to the netherworld. If he had a bit more time he would have placed them inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, but even a second's delay against opponents of this caliber could put him in serious trouble. Before both parties met, as was customary between beings of their status, all parties aside from Michael greeted each other with their domains in an attempt to draw the opposing party in. As expected, the clashing domains cancelled each other out. Based on the intensity each opponent gave off, each party chose a target of matching strength. The two figures whose intensity approached the High Drake immediately went for it. Knowing the destructive potential of their combined attacks, all three distanced themselves from the others. With the High Drake gone, it remained Lily, beginning the rank 4 demonic supernatural, and Michael. After the High Drake, the next figure giving off the strongest aura was the demonic supernatural. The Emperor immediately took it on alone. Lily and beginning each found their own opponents as well. Meanwhile, Michael was immediately targeted by the two legendary beings with the weakest auras. At first glance, the Empire's division of opponents was quite flawless. Krabum! The instant the two weaker legendary beings rushed toward Michael, the void itself split violently. One was an old man cloaked in dark blue-black flames. Every movement he made caused the surrounding void to corrode and distort faintly, as though the fire itself could burn space apart. The second was a middle-aged woman dressed in deep azure robes. Terrifying waves surged around her body endlessly, transforming into enormous water dragons that swam freely through the void itself. Their attacks arrived almost simultaneously. The old man thrust his palm forward. Krabum! Dark flames erupted like a volcanic explosion. At the same time, the woman waved her sleeve coldly. An enormous wave instantly swallowed the surroundings like a collapsing ocean. Michael's eyes narrowed sharply. Without hesitation, he reached into his storage space and a dark spear instantly appeared in his grasp. The weapon radiated terrifying energy as runes flickered continuously across its surface. The next moment, Michael thrust the spear forward directly. As long as the use of domains remained limited, even with almost half of his engraved creatures in their summoned state, Michael dared to fight. Even if a domain was deployed, they had to catch him first before they could think about killing him. Krabum! Black flames exploded across the void. The three attacks collided violently. The impact alone shattered the surrounding space repeatedly while enormous cracks spread throughout the void layer itself. Michael was blasted backward immediately afterward. His body shot through the darkness like a meteor while violent force traveled up both his arms. So strong! Michael's expression became even more serious. These two might have been the weakest among the Empire's rank 4 existences, but they were still genuine legendary beings. The two opponents clearly had no intention of giving him breathing room. Both rushed after Michael instantly through the shattered void. After personally testing their attacks with his own body, Michael actually felt a degree of confidence rather than fear. The pressure from the two legendary beings was indeed terrifying, but not enough to crush him instantly. As Michael shot backward through the void, he activated his law and immediately copied Beginning's trait. A ripple spread across his body as his skin turned slightly gray. The next moment, his aura changed drastically as strength surged through him. Crack. Michael flexed his fingers around the dark spear. Excitement appeared within Michael's eyes as he watched the two opponents close the distance. There truly were not many opportunities to fight battles at this level. Ever since reaching his current strength, Michael had developed countless theories regarding how to use his abilities and laws in combat. Unfortunately and fortunately at the same time, he rarely encountered enemies powerful enough to test those ideas properly. But now he finally could. The thought had barely crossed his mind before the two opponents attacked again. The old man suddenly spread both arms outward. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1017 Great Battle 2. Krea Abum. The blue-black flames surrounding him instantly transformed. The fire condensed into countless gigantic serpents made entirely from corrosive flame. Each serpent radiated terrifying law fluctuations while burning holes directly through the void itself. Law skill. The old man's cold voice echoed throughout the darkness. Netherflame Serpent Realm. Hissis. Thousands of flaming serpents instantly surged toward Michael from every direction. At nearly the same moment, the woman in azure robes raised one hand. The ocean around her suddenly froze still for a fraction of a second. Then, Kraabom. The water compressed violently before exploding outward. Massive blue symbols appeared across the surrounding void, while the ocean transformed into countless rotating water rings, sharp enough to sever space itself. Law skill. Her eyes turned icy cold. Abyssal tidal judgment. The surrounding void instantly became filled with overwhelming pressure. Two completely different law skills descended toward Michael simultaneously. Law skills. These were the true trademark abilities of seasoned law wielders. If ordinary abilities were like weapons, then law skills were the crystallization of a supernatural's understanding of their law. They were centralized manifestations born directly from one's law itself. Some civilizations referred to them as divine abilities, as they far surpassed ordinary supernatural techniques in both scale and power. Of course, that did not mean ordinary attacks from a rank 4 being were weak by comparison. Even a casual strike from a legendary being was already terrifying enough to kill most rank 3 supernaturals instantly. The reasons were numerous. The purity of mana, the density of energy, the strengthening effect granted by one's law, the transformation of their bodies after advancing into the next rank. At that level, even ordinary attacks already carried traces of one's law unconsciously. A slash from a rank 4 swordsman was no longer merely a slash. A flame from a rank 4 fire supernatural was no longer merely fire. Everything they did had already begun affecting reality itself. Still, law skills were different. They represented focused expressions of one's path. The stronger and more experienced a supernatural became, the more terrifying their law skills naturally became as well. And this was something Michael severely lacked. His growth speed had simply been too absurd. Compared to other rank 3 supernaturals who had spent decades or even centuries polishing their laws and developing signature abilities, Michael's foundation was honestly shallow. Even if his combat strength was monstrous, his experience was not. Because of this, many of Michael's attacks until now had honestly been quite crude. Overwhelming strength, overwhelming mana, overwhelming numbers of undead and copied skills. Most of the time, he simply crushed enemies head-on with sheer advantage. Michael often fought more like a brute than a refined high-level supernatural. It worked, so that mattered. But the stronger he became, the clearer this weakness became as well. It was the same for many of his undead. A true powerhouse could not rely on raw force forever. Fortunately, after all this time, Michael himself had grown in many other ways beyond just raw stats. Seeing the two law attacks bearing down on him, Michael immediately used his law to copy the traits of the rank 4 demonic supernatural. A ripple spread across his body. Dark water suddenly erupted around Michael. The moment it appeared, the surrounding void distorted as though unable to bear its weight. Law skill. Michael's voice echoed through the void. The dark water rapidly condensed around him before forming a massive shield several dozen meters wide. Its surface resembled a perfectly still ocean at midnight. An ocean could withstand countless storms because it accepted everything. Mountains collapsed into it. Rivers flowed into it. Rain fell endlessly upon it. Yet the ocean remained. Michael's eyes shone faintly. Eternal abyss barrier. Michael had spent months thinking about how his law could be used beyond simply copying traits. If he copied enough of a subject's law and studied it extensively with the source as reference, could he create a law skill? Today was his first real attempt. Crea abomum. The Netherflame Serpent realm crashed into the shield first. Thousands of flaming serpents slammed into the dark water surface simultaneously. The abyssal tidal judgment arrived an instant later. Countless water rings capable of severing space itself descended at the same moment. The void exploded. For a brief moment, even the darkness of the second layer vanished beneath the collision. The barrier trembled violently. Cracks spread across its surface. Yet the attacks that should have destroyed it immediately were instead being swallowed layer after layer, absorbed into the depths of the dark water like stones dropped into a bottomless sea. Michael's eyes widened slightly. Then a grin slowly appeared on his face. It worked. For the first time since becoming this strong, Michael felt as though he had finally stepped onto the path of a true law wielder rather than a powerful brute relying solely on overwhelming advantages. As for whether he could create law skills from his own law entirely, that was left for the future him to solve. The current Michael now only wanted to use the Black Serpent Empire as a whetstone to grow stronger. Let's continue. As the battle between Michael and the two legendary beings grew more intense, the other battles happening throughout the void were no weaker. Among them, the second most violent clash was the one between the Black Serpent Emperor and the rank 4 demonic undead. Crea abomum. Purple flames and black water collided once more. The resulting explosion instantly shattered several kilometers of void around them. The Emperor's expression remained calm, but his eyes had long since turned cold and inhuman. At some point, he had already revealed his true bloodline form, causing his power to surge even further. A gigantic black serpent over 200 meters long coiled through the void. Its scales resembled black obsidian while purple flames burned between the gaps, and runes continuously appeared and disappeared across its body. Each movement caused space itself to tremble. This was the true bloodline that had allowed the Black Serpent Empire to dominate the region for centuries. The Imperial Black Serpent. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1018 Great Battle 3. Hissis. The Emperor opened his enormous jaws. A sea of purple fire erupted forward. Unlike ordinary flames, these fires possessed a strange quality. Wherever they passed, mana itself ignited. Even the void seemed to burn. Meanwhile, opposite him, the rank 4 demonic undead remained expressionless. Dark water flowed endlessly around its body. Crea boom. The black water rose like a tidal wall and crashed directly against the purple flames. The collision generated enough force to split the void repeatedly. For a moment, neither side gained an advantage. The Emperor's law focused on destruction and domination. His purple flames represented authority, the will to suppress, the will to conquer, the will to rule all beneath heaven. Neither side naturally countered the other. Crea abum. The gigantic serpent suddenly lunged forward. Its enormous body crossed space in an instant. At the same moment, the demonic undead raised one hand. The endless black water surrounding it suddenly condensed. The ocean disappeared, then reappeared around its fist. An entire sea compressed into a single strike. The Emperor's pupils contracted. Law skill. Demonic abyss crushing tide. The fist moved. The void collapsed. For the first time since revealing his true form, the Emperor's expression changed. He could clearly feel it. This attack was strong enough to seriously injure him. Krea a buabum. The serpent's head and the abyssal fist collided head-on. The resulting shockwave spread across the entire second layer of the void. Far away, even Michael and the other legendary beings felt the terrifying fluctuation and instinctively looked in that direction. It was also at this point that Michael realized his high drake was nowhere to be found. He immediately understood. The other party had probably dragged it into their domain. Far away from the other battlefields, hidden within another layer of the void entirely, a completely different world existed. The sky was dark crimson. Countless volcanoes stretched endlessly across the horizon, while rivers of molten lava flowed like oceans beneath the heavens. Every few seconds, massive eruptions occurred somewhere in the distance, launching mountains of magma into the sky. The temperature alone was enough to instantly vaporize ordinary rank 3 beings. At the center of this world, Kraabom, a colossal dragon nearly 300 meters tall smashed through a volcanic mountain. Molten rock exploded in every direction. The high drake spread its wings. Its enormous body was covered in crimson scales, each one glowing faintly like heated metal fresh from a forge. Red flames flowed continuously across its body. Ruueahar. The entire volcanic world shook beneath the dragon's roar. Opposite it stood 2 gigantic serpents. One burned with deep blue flames. The other burned with pink flames. Both possessed bodies over 400 meters long. Both radiated terrifying rank 4 pressure. These were 2 of the legendary ancestors of the Black Serpent Empire. Together with the Emperor, the royal family alone had 3 legendary beings. The other 4 were not from the family. Eunuch Liang belonged to an orphan force under the Empire, while among the remaining 3, one belonged to the strongest noble family after the royal family, and one was the Empire's strongest military officer. The blue-flamed serpent opened its mouth. A beam of deep blue fire shot forward. The surrounding lava instantly froze into crystal before shattering apart. Almost simultaneously, the pink serpent attacked. Its flames transformed into countless blooming flowers made entirely from fire. Beautiful and deadly. Every flower contained enough power to erase a mountain. The high drake responded with overwhelming simplicity. It inhaled. The entire world seemed to darken. Then, Roar. A sea of red dragon fire erupted outward. The 3 flames collided head-on. Red, blue, pink. The resulting explosion illuminated the entire volcanic world. Volcanoes collapsed. Lava seas split apart. Space itself cracked repeatedly. Yet despite fighting 2 opponents at once, the high drake showed no signs of weakness. Instead, it was suppressing them. The dragon's red flames steadily pushed backward against both opposing laws. The 2 serpents immediately felt the pressure. Their expressions changed. Not only was the high drake stronger than both of them combined, but the dragon's bloodline alone was suppressing theirs. Kraabom. The high drake suddenly disappeared. The next instant, one enormous claw descended from above. The blue serpent barely raised a defensive wall of flame in time. Crash! Its body was smashed directly into a volcano. The entire mountain exploded. Before the blue serpent could recover, the dragon's tail whipped around. Kraabomum. The pink serpent was sent flying through dozens of kilometers of volcanic terrain. The entire world trembled. For the first time, fear appeared in the eyes of both serpents. They had expected a difficult fight. They had not expected this. High above the volcanic world, cracks slowly began spreading across the domain itself. The 2 serpents noticed immediately and their hearts sank. The cracks were being caused by the high drake's mere presence. The domain was beginning to struggle to contain a creature infinitely approaching the demigod realm. Where did that fool go? The pink serpent suddenly cursed. Its voice echoed throughout the volcanic world. Damn it! It has been 10 years. The blue serpent's expression darkened as well. The figure they were referring to was the other legendary ancestor of the Black Serpent Empire. One of the Empire's oldest protectors, and the very same ancestor who had once crossed paths with Shoujo and ultimately lost. Unfortunately for them, they still did not know the truth. Unlike ordinary royal family members whose deaths could be tracked through life lamps and bloodline altars, legendary beings were different. Their existence was too powerful. Once they reached that realm, many methods used to monitor lower-ranked supernaturals became unreliable, and their deaths were often difficult to confirm. As a result, the Empire still believed their missing ancestor might be alive somewhere. Neither serpent knew he had died long ago, nor did they know that the enemy currently attacking the Empire was connected to the chain of events surrounding that death. In truth, just like the Emperor, they understood almost nothing about this conflict. When the alarm had sounded, they had simply assumed some powerful force was attacking their homeland and entered battle accordingly. Only now, while being driven backward by the High Drake, did a disturbing thought begin forming in their minds. Who exactly was this enemy? Where had these terrifying people come from? Ruwayahar. Their thoughts were interrupted as the High Drake spread its enormous wings. The volcanic world darkened. Red flames flooded the heavens. The cracks spreading across the domain multiplied instantly. The expressions of both serpents changed. The blue serpent hissed furiously. "Forget that idiot." The pink serpent nodded grimly. "Let's survive first." Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1019 Great Battle. Back in the second layer of the void, Michael's battle had also reached a new stage. At this moment, Michael no longer looked entirely human. His body had expanded slightly, not to the size of a true giant, but enough to give him the appearance of a miniature titan. Gray-black patterns covered parts of his skin, while dark water and faint black flames twisted around his body like living armor. In his hand, the long dark spear hummed violently. Krayaboom! Michael swung the spear horizontally. The two legendary beings attacking him were forced backward at the same time. The old man's blue-black flames shattered apart, while the woman's water rings collapsed into countless droplets across the void. Michael's eyes were bright. The earlier success of Eternal Abyss Barrier had opened something inside his mind. It was as though a door had finally been pushed open. Ideas that had previously existed only as vague concepts were becoming clearer with every exchange. Michael's understanding deepened rapidly in the middle of battle. Taking advantage of the moment, he began comprehending the one law he was most familiar with. Beginning's law of brutal rebirth. The law of brutal rebirth was not simply about surviving injury. It was not merely regeneration, endurance, or stubborn vitality. Its deeper concept was evolution through violence. Beginning embodied that concept perfectly. The more damaged it became, the more terrifying its rebirth became. Michael's eyes shone brighter. So that's it. The old man and woman immediately felt that something was wrong. "Stop him!" the woman shouted coldly. The old man's flames erupted again, transforming into a massive serpent head that lunged directly toward Michael. At the same time, the woman summoned a giant spear of compressed abyssal water and hurled it forward. Michael did not retreat. Instead, he gripped his spear with both hands. Dark gray light erupted from his body. "Law skill." His voice was low, but it echoed clearly through the void. "Brutal rebirth, first state." Crack! A violent sound erupted from inside Michael's body. For a brief instant, his heartbeat became thunder. His muscles tightened, his bones creaked, and his mana surged like a dam breaking apart. A terrifying force flooded every part of him as though his body had been forcefully dragged beyond its natural limit. His power instantly rose by nearly 50%. Boom! Michael disappeared. The old man's pupils shrank. Fast. Too fast. The next instant, Michael appeared directly before the serpent head of blue-black flame and thrust his spear forward. Krea-a-boom! The flame serpent exploded instantly. Without stopping, Michael twisted his body and swung the spear again. The dark spear collided head-on with the woman's abyssal water spear. The water spear shattered. The woman was forced backwards several hundred meters through the void, her expression filled with disbelief. Michael remained in place, breathing slightly heavier than before. He could feel it clearly. This law skill was strong, very strong. But the cost was equally obvious. His life force was being consumed. Even with his terrifying vitality, this was not something he could maintain casually. It was a burst-type skill and a trump card meant to decide a dangerous moment, not something to use freely in a prolonged battle. Yet Michael's excitement only grew because he could feel that this skill was incomplete. Beginning's Law possessed 3 states depending on the severity of its injuries. Michael was not arrogant enough to believe he could perfectly replicate all 3 right now, but he was confident he could eventually develop at least a second state. Perhaps even a third one in the future. What made this skill even more special was that it did not interfere with Beginning's passive law effect. The more injured he became, the stronger he grew, which was to say that perhaps, in the future, Michael could achieve as many as 6 different burst effects. The thought alone made his blood heat slightly. Unfortunately, now was not the time to slowly study it. The 2 legendary beings had already recovered from their shock. Michael slowly raised his spear again, his aura pressing down on both of them like a mountain. "When are the 2 of you planning to reveal yourselves?" The 2 immediately started looking uneasy. When Michael had first fought them, he felt a strange sensation from the pair. The longer the battle continued, the stronger that feeling became. After some time, he noticed that both possessed bloodline fluctuations similar to the Black Serpent royal family. Yet neither had revealed a true bloodline form. Not once. That alone was abnormal. The Emperor had transformed. The 2 ancestors fighting the High Drake had transformed before they disappeared. Every bloodline warrior Michael had encountered eventually relied upon their bloodline form when pushed into a corner. So why had these 2 not done so? It was then that a shocking realization came to him. These 2 were monster kin. Bloodline warriors gave off a certain aura. Monsters gave off another. Even if a monster transformed into a human, traces always remained. Likewise, bloodline warriors who transformed into beasts still retained their human origins. They were similar, but not identical. The same principle applied to Michael's undead. A sufficiently powerful observer could always notice subtle differences. When all those clues were placed together, the answer became obvious. These 2 had monster origins. Michael did not know whether they were the children of the Emperor or some other ancestor, but he had to acknowledge their adventurous spirits. However, outside of their bloodline issue, Michael was focused on something else. Killing humans did not provide experience points. The same was true for other intelligent races outside the monster race. Since these 2 were technically monsters, was it possible that killing them would grant experience points? Though he suffered from the increasingly difficult requirements of leveling through experience points, these 2 were stronger than him and he was only a single level away from reaching the maximum. Only one of them was needed. Combined with the bonus he would receive from killing a higher level opponent, he would almost certainly level up and reach the limit. By then, his rank advancement quest would finally be revealed. And as long as he completed it, rank 4 would not be far away. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1020 Great Battle 5. The moment Michael exposed their secret, the atmosphere changed. The old man's expression twisted. The woman's face became incomparably ugly. Their attacks instantly became more violent. It was as though Michael had struck a hidden nerve. Crea Abomum. A massive serpent made of corrosive fire smashed toward Michael. At the same time, hundreds of water blades descended from above. Michael laughed and met them head-on. The dark spear tore through the serpent. His fist shattered dozens of water blades. The battlefield immediately became chaotic. Yet the more they fought, the more convinced Michael became. He had guessed correctly. Perhaps they could still be considered human since they were likely born in that form, but these 2 truly possessed monster blood. Enough monster blood to affect their very existence. Crea Abomum. The old man was forced backward again. A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Then suddenly his gaze met the woman's. A silent exchange occurred. The next moment the surrounding void distorted. A strange fluctuation spread outward. Michael's expression immediately changed. No! Unfortunately, it was already too late. Michael's vision blurred. The world around him twisted. Space folded repeatedly as a familiar sensation of transportation engulfed him. Meanwhile, the old man and woman were equally shocked. What? He actually got pulled in? Both of them looked genuinely stunned. Their original intention had merely been to test him and try their domain. A domain was expensive. Even legendary beings did not casually activate one. It consumed significant amounts of energy. Usually, when two rank for beings fought, their domains would clash and cancel each other out. Very rarely would one side continuously attempt to use a domain against the other. For a brief moment, the two simply stared. Neither knew what to think. Had Michael made a mistake and reacted too slowly? Or was his domain somehow weaker than theirs? They could not understand it. Unfortunately for them, the answer was much simpler. Michael was not a rank 4. The reason he had not been dragged into a domain during the opening exchanges was because one of his undead had secretly covered for him. Whenever the other legendary beings attempted to spread their domains earlier, one of Michael's powerful undead had subtly interfered and neutralized the pressure. As a result, everyone naturally assumed Michael possessed a domain of his own. If these two had activated their domain from the very beginning of the battle, his secret might have been exposed much earlier. Fortunately, domain activation was not something legendary beings used casually. That single misconception had protected Michael until now. Unfortunately, that protection had finally disappeared. When Michael's vision stabilized, the first thing he noticed was that the surroundings had completely changed. The endless darkness of the void was gone. In its place stood a vast forest. Ancient trees stretched thousands of meters into the sky. Their trunks were wider than mountains, while countless vines hung from the heavens like green rivers. The air itself carried an oppressive vitality. Everything here was alive. The ground, the trees, the flowers, even the wind. However, Michael immediately felt a powerful suppressive force descend upon his body. He knew this was the suppression effect of a domain. His movements became heavier. The mana around him became sluggish. Even his laws felt slightly restrained. So this is a domain. Michael narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had truly experienced one alone. Within a domain, the owner became closer to the embodiment of their law itself. The world favored them and weakened their enemies. At the same time, Michael felt another discomfort. Brutal rebirth. The strain from the skill was accumulating. His body was already consuming life force continuously. Without hesitation, Michael deactivated it. The gray-black light vanished. The miniature giant form rapidly shrank. His muscles returned to normal size, while the terrifying pressure surrounding him weakened considerably. His robes, however, had suffered greatly. The violent battle had left them tattered in several places. Ignoring the state of his appearance, Michael stored the dark spear away with a thought. Then he calmly reached into his storage space once more. A different item appeared in his hand. It was a pipa with 4 strings. At the same time, the old man and woman finally stopped hiding their true forms. Their human forms exploded apart. In place of the old man stood a gigantic beast. It resembled a wolf, yet not entirely. Its body was covered in dark scales rather than fur. Massive antlers grew from its head, while blue-black flames burned within its eye sockets. In place of the woman emerged a gigantic creature. A white deer. At least part of it was. The creature possessed 6 eyes, crystal antlers, and scales covering portions of its body. Neither of them looked remotely similar to serpents. Yet Michael could still sense traces of the black serpent bloodline within both creatures. Michael's eyes immediately brightened. As expected, his earlier suspicion had been correct. For something like this to happen, the explanations were limited. Either 2 different bloodline warriors had somehow produced offspring whose bloodlines fused and mutated, or the possibility Michael considered far more likely. A bloodline warrior had mated with a monster. The resulting offspring inherited both lineages. Half human, half monster, monster kin. It was probably why the two had hidden their forms as well. Their very existence was likely a secret. Perhaps one the Black Serpent Empire did not want widely known. The wolf-like creature stared at Michael with murderous eyes. Its voice echoed throughout the forest. "You should have kept your mouth shut." The six-eyed deer lowered its head. The surrounding trees immediately began moving as they burst into flames. Seeing this, Michael knew it was the old man's domain he had entered. However, though he was facing stronger opponents, Michael felt more excited than afraid. Without hesitation, he reached toward one of the strings of the pipa and plucked it. Chapter 1021 Great Battle 6. The sovereign pipa had 4 strings, each possessing a different effect. As a 3-star epic grade item, its abilities were extremely powerful. The first string was called Shattering Pluck. It released a concentrated sonic burst in a straight line, with the force scaling according to the amount of mana invested. The second string was Binding Resonance. A sustained note released an invisible resonance field that anchored targets within range, restricting spatial movement, including teleportation, for as long as the note was maintained. The third string was Soul Tremor. A plucked cord sent vibrations directly into the spiritual bodies of targets within range, destabilizing active domain effects. The fourth string was Sovereign's Dirge. A full strum released a sweeping wave of oppressive sound that suppressed all living targets within range, reducing their combat output by 20% for 30 seconds. Michael's finger rested upon the third string. The moment he touched it, he did not hesitate. Twang! A deep note echoed across the forest. Immediately, Michael felt a terrifying amount of mana leave his body. His expression changed slightly. So expensive? The drain was enormous. Normally, it would already have been costly, but after battling several legendary beings, using law skills, activating Brutal Rebirth, and exchanging attacks continuously, his mana reserves were far from full. Even someone with Michael's absurd mana pool felt the loss instantly. The wolf-like creature immediately noticed. Its antlers glowed. Kreia Abum. The entire forest domain responded. Blue-black flames erupted from every tree. Countless pillars of fire shot toward Michael from every direction. At the same time, the six-eyed deer raised its head. The air trembled. Thousands of droplets appeared above the forest, each one rapidly expanding into spears of compressed water. Kreia Abumum. The water spears rained downward. Michael immediately moved. His figure blurred through the forest as explosions erupted behind him one after another. Ancient trees collapsed. Flames devoured the landscape. Water spears blasted craters into the earth. Twang! Michael plucked the string a second time. The sound spread farther than before. Invisible ripples flowed through the domain. This time he immediately noticed something. Several nearby trees trembled. The blue-black flames flickered slightly. The suppression pressing down upon him weakened by a tiny amount. Michael's eyes lit up. It was working. The effect was small, but it was undeniably working. The wolf-like creature's expression darkened. "Stop him!" It roared furiously. The six-eyed deer reacted immediately. Its 6 eyes glowed simultaneously. Kreia Abum. The rivers flowing through the forest suddenly rose into the sky. The water twisted and transformed into enormous dragons. 5, 10, 20. The water dragons roared as they surged toward Michael. Twang! Michael plucked the third string. The sound became sharper. The invisible vibrations spread throughout the domain. Kreia-ak. A tiny crack appeared in the crimson sky above. The surrounding forest trembled violently. The wolf-like creature's eyes widened. The six-eyed deer immediately noticed it as well. The domain had been damaged. A supreme treasure? The deer spoke coldly. Neither of them had expected Michael to possess something like this. The wolf-like creature's killing intent intensified. Michael did not answer. He continued dodging the attacks thrown at him. Kreia Abum. A dragon of water exploded behind him. Kreia Abum. A sea of blue-black fire engulfed the place he had occupied moments earlier. The domain continuously strengthened the wolf-like creature. Every tree, every vine, every flame, everything within this world obeyed its will. Meanwhile, the deer continuously supported it from the side. Water spears, water dragons, water blades, relentless attacks rained toward Michael. Twang! The fourth pluck echoed across the forest. This time the effect was immediate. The invisible sound wave spread through the entire domain. Krea-ak! A massive crack split open the heavens. Entire sections of forest shook violently. Countless burning leaves fell from the sky. The domain was beginning to destabilize. The wolf-like creature finally lost its composure. No! Its roar shook the forest. The blue-black flames throughout the domain exploded. Thousands of burning vines erupted from the earth. The six-eyed deer joined in immediately. Krea-abum! Entire rivers rose into the air. Thousands of water spears condensed simultaneously. The sky itself disappeared beneath the attacks. For a brief moment there was nowhere left to dodge. Michael's expression remained serious as his body flashed through countless attacks. Several water spears grazed his shoulder. A burning vine struck his back. Another attack tore through his robes. Krea-abum! Michael crashed through several gigantic trees. Fresh blood appeared at the corner of his lips. Yet when he looked upward, he smiled. Around him were cracks. They were everywhere. The sky resembled shattered glass. The forest trembled continuously. The flames were becoming unstable. Even the domain's suppression had weakened significantly. The wolf-like creature and the six-eyed deer both felt panic rising within their hearts. Domains were not invincible. Once heavily damaged, the backlash would directly affect the owner. At best, it would be minor damage that could be ignored. At worst, it would be a crippling backlash. Michael stood up. Blood dripped from his arm. His mana reserves had fallen dramatically. "This should be enough," he muttered as he reached for the third string again. The wolf-like creature immediately charged. Its massive body crossed the forest in an instant. Blue-black flames gathered within its jaws. The six-eyed deer raised all six eyes toward the sky. Krea-abum! A gigantic ocean suddenly appeared above the forest. Countless water spears condensed within it. Both attacks descended simultaneously. Michael calmly plucked the third string one final time. Twea-awang! The sound that erupted was completely different from the previous four. The entire forest froze. The flames froze. The water froze. Even the wind stopped moving. For a brief moment, absolute silence descended. Then, Kraak! The sky shattered. The forest split apart. The burning trees exploded into fragments of light. The rivers suspended in the heavens collapsed. The entire domain broke apart like a shattered mirror. The wolf-like creature coughed blood instantly. The six-eyed deer staggered backward. Both stared in disbelief. No! Krea-abum! The forest world collapsed completely. The endless darkness of the void returned. Michael reappeared within the second layer of the void. His robes were torn. His mana reserves were heavily depleted. His body carried multiple injuries. Yet the grin on his face had never been brighter. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1022 Level Up. The wolf-like man and the six-eyed deer woman were not nearly as calm. That was what Michael called them now, as both had reverted back to their human forms. The instant the domain shattered, blood spilled from the corners of the old man's mouth. As the domain owner, he had suffered the majority of the backlash. It was not enough to cripple him, and given some time he could even activate it again, but it was enough to affect him considerably. Unfortunately for him, Michael had no intention of giving him time to recover. The moment he saw the two appear outside the collapsed domain, his eyes lit up. Got you. Krea-abum! Michael shot forward like a black comet. The old man's expression changed drastically. Protect me. The woman reacted instantly. Hundreds of water blades appeared around her. At the same time, countless waves surged forward in an attempt to intercept Michael. Unfortunately, she was too late. Michael had already arrived. Krea-abum! His fist crashed directly into the old man's chest. The old man's ribs shattered instantly. His entire body folded inward before being blasted thousands of meters through the void. Blood exploded from his mouth. The force of the punch continued traveling through him, rupturing organs and tearing apart muscles. The old man felt his vision darken. Too fast. The attack had come too fast. Before he could even stabilize himself, Michael appeared again. The old man's eyes widened. No! Crea abomum. The second attack landed. This time Michael's fist smashed directly into his face. Half the old man's skull collapsed. His body spun uncontrollably through the void while blood and shattered teeth scattered everywhere. The surrounding space distorted violently. The old man had already reached the brink of death. His aura plummeted. His soul fluctuated violently. The woman finally arrived. Her expression was filled with fury. Stop! Crea abomum. A gigantic tidal wave descended from above. Water dragons. Water spears. Water blades. Everything she could summon crashed toward Michael simultaneously. Michael ignored all of it. A water spear pierced through his shoulder. A water blade sliced across his back. One dragon slammed into him hard enough to crack several bones. Yet Michael did not stop. His eyes remained fixed on the old man. The old man's face finally showed fear. At that moment he could sense death approaching closer than it had ever been. For the first time since becoming a legendary being, he felt it truly near. Save me! He screamed toward the woman. Unfortunately, Michael was already there. The third attack arrived. Crea ama abuabum. The entire void shook. Michael's fist punched directly through the old man's chest. The old man froze. His eyes widened. His mouth opened. Yet no words came out. A moment later, cracks began spreading across his body. Then everything shattered simultaneously. Crea abomum. The old man's body exploded into pieces. Michael's hand twisted at an unnatural angle. But a moment later it instantly healed. Silence descended. The woman froze. For a brief moment, she could not believe what she was seeing. A legendary being. Dead just like that. Michael slowly withdrew his arm. Blood dripped from his fist. Several wounds covered his body. His breathing was slightly heavy. Yet his eyes remained bright. The moment the old man died, a notification panel appeared before him. At the same time, a sensation of strength filled him. Though minor, it was enough to heal him slightly. Michael had leveled up. More importantly, he had leveled to level 75, which was the maximum level for rank 3. This meant his rank advancement task had finally generated. The moment the old man exploded apart, the woman finally reacted. The shock and disbelief vanished from her face. What replaced it was pure killing intent. If Michael had paid more attention to his earlier suspicion, he would have noticed something. These two were definitely monsterkin, meaning a human had mated with their mother, or perhaps their father. But there were two of them. Had that human mated with the monster twice, or were the two likely twins? You bastard! Crea abomum. The surrounding void instantly transformed into a raging ocean. Countless rivers appeared from nowhere. Water dragons roared. Thousands of water spears condensed around her. Every attack she could unleash descended toward Michael simultaneously. The sheer fury behind the assault was enough to distort the surrounding void. Unfortunately for her, Michael had already seen it coming. Crea abum. His figure vanished. Several hundred water spears pierced through the place he had occupied moments earlier. The void exploded. The woman did not stop. She had already realized something. Michael was exhausted. His mana reserves were low. His body was injured. His strongest treasure had consumed an absurd amount of energy. If there was ever a chance to kill him, it was now. Die! Crea abomum. A colossal water dragon lunged toward Michael. At the same time, dozens of tidal blades cut through space from every direction. Michael dodged the dragon. Unfortunately, he could not avoid everything. A water blade sliced across his chest. Another pierced through his thigh. A third exploded against his shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed into the void. Yet Michael did not retreat. Instead, his eyes became colder. If she wanted his life, then he would exchange injuries for hers. Without hesitation, Michael activated his law skill once more. Brutal rebirth. First state. Crea ac. His heartbeat exploded like thunder. The strain that had only just begun fading immediately returned. His muscles tightened. His bones creaked. His life force began burning once more. The familiar surge of power flooded his body. The woman's expression changed. Crea abomum. Michael disappeared. The woman immediately retreated. Water surged around her. Defensive barriers appeared one after another. Water dragons moved to intercept him. Unfortunately, she was slower. Much slower. Crea abomum. Michael's fist smashed through the first barrier. Crea abomum. The second shattered. Crea abomum. The third exploded apart. The woman's eyes widened. She immediately condensed a spear of abyssal water and thrust it forward. Michael ignored it. The spear pierced directly through his abdomen. Blood exploded from his mouth. Yet his speed did not decrease. The woman's heart sank. This madman. He was not even trying to defend. He was only trying to kill her. Before she could retreat further, Michael arrived. Crea abomum. His fist smashed into her shoulder. The entire arm exploded. The woman screamed. Her body spun backward through the void. Unfortunately, Michael was already following. The second attack arrived almost instantly. Crea abomum. His knee collided with her ribs. Bones shattered. Several organs ruptured. Blood poured from her mouth. Her aura immediately weakened. Yet she was still alive. After all, she was a legendary being. Not someone who could be killed so easily. Unfortunately, Michael had no intention of giving her time to recover. The woman finally panicked. For the first time since becoming a rank 4 being, she felt genuine terror. No! She unleashed everything she had. Thousands of water blades erupted outward. Water dragons exploded. Tidal waves swallowed the surrounding void. Michael endured everything. One blade nearly severed his left arm. A dragon shattered several ribs. Another attack tore through his back. His injuries rapidly accumulated. Yet every wound only brought him closer, and at the same time filled him with strength. The woman's face became increasingly pale. The third attack arrived. Crea ama abuabum. Michael's fist smashed directly into her chest. The woman's eyes widened. Time seemed to freeze. Then cracks began spreading across her body. Her soul. Her law. Her origin. Everything began collapsing simultaneously. And no, those were her final words. Crea abuwum. Her body exploded into countless fragments. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1023 Poor Eunuch. As Michael fought his opponents, the battles between the other legendary beings had also reached their peak. However, among all the battlefields, 2 in particular had taken an unexpectedly strange turn. One belonged to Beginning, the other belonged to Lily. Once again, Michael's troublesome undead proved they could do more than create problems for their master. The one who had chosen to fight Lily was the Emperor's closest confidant, Eunuch Liang. In terms of pure combat ability, Eunuch Liang was actually stronger than Lily. After all, he was a genuine legendary being who had spent centuries perfecting his law. His combat experience vastly surpassed Lily's. His understanding of battle surpassed Lily's. Yet at this moment, Eunuch Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Hidden beneath it was something else entirely. Dread and disbelief. Never in his entire life had he encountered such an absurd opponent. The battlefield they occupied existed within a hidden world inside the second layer of the void. It was a world of mountains. Nothing else. Endless mountains stretched toward the horizon. Gigantic peaks rose tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The air was thin. The earth was heavy. Gravity itself seemed several times stronger than normal. At the center of this mountainous world stood Lily. Unlike her usual appearance, she had already expanded her body. A 40-meter-tall giant stood atop a shattered mountain. Her pale skin resembled marble. Her long black hair danced wildly behind her. In comparison, Eunuch Liang appeared tiny. The old man floated several hundred meters away, his robes fluttering in the wind. Crea abum. A mountain exploded apart. Thousands of stone spears erupted from beneath Lily's feet. The countless stone spears transformed into golden chains before wrapping around Lily from every direction. Any ordinary legendary being would have dodged or destroyed the attack. Lily did neither. Instead, she opened her mouth. Chomp! The nearest chain vanished. Eunuch Liang blinked. Chomp! A second chain disappeared. Chomp! 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 Within seconds, thousands of meters worth of law-infused chains had vanished into Lily's mouth. Eunuch Liang stared. His eyelid twitched. He still remembered the first time it happened. At first he thought it was some kind of illusion. Then he thought it was a defensive skill. Unfortunately, the truth was much worse. She was literally eating his attacks. Not redirecting. Not neutralizing. Eating. As if his carefully crafted law attacks were nothing more than snacks. Eunuch Liang unleashed another attack. Golden mountains descended from the sky. Each one contained enough force to flatten entire regions. Lily looked upward, then smiled. She had actually learned this from Spartan. He always smiled when he saw something good. Food was good enough to smile at, right? Unfortunately, as an undead, even with high intelligence to mimic emotions, she was still miles away from undead like Spartan and Jester. A mountain-sized mouth opened and swallowed Eunuch Liang's attack whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound echoed throughout the world. Eunuch Liang nearly coughed blood at the sight, especially when he noticed that not only had the attack disappeared entirely, but Lily's injuries were healing. The cuts on her body closed. Even her aura grew slightly stronger. Lily suddenly appeared before him. Despite her massive size, her speed was absurd. Her fist descended. Eunuch Liang immediately raised several layers of defense. The first shattered. The second shattered. The third exploded apart. The old man's face changed. A moment later, the giant fist smashed into him. His body shot through 3 mountains before finally stopping. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Far away, Lily charged again. Eunuch Liang's scalp went numb. This was another problem. Lily was not only difficult to kill, she was physically powerful. Ridiculously powerful. Every attack carried terrifying force. Every strike could shatter mountains. Every punch forced him to waste enormous amounts of energy defending. And every time he managed to injure her, she ate something and healed. At this moment, Eunuch Liang genuinely felt wronged. For decades he had fought countless enemies. Sword experts, beast tamers, elemental supernaturals, assassins, necromancers. Yet never once had he fought something like this. Just what kind of monster is this? Eunuch Liang could not help but curse. At this point, if he could not tell Lily was not normal, he might as well commit suicide. Unfortunately, Lily did not care about his complaints. Eunuch Liang launched another attack. Lily rushed forward with excitement as his face turned even uglier. The giantess crossed dozens of kilometers in an instant. Her enormous foot landed on a mountain peak, causing the entire region to collapse beneath the force. Eunuch Liang immediately retreated. Golden chains erupted from behind him. Each chain carried traces of his law and enough force to easily bind ordinary legendary beings. Lily's mouth widened as entire sections of the golden chains vanished. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of metal being crushed echoed endlessly across the mountain world. Eunuch Liang nearly vomited blood. This was not a battle. This was robbery. Every attack he launched became her nourishment. Every successful strike became healing. Every exchange strengthened her. Meanwhile, his own reserves continued falling. Die already! Golden light erupted from his body. Thousands of golden runes appeared throughout the sky. The mountains rose. Even the earth itself rose. Everything transformed into weapons. A mountain several kilometers wide ripped free from the ground and smashed toward Lily. Another followed. Then another. And another. Within seconds, the sky was filled with falling mountains. Lily finally stopped charging. She looked upward. Then she opened her mouth even wider. She spoke out her law name before doing so, though in truth she did not need to use her mouth to devour. It was simply the most efficient and direct method. Eunuch Liang's eye twitched. Don't you dare. Lily dared. Her mouth expanded. then expanded again, and again. Chomp! One mountain disappeared. Chomp! A second vanished. Chomp! The third followed. The giantess happily continued eating while molten rock and shattered debris fell around her. Eunuch Liang felt something crack inside his heart. This thing was unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. Before Lily could finish her meal, dozens of golden chains erupted from beneath her feet. Unlike before, these chains wrapped around her arms, legs, waist, and neck simultaneously. The mountains themselves joined the suppression. For the first time, Lily's movement stopped. Eunuch Liang's eyes lit up. Finally he had managed to restrain her. Without hesitation, he thrust both hands forward. Mountain burial! The entire world shook. Thousands of mountains descended simultaneously. The sheer weight distorted space. Lily disappeared beneath the attack. Then came the impact. Boom! The mountain world trembled violently. Shockwaves spread across the horizon. Entire peaks shattered. Even Eunuch Liang was forced backward by the resulting force. For several seconds, silence descended. Then a sound echoed from beneath the pile of mountains. Crunch. Eunuch Liang froze. Crunch. 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 No! The sound grew louder. Crunch. 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 Then the mountains exploded apart. Lily burst free. Chunks of mountains were still in her mouth. She was literally chewing them. Not only that, the injuries she had accumulated throughout the entire battle were gone. Completely gone. Eunuch Liang stared blankly. His attention shifted for only a fraction of a second. Against ordinary opponents it would not matter. Against Lily it was fatal. The giantess vanished. Eunuch Liang's heart sank, but it was already too late. Colossal hand appeared around him. The old man barely raised a defense before the impact crushed it apart. Lily had caught him. Her gigantic hand enclosed him completely. The old man's face turned pale. It was then that he realized something, seeing as the giantess had not killed him even though she clearly could. From the very start, Lily had not been trying particularly hard to kill him. She had been trying to eat him. Slowly, very slowly. The giantess brought her hand toward her face. Eunuch Liang struggled frantically. Golden chains erupted. Golden mountains formed. Law power exploded. Everything smashed against Lily's fingers. Nothing worked. The hand continued moving. Closer, 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 until Eunuch Liang found himself staring directly at a gigantic mouth. A mouth large enough to swallow mountains. Soon his vision darkened amidst his screams. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1024 beginning. Meanwhile, in another hidden region of the second layer of the void, a completely different battle was taking place. Unlike Eunuch Liang's mountain world, this domain was bizarre. It was a world of scrolls. The sky was covered in endless burning scrolls stretching beyond sight. Rivers made entirely from parchment flowed across the land. Mountains of ancient documents rose toward the heavens. Some scrolls were golden. Some were black. Some burned with crimson flames. Others floated silently through the air as though possessing minds of their own. Countless words and runes drifted throughout the world. Every second, thousands of flaming scrolls opened and closed by themselves, releasing waves of law power into the surroundings. This was the domain of one of the Empire's legendary beings, the Scroll Sovereign. Among the 7 legendary beings, 3 belonged to the royal family. This included the Emperor and his 2 ancestors. The 4th was Eunuch Liang, who belonged to one of the Empire's eunuch forces. Among the remaining 3, 1 belonged to a powerful noble family, 1 was the Empire's military general, and the last was said to be an invited force. Or at least, this was the understanding of the 2 Empire ancestors. They were of course very mistaken, as even they had no idea of the true identity of the other 2. Most likely only the Emperor and the first ancestor who had died to Shoujo knew their true identities. The reason the first ancestor knew and not the other 2 was simple. He was their father. Yes, the figure who had fought against Shoujo had also mated with a legendary stage monster, who had birthed 2 children for him. As for why the two ancestors still did not know about this, and why even someone like Michael could find out, it was partly because of the decades-long seclusion where only the Emperor could meet them personally, and partly because the Emperor had deliberately ensured both sides never crossed paths. As for the outside world remaining unaware, on any normal day the two bloodlines were sealed. Only when fighting at full strength would their true identity be revealed. This was also why the two ancestors had noticed nothing when they briefly encountered them outside the void. They had only spared the two a glance before the Emperor answered their questions through voice transmission, offering a half-truth that concealed their real nature. Like the Emperor and Eunuch Liang, these two also hid their true power, though in the eyes of the outside world they openly appeared to be at the peak of rank 3. The Scroll Sovereign, on the other hand, was genuinely from a noble family, though he too had hidden his true strength from the world. Only a select few knew how powerful he truly was. At the center of the Scroll Sovereign's domain stood Beginning, a giant standing over 60 meters tall amidst the endless sea of burning scrolls. His gray skin resembled ancient stone. Countless wounds covered his body. Deep cuts, missing chunks of flesh, burning scars, broken bones protruding from several locations. Yet his expression remained completely calm, as though none of it mattered in the slightest. Meanwhile, in one enormous hand, Beginning was holding a man, the Scroll Sovereign. At this moment, the man was desperately struggling to escape. His face was pale, his breathing heavy, and a look of pure terror was painted across his entire expression. A gigantic flaming scroll descended from the sky. The scroll opened. Thousands of glowing runes erupted outward. The surrounding world immediately shook. Law skill, the old man roared desperately. World scripture annihilation. The countless runes condensed together, then transformed into a gigantic spear of blazing scripture hundreds of meters long. The attack descended directly toward Beginning. The spear struck. A massive explosion illuminated the entire domain. The surrounding scrolls burned away instantly as the resulting shockwave spread thousands of kilometers. When the light finally faded, what the Scroll Sovereign saw only deepened the dread in his heart. Beginning had not been stopped by the attack. The spear had pierced directly through his chest, creating a gigantic hole in the center of his body. One could see completely through him. His left arm had been torn off entirely. Half his ribs were gone. His internal organs had practically been vaporized. Even for a legendary being, such injuries were horrifying. And yet Beginning simply looked down at the hole in his chest, then returned his gaze to the old man. His expression never changed. Meanwhile, his aura seemed to climb even higher. The Scroll Sovereign's face lost all color. No! His voice trembled. No, no, no. This was not the first time something like this had happened. The series of injuries covering Beginning's body was proof of that. However, knowing how Beginning's law functioned, should all of those injuries not have disappeared already? Should his body not have healed completely and become even stronger? If nothing was wrong with his law, the answer was simple. Beginning was suppressing his own healing. At the start of their battle, Beginning had fought normally, or rather, as normally as Beginning ever fought. He had intentionally allowed the Scroll Sovereign to injure him, since every brush with death increased the power of his brutal rebirth. Initially, that had been his entire plan. Then a thought occurred to him and his entire approach changed. It was also the reason he had willingly entered the Scroll Sovereign's domain, and the reason he had tolerated injury after injury instead of ending the battle immediately. Beginning wanted the greatest possible benefit from this fight, and the way to achieve that was through his own law domain. Back in Hell, during his battle against the rank 4 Amazari, Beginning had already attempted something similar. At the time, rank 4 beings were heavily suppressed and his law had not been complete. What he created back then could only be described as a partial manifestation. Prototype. But things were different now. Beginning had advanced. He was a genuine rank 4 existence, and his law had evolved alongside him. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1025 Poor Scroll Sovereign. The law of brutal rebirth was not merely a law of healing. Its deepest concept was transformation through adversity. The closer one approached destruction, the greater the rebirth. The closer one approached death, the greater the return. Eventually, that understanding gave birth to Beginning's domain, which also happened to be a very rare type of domain. A trial domain. Unlike most domains, Beginnings did not necessarily require a hidden layer in the second layer of the void to manifest. It could become a world, but it did not have to. More importantly, it did not care about physical bodies. What mattered were souls and essence. As long as Beginning possessed even the slightest advantage over an opponent, he could forcibly drag their soul and essence into his trial domain. The trial domain was essentially a death battle, a brutal contest between two souls. The winner devoured. The loser was devoured. Simple, cruel, absolute. If Beginning won, the opponent's soul and essence would become nourishment for his rebirth. If Beginning lost, he would become nourishment instead. The victor would inherit everything: strength, potential, essence. It was direct and brutal strengthening. This was the rebirth Beginning had discovered within his law back in hell. It was also precisely because of this new plan that he had allowed the Scroll Sovereign to injure him so heavily. Back in hell, using this law domain had carried somewhat less risk since rank 4 beings had been suppressed there. Here, things were different. One mistake could kill him. If the gap between him and his opponent was too small, activating the trial domain would be gambling with his own existence. A slight advantage was not enough. Beginning wanted certainty. He wanted overwhelming superiority. So he endured, and endured, and endured. Every wound increased his strength. That was why he had not healed. Everything had been deliberate preparation. Everything had been leading to this moment. The Scroll Sovereign, however, knew none of this. All he knew was that the monster before him continued growing stronger. The more damage he dealt, the stronger Beginning became. Beginning stared silently at the struggling old man in his palm, then lowered his gaze toward the countless injuries covering his own body. For the first time, Beginning seemed satisfied. There was no point continuing. The Scroll Sovereign had already reached his limit. More importantly, Beginning had reached the limit of what he was willing to risk. The law of brutal rebirth was powerful, extremely powerful, but there was a limit. The closer he approached death, the stronger the return. However, if he truly died before that return arrived, then everything would become meaningless. Even Beginning understood that. A moment later, he stopped suppressing his healing. The entire domain shook violently. The Scroll Sovereign's eyes widened. Beginning's wounds began healing with terrifying speed. The flesh around the gigantic hole in his chest grew visibly before the eye. Broken bones twisted back into place. Missing organs regenerated. Cracks throughout his body disappeared one after another. The arm that had been completely torn off rapidly reformed. At the same time, his aura exploded upward. A terrifying shockwave swept across the scroll world. Countless burning scrolls were torn apart. The rivers of parchment below erupted into the sky. The Scroll Sovereign's face turned even paler. He wanted to escape. Unfortunately, he could not. Beginning was still holding him. The old man could feel his bones creaking. What are you?" The Scroll Sovereign's voice trembled. Beginning did not answer. He simply continued healing and growing stronger. If Michael had been present, he would have immediately noticed something shocking. Before the Hydrake's recent evolution, the current Beginning was no weaker than the Hydrake had been. In fact, he might have been stronger. Then the Scroll Sovereign felt a chill spread throughout his soul. A chill unlike anything he had experienced before. A dark aura began spreading from Beginning and quickly covered him entirely. This was Beginning's domain, and yes, it could be activated even within another's domain. This was not entirely unheard of. Cultivators with great control and understanding over their domain could create partial manifestations, like certain half-step rank 4 experts, and use some of their domain abilities inside another's territory. The only difference between that and Beginning was that for him it was entirely natural. The trial domain did not require territory. It did not require a world of space, because its battlefield had never been physical to begin with. Its battlefield was the soul and essence of the parties involved. The moment the dark aura completely covered him, the Scroll Sovereign suddenly lost control of his body. Everything froze. even beginning himself. Everything became motionless. The old man looked around in confusion. Then he noticed something horrifying. His body had become translucent. Was this his soul? No, something even deeper than that. It was a mixture of his soul and essence condensed together, a representation of his very existence. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, another figure appeared in the darkness opposite him. Beginning, the giant no longer possessed a physical body, yet his presence felt infinitely heavier. The countless injuries that had covered him earlier were gone. Though only essence mattered here, Beginning's essence was terrifying. The Scroll Sovereign immediately tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Putting aside whether he could even escape this domain, Beginning was no longer the weakened opponent from the start of their battle. The darkness exploded. Beginning appeared before him instantly. The Scroll Sovereign's eyes widened. No! The old man unleashed every technique he possessed. Countless scripture runes erupted around him. Golden scrolls appeared. Thousands of symbols flooded the darkness. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Or rather, everything happened too slowly. Beginning simply reached forward. His gigantic hand closed around the old man's soul. The Scroll Sovereign screamed, "Wait, wait, I surrender." Unfortunately, Beginning did not understand mercy. Nor did his domain possess such a concept. The trial domain had only two outcomes: victory or defeat, devour or be devoured. Nothing else. Before the Scroll Sovereign could react further, Beginning pulled him closer. The giant opened his mouth. The Scroll Sovereign struggled desperately, but Beginning's hand remained unmoving. He was brought closer and closer to the giant's mouth. "No!" His voice became weaker. "No!" Regret appeared in his eyes. It was unclear whether it was for personal reasons or whether he simply hated that he was dying for something like the Empire. Amidst his thoughts and screams, Beginning swallowed him. Gulp. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1026 Worry. Michael breathed heavily. His body was covered in injuries and his mana reserves were low, yet despite all that, his mood was excellent. Not only had he finally reached level 75, the maximum level of rank 3, but his advancement task had also finally been generated. After waiting for so long, he was finally about to see what stood between him and rank 4. Well, in truth, this could count as his fastest advancement speed outside when he wanted to advance to rank 1. Michael immediately focused on the system. However, before he could check the newly generated task, another notification suddenly appeared. Ding! You're undead. Lily has leveled up. Current level 86. Michael froze. What? For a moment he thought he had misread it. Level 86? Lily? Michael blinked several times. Then his expression became strange. His first thought was simple. Had the opponent Lily fought been a monster? After all, only monsters granted experience points. If Lily had killed a powerful monster, then reaching level 86 might not be impossible. But Michael immediately dismissed the idea. It made no sense. If Lily had killed a monster, he would have received a kill notification as her master and shared a portion of the experience gained. Yet he had received nothing, which meant Lily had not killed a monster. Michael's brows furrowed. Then realization slowly appeared in his eyes. Lily! A complicated expression crossed his face. The details of Lily's law flashed through his mind. Lily could devour the essence of whatever she wanted for personal benefit. Not only could she use it to absorb the traits of what she devoured, she could also use it to grow. Michael had known about the latter for a long time. After all, he had personally fed her many corpses. Yet until today, despite all that feeding, Lily had never directly gained a level from it. He had assumed it had something to do with the quality and quantity of what she consumed. In any case, for her to level up now, knowing Lily, there was a high probability she had eaten something. And that something was most likely her opponent. A silence fell over Michael. His expression became even more complicated. On one hand, he was pleased. His undead becoming stronger was naturally a good thing, especially an undead as terrifying as Lily. On the other hand, The person Lily had eaten had been human. An intelligent being, not a monster or some mindless creature. Michael stared at the notification panel for a few moments. Then he sighed. He was not yet at the stage where he could willingly feed a human to his undead, even knowing it would benefit them and even himself, since his talent could also devour their corpses for evolution points. But since he had not been there to make that call, he had no grounds to dwell on it. Before Michael could think any further, another notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Your undead beginning has leveled up to level 89. Michael's eyes widened. What was this nonsense? Normally his undead leveling up was great news, but when it came from beginning and Lily, it was strange in many ways. Did beginning leveling up mean his opponent had also been a monster in disguise? Even Michael did not believe such a coincidence was possible. So how had beginning leveled up from killing a human as well? Lily was understandable given her law, but beginning would not grow simply from eating someone. Oh! It was then that Michael recalled the ability of beginning's trial domain, and understanding washed over him. Though both undead were technically doing the same thing in a broad sense, beginning's method of devouring was far more acceptable to Michael than Lily's. Perhaps it was simply a matter of aesthetics. In any case, his undead leveling up was good news. It also meant that in addition to the 2 he had killed himself, plus the 2 the undead had accounted for, the Empire only had 3 legendary beings remaining out of their original 7. The Emperor was currently fighting the rank 4 demonic supernatural, while the Empire's 2 strongest protectors were battling the High Drake. Though he wanted to focus on his rank advancement quest now, Michael knew what his priority currently was. Aside from beginning, none of his current available forces could realistically assist the High Drake, and might even get themselves killed trying. That meant the only viable target left was the Emperor. With him gone, only those 2 serpent ancestors would remain, and with everything Michael could bring together, this battle with the Empire would soon be over. Thinking this, Michael took a deep breath and immediately made his way toward the Emperor's location in the void, while reaching out to Lily and beginning through their bond. Far away from Michael's battlefield, another battle was reaching a critical point. Purple flames and black water collided once more. The resulting explosion tore apart massive sections of the void as shockwaves spread in every direction. The Emperor's enormous serpent body twisted through the darkness. His obsidian scales were cracked in several places. Purple blood dripped into the void while flames burned between the gaps in his armor-like scales. Opposite him, the rank 4 demonic supernatural stood silently. Dark water flowed endlessly around its body. Its expression remained as calm and emotionless as ever. A gigantic serpent tail descended. The demonic supernatural raised a hand. An ocean condensed around its fist. The 2 attacks collided. Space shattered. The Emperor was forced backward several hundred meters. Normally, such an exchange would not have affected his composure. Unfortunately, he could not calm down. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. The Emperor's eyes flickered across the surrounding void. Where were they? The battle had been going on for a long time. His side had possessed 7 legendary beings. The enemy had only 5. Even accounting for the terrifying strength Michael's forces had displayed, numerical superiority still existed. By now, at least one battlefield should have been resolved and someone should have appeared to reinforce him. Yet there was nothing. Only silence. The Emperor's heart gradually sank. A terrible possibility surfaced within his mind, one he immediately suppressed. _Draken. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1027 Running Away. These were legendary beings. People who had dominated entire eras and could destroy kingdoms easily. Even if they lost, they should have been able to retreat. Yet still no one had appeared, and even the Emperor could not enjoy his own confidence now. The Emperor's expression became increasingly ugly. His instincts screamed that something terrible had happened. Ha! The demonic supernatural suddenly appeared before him. The Emperor reacted a fraction too slowly. A fist wrapped in endless black water smashed directly into his jaw. In the eyes of others, it might have looked like nothing more than a large sphere of water surrounding the combatants. But the Emperor knew it carried the weight of an ocean. Kreia Abum. The gigantic serpent's head snapped sideways. Several scales exploded. Purple blood scattered across the void. The Emperor immediately recovered. Unfortunately, the demonic supernatural had already launched another attack. A sea condensed around its arm once more. Demonic abyss crushing tide. Krea Abum. The fist landed squarely against the Emperor's chest. This time dozens of scales shattered. The Emperor's enormous body shot backward like a meteor. Visible anger immediately appeared on his face. The demonic supernatural watched him silently. Then it spoke. "You are distracted." The Emperor's eyes narrowed. He did not answer, but the other party was correct. He was distracted. Very distracted. The silence from the other battlefields was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. "Shut it and fight." The Emperor exploded forward again. This time his attacks became noticeably fiercer. Purple flames flooded the void. The demonic supernatural met every attack head-on. The two exchanged dozens of blows in seconds. Each collision shattered space. Yet despite fighting at full strength, the Emperor's unease only continued growing. Then suddenly, a strange fluctuation spread through the void. The Emperor froze as he watched three figures rapidly making their way toward him through the darkness. Each figure looked like they had been through a war, yet each also carried a terrifying aura. Though he did not know any of them individually, he recognized what they represented. And it was precisely because he recognized them that his heart shook. If these three were here, then what had happened to their opponents? The three figures were, of course, Michael and the two undead who had gathered together to deal with the Emperor. What Michael did not expect was that the moment they appeared, the Emperor would immediately retreat. The gigantic serpent did not hesitate. Purple flames exploded throughout the void as the Emperor forcibly broke away from the demonic supernatural and shot toward the edge of the battlefield. The demonic supernatural immediately attempted to pursue. Unfortunately, the Emperor was willing to pay any price. Several scales exploded from his body. His aura weakened slightly, yet his speed increased dramatically. In a few breaths, he vanished into the distance. Michael was stunned. He ran. Even beginning paused briefly. The current beginning was no weaker than the two serpent ancestors fighting the High Drake. After absorbing the Scroll Sovereign and completing his rebirth, the aura he radiated had become terrifying. Even Michael had been surprised when they regrouped. Facing a demonic supernatural, Michael, Lily, and the current beginning simultaneously was enough to make any sane legendary being reconsider their life choices. The Emperor had simply chosen the most practical option. However, Michael's expression soon changed as he recalled his undead outside. The Emperor froze as he watched three figures rapidly making their way toward him through the darkness. Each figure looked like they had been through a war, yet each also carried a terrifying aura. The moment that thought appeared, anxiety rose in his heart. Aside from the undead, he had been able to unsummon to the netherworld through undead summoning. Many others had forced their way out of the void after the battle began. If the Emperor targeted them, the result would be disastrous. A rank 4 being could easily massacre many rank 3 creatures. Even extraordinary undead would not last long. Unfortunately, the void trap only seemed effective against outsiders. The Emperor himself appeared capable of leaving freely, which explained why he had escaped so quickly. However, Michael was not particularly worried about leaving himself. With beginning, Lily, and the demonic supernatural assisting him, breaking out of the void would not take long. The real concern was whether the Emperor would decide to vent his anger on the undead army before they could arrive. "Move!" Michael shot forward. Beginning followed immediately. Lily's gigantic figure tore through the void behind them, while the demonic supernatural silently joined the pursuit. The group crossed the second layer of the void at astonishing speed. A few seconds later, they burst out into the outside world. Michael's eyes immediately swept across the battlefield. Then he froze. Ha! The sight before him completely caught him off guard. His undead were fine. Not only were they alive, they appeared completely untouched. The massive undead army still filled the skies and surrounding regions. Instead, something else had happened. The capital was glowing. More specifically, it was the Imperial Palace. A gigantic dome of golden light had appeared over the entire palace grounds. Runes flowed across its surface. The light was so bright it illuminated half the capital. Michael immediately recognized what it was. A protection formation. His expression became strange. Then finally he spoke. Did the Emperor just lock himself inside his own palace? Even he found it difficult to believe. This was the ruler of the Black Serpent Empire. A rank for existence. A being feared throughout the entire region. And now he was hiding behind a formation. Michael's gaze shifted toward the glowing barrier. His eyes slowly narrowed. If the Emperor was willing to retreat to this extent, then there were only a few possibilities. Either the formation possessed enough power to stop all of them, or the Emperor himself had already lost confidence in winning, or he was planning something. Michael strongly suspected it was the second or third. Far below, countless cultivators, soldiers, and nobles stared at the glowing palace. Many of them were equally stunned. Meanwhile, high above the city, Michael slowly smiled. If the Emperor thought hiding inside a formation would end this battle, then he was about to be very disappointed. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1028 Blood Sacrifice 1. With a thought, the sovereign pipa appeared in Michael's hand. The 3-star epic treasure radiated a faint pressure that seemed to stir the surrounding air. Michael did not hesitate. He immediately tossed it toward the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Use it. The demonic supernatural caught the instrument without question. Unlike Michael, who was relatively weakened and running on depleted mana reserves, the demonic supernatural still possessed enough power to fully utilize the treasure. Michael's eyes remained fixed on the glowing palace. The Emperor had clearly prepared something. The man did not strike him as a coward, so Michael did not dare underestimate him, nor was he currently qualified to. The problem was that Michael did not know the Emperor's plans. Fortunately or unfortunately, he did not need to wait long to find out. A gaff. A horrifying scream suddenly erupted from within the palace. The sound echoed throughout the entire capital. Everyone froze. Cultivators, soldiers, nobles, even Michael's undead. The scream did not sound like a single person. It sounded like close to 1,000. Countless voices merged together into a single terrifying cry. Michael's expression changed instantly. Crea abum. The next moment, a pillar of bloody light erupted from the center of the palace. The protective formation trembled violently. Crimson energy flooded the heavens. At the same time, an aura began rising, growing stronger and stronger. The pressure rapidly climbed toward a terrifying level. Michael's eyes remained narrowed. The aura felt familiar, very familiar. It's the Emperor. Meanwhile, feeling the aura coming from the palace, blood drained from the faces of countless spectators. Michael remained focused on the Emperor's aura. It carried the Emperor's presence, yet it was also different. More violent, more chaotic, very unstable. It was as though countless presences had been mixed together into a single existence. Crea abum. The bloody pillar expanded again. The aura continued rising. Soon it approached beginning's current level. Michael immediately understood he could no longer keep waiting. Whatever the Emperor was doing, it could not be allowed to continue. Attack! Break it now! His voice thundered across the capital. The moment the command left his mouth, beginning moved. The giant's body rapidly expanded. 60 meters. 70. 80. The surrounding air exploded as his terrifying physique loomed above the capital. Countless people looked up in horror. The giant raised his fist. Meanwhile, the demonic supernatural had already raised the sovereign pipa. The amount of mana entering it was far greater than anything Michael had previously supplied. The strings immediately began trembling violently. The demonic supernatural's finger landed on the first string. Shattering pluck. Twea awang. The sound exploded across the heavens. Unlike Michael's previous attacks, this was a rank 4 existence wielding the treasure. The difference was immediately obvious. A concentrated sonic burst shot forward, appearing almost invisible. Only a thin line distorting reality itself marked its passage. Then it struck. Krea Abum. The golden barrier shook violently. Countless runes exploded apart. Cracks instantly spread across the surface. Far below, screams erupted throughout the capital, while the bloody aura inside the palace fluctuated. Again, Michael roared. The demonic supernatural plucked the string a second time. Twea Awang. Another sonic burst erupted, even stronger than the first. The protective formation trembled violently. Entire sections of the barrier caved inward. The golden light dimmed. At the same moment, Beginning attacked. His gigantic fist descended from the heavens. The world seemed to go silent for a fraction of a second. Then, Krabom. The fist smashed directly into the weakened formation. The capital shook. Buildings collapsed. Shockwaves flattened entire districts. The protective barrier distorted dramatically. Thousands of cracks spread across its surface. Inside the palace, the bloody aura suddenly surged again. Michael's expression immediately darkened. Not only had the attack failed to stop whatever ritual was occurring, it seemed to have accelerated it. Faster! Beginning attacked again. The demonic supernatural plucked another string. Twaong. Krea Abum. Twaong. Krea Abum. The barrier trembled continuously. Chunks of golden light exploded away. Runes shattered as formation nodes collapsed. The entire capital watched in horror as the protection formation of the palace was slowly torn apart. Yet despite the terrifying attacks raining down upon it, the bloody aura within the palace only continued rising. The pressure spreading from within was becoming increasingly suffocating. Michael's expression darkened. This could not continue. Together, his voice echoed throughout the sky. Beginning moved immediately. The giant drew back his fist while the demonic supernatural simultaneously placed its fingers upon the first string of the sovereign pipa once more. The heavens shook. The concentrated sonic burst tore through space itself. At the exact same moment, Beginning's fist descended. The two attacks landed simultaneously. This time the protective formation could no longer endure. The already damaged runes shattered one after another. Entire sections of the barrier collapsed. Golden light exploded outward. Then, Kraak. A gigantic crack spread from the center of the formation. For a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then the entire defensive barrier exploded. Krea Amabuaboom. A storm of golden fragments swept across the capital. The palace grounds were finally exposed. What everyone saw caused countless faces to pale. Michael's expression immediately changed. The palace, or rather what remained of it, was devastation. The majority of the palace complex had already collapsed. Spread throughout the entire area were bodies. Hundreds of bodies. Men, women, children, servants, guards. The dead were everywhere. Blood covered the ground. It flowed through the ruins like rivers. Even many of the Empire's surviving experts outside the palace who had remained loyal until now stared in disbelief. The scene resembled a sacrifice. A massive sacrifice. At the center of it all stood 11 figures. Or rather, 11 corpses. Their bodies remained standing despite being completely drained. Their skin had shrunk tightly against their bones. Their eyes were hollow. Their expressions were frozen in pain. And standing amongst them was the Emperor. He had returned to his human form. Blood-red veins covered his entire body. His black robes had long since disappeared. Crimson energy continuously flowed from the 11 corpses into him. The surrounding space distorted from the pressure. The Emperor's rising aura had now stabilized, though even then it seemed marginally stronger than Beginning beside him. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1029 Blood Sacrifice 2. Michael's frown deepened. Even from thousands of meters away, his eyesight remained terrifying. After absorbing so many memories recently, he immediately recognized 8 among the standing figures. 8 of them were direct descendants of the Emperor. The remaining 3 were unfamiliar, but judging from their position and aura, They were clearly not ordinary individuals either. Most likely direct descendants of the Emperor as well. The moment Michael saw them, realization immediately struck him. So that's what you did. A rare trace of disgust appeared on his face. The Emperor had sacrificed them. Their blood, their vitality, their essence, everything. All of it had been fed into himself. The bloody aura flooding the heavens suddenly made sense. The instability, the violent fluctuations, the mixture of countless presences. Michael finally understood why the aura had felt so strange earlier. It was because it was no longer entirely the Emperor's. It was a fusion, a forced amalgamation created through sacrifice. Far below, many of the Empire's experts reached the same conclusion. At the center of the ruins, the Emperor slowly raised his head. His eyes had become completely crimson. The bloody aura around him surged violently. Then his gaze locked onto Michael. A vicious smile slowly spread across his face. You forced me to this point. Crea Abum. The 11 corpses instantly collapsed into dust. The Emperor's aura surged once more. Michael felt his heart sink slightly. Beginning! He had only just shouted the giant's name when a figure suddenly appeared barely 10 meters away from him. The speed was so absurd that Michael's pupils contracted instantly. Too fast. Far too fast. The Emperor's crimson eyes locked onto him. A vicious grin stretched across his face. Michael felt death descend upon him. Every instinct screamed. Even his soul seemed to freeze. This attack would kill him. Just as the Emperor's claw-like hand was about to reach him, TWANG. The heavens exploded with sound. The demonic supernatural reacted first. The first string of the sovereign pipa vibrated violently. A concentrated sonic burst erupted forward. The attack struck the Emperor's side. Cray boom. The Emperor was blasted sideways. The sonic wave distorted space itself. Unfortunately, Michael was just as close. The shockwave swept over him as well. Crea Abum. Michael felt as though an entire mountain had smashed into him. His body spun uncontrollably through the air. Several of his ribs cracked. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. A cold sweat covered his back. Fortunately, he was still alive. If not for the demonic supernatural's intervention, he would already be dead. Meanwhile, Beginning had already reacted. The giant's eyes locked onto the Emperor. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Crea Abum. A fist larger than buildings descended toward the Emperor. Yet this time the Emperor did not run. Instead, the bloody aura around him erupted and his body suddenly began changing. His human form rapidly distorted as he entered his bloodline state. Beginning's punch landed. Just as the Emperor's claw-like hand was about to reach him, TWANG. Cray boom. The Emperor crossed his claws. The collision shook the entire capital. Shockwaves flattened countless buildings. Space shattered. However, seeing the Emperor's transformation, not only were the Empire's experts shocked, even Michael's eyes widened. The creature standing before him no longer resembled the 200-meter serpent from before. No, it looked frighteningly familiar. Massive wings, draconic claws, a scaled body, a long tail, powerful neck, and a head that carried both serpentine and draconic characteristics. It looked eerily similar to his undead Hydrake. Not identical, but close enough that Michael immediately recognized the connection. The Emperor slowly lowered his claws. Purple flames dripped from his mouth. His crimson eyes glowed with madness. The aura rolling from his body became increasingly unstable, yet it was undeniably powerful. Realization struck Michael. Just as he had done with his rank 4 undead Hydrake, the Emperor had also used the Black Serpent bloodline to push the purity of his bloodline further. The Emperor looked toward Michael and laughed. The sound was completely unhinged. Crea Abum. His wings expanded. A pressure even greater than before swept across the capital. Countless people collapsed to their knees. Even many rank 3 experts turned pale. Before Michael could fully process the Emperor's transformation, Beginning had already moved. Unlike everyone else present, Beginning did not care about bloodlines. He cared about one thing, the Emperor's face. Krea Abum. The giant vanished. The Emperor's newly transformed eyes narrowed slightly. Fast. Beginning appeared directly before him and threw a punch. The Emperor immediately counterattacked. His claw descended. The collision shattered the surrounding sky. For a brief moment, both figures froze. Then the Emperor's claw tore straight through Beginning's shoulder. Purple flames erupted. Half the giant's upper body exploded apart. Blood rained from the sky. The surrounding spectators gasped as many dodged or sought shelter. Even Michael's expression changed. That attack had been devastating. However, the Emperor's expression suddenly became strange. Unlike others who had fought Beginning, he sensed that the attack could have been blocked, yet seemed to have been taken deliberately. And as expected, KRAAABOOM. The law of brutal rebirth activated. The flesh around Beginning's injury immediately began regenerating. And as the healing completed, Beginning's aura rose significantly. The Emperor frowned. What? Beginning answered with another punch. This time the Emperor was forced backward. The capital grounds shook. The Emperor's expression changed. The previous attack had not possessed this level of force. Yet before he could think further, Beginning attacked again. The Emperor met him head-on. Krea Abum. A claw pierced through Beginning's abdomen. Krea Abum. A flame blade sliced across his chest. Krea Abum. Purple flames exploded throughout his body. Any one of those attacks would have severely injured an ordinary rank for being. Beginning endured all of them. Then once again, KRAABOOM. His injuries healed. The gigantic holes disappeared. The severed flesh regenerated. The burns vanished. And his aura climbed again. The Emperor's confusion deepened. The stronger he injured Beginning, the stronger Beginning became. What kind of monster are you? Uncertainty appeared in the Emperor's voice. Beginning remained silent. The giant merely looked at him. A strange light flickered within his eyes. The Emperor felt like Beginning seemed almost satisfied. Michael suddenly realized what Beginning was doing. His expression immediately changed. Wait! Unfortunately, he was too late. The Emperor suddenly felt a chill spread through his body. A very familiar one. The same chill the Scroll Sovereign had felt before his death. Beginning slowly raised a hand. Darkness spread outward. The surrounding air became heavy. The Emperor's pupils contracted. What is this? The darkness continued spreading. Beginning's voice finally sounded. Calm and emotionless. Trial_Draken. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1030 Unfavorable Situation. The moment the word fell from Beginning's mouth, alarm appeared in the Emperor's eyes. What are you doing? Beginning did not answer. He simply extended his hand, letting the darkness spread outward to touch the Emperor, who tried to dodge but could not. Above the capital, countless supernaturals felt their souls tremble simply from staring at the sea of darkness overhead. Even Michael felt goosebumps spread across his body. The physical bodies of Beginning and the Emperor stopped moving. Both figures remained suspended in midair. It was as though time itself had stopped for them. What happened? Why did they stop? What's going on? Panic spread throughout the capital. Most of it came from the citizens who had at some point emerged from their hiding places for reasons known only to themselves. A gigantic sea of darkness had appeared overhead, and within it stood two colossal figures. Together with the physical representations of the Emperor's and Beginning's essence, it felt as though four gigantic creatures loomed above the capital sky, creating a dreadful feeling that hell itself was about to descend. The Emperor's soul form resembled an enormous draconic serpent. Bloody energy flowed endlessly through its body. Countless screaming faces could be seen beneath its scales, obviously the remnants of the sacrifices he had consumed. Meanwhile, opposite him stood Beginning, a gigantic humanoid titan. His body appeared forged from stone. Michael stared upward silently, worry etched into his expression. He knew this was probably the same method Beginning had used to level up moments ago, but it was a different story when the undead used his domain while Michael was not close by versus when he was present and aware. Michael would have preferred Beginning's domain be used on creatures far weaker than him, where the outcome was far more stable and certain. Now it might seem as though Beginning had the advantage since he had forcefully dragged the other party into his domain, but when the gap in strength was not sufficiently large, anything could happen. Michael himself was proof of that, which was precisely why he disliked this sort of reckless behavior. Unfortunately, through his connection with Beginning, he could tell that his undead had grown quite greedy. It most likely stemmed from the significant increase in strength Beginning had only just undergone. It did not matter whether it was an undead or a living creature. The instinctive desire for more strength was universal. Far above, inside the sea of darkness, the Emperor finally understood what had happened. His expression changed drastically. "You dragged me into your domain?" His voice thundered across the darkness. The Emperor immediately tried to retreat. Unfortunately, nothing happened. The sea of darkness possessed no exit. At the same time, foreign information about the domain drilled into his mind. The Emperor's expression finally became ugly. What he hated most was a battle with life and death as the stakes, and this creature had just forced him into exactly that. Thinking this, the soul of the Emperor turned to glare at Michael outside. At this point, he had already realized that these creatures were not mindless beasts. Though he did not believe they belonged to Michael or even think in that direction, the Emperor had concluded that Michael was an important figure within the group that wished to destroy his empire. Feeling the Emperor's gaze on him, Michael angrily returned the glare. After all, if it was not for this man, he would not be worrying about the life and death of his undead. Well, it was technically already a dead being, but that was beside the point. Clearly, Michael was feeling a mixture of justifiable and entirely unreasonable anger. The battle unfolded almost exactly as Michael had feared. Beginning was stronger. That much was undeniable. However, strength and victory were not the same thing. The Emperor had lived for decades. Beginning had not even existed for a full year. The difference in combat experience was significant. Whether in terms of practical experience or simply years of existence, Beginning was ultimately a newborn. An extraordinarily powerful newborn, but a newborn nonetheless. Inside the sea of darkness, the two colossal soul forms collided repeatedly. Boom! Beginning's fist crashed into the Emperor's jaw. Then a moment later, the Emperor twisted his body unnaturally and tore 3 massive chunks of essence from Beginning's shoulder. The giant staggered. For the first time since the battle began, Beginning's aura dropped slightly. Below, Michael's expression changed. The Emperor's eyes widened in surprise as realization struck him. So that's how it works. The foreign information granted by the trial domain had already explained the rules. Victory or defeat. Devour or be devoured. With the rules of Beginning's domain, among roughly equal opponents, the first one to successfully consume the essence of the other would strengthen themselves while weakening their opponent. The Emperor looked down at his body. The fragments of Beginning's essence were already dissolving into him. A moment later, his aura rose. At the same time, Beginning's aura fell by an equal amount. The two were now almost perfectly equal. The Emperor froze. Then a smile slowly spread across his face. A genuine smile mixed with pure joy. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed throughout the sea of darkness. The bloody draconic serpent raised its head. The benefits were far greater than he had imagined. The domain's information had told him what the rewards would be, but understanding something and experiencing it were entirely different matters. The strengthening was immediate, direct, and perfect. There was no refinement process, no bottleneck, no waste. Everything became his. The Emperor felt power flooding through every part of his soul. His eyes brightened. The fear he had initially felt rapidly disappeared, replaced entirely by greed. His gaze locked onto Beginning. The giant no longer looked like a threat. He looked like an opportunity, a heaven-sent opportunity. If I kill you, the Emperor's excitement deepened as his thoughts began to race. If I completely devour you, the current increase alone was already significant. What if he won completely? What if he absorbed everything? Wouldn't he emerge from this domain as a completely different existence? Wouldn't he stand equal to or even surpass his 2 ancestors? The more he thought, the more the Emperor began to see a path opening before him. The Black Serpent Empire? Suddenly it seemed too small. Far too small. Why stop there? Why remain confined to a single empire? Why continue bowing before his ancient ancestors? Why not set his eyes on the neighboring empires? Ambition ignited in the Emperor's heart. His laughter echoed once more. Ha 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 ha. Outside the domain, Michael's expression darkened. He could not hear the Emperor's thoughts, but through his connection with beginning he could feel something changing. The Emperor was becoming more dangerous. He also seemed to have grown considerably more confident. This was not a good sign. Inside the sea of darkness, the Emperor spread his wings. Bloody energy flooded the horizon. His eyes locked onto beginning. Thank you. The Emperor smiled. It was a strange sight on a serpent's face, but a smile it was nonetheless. I was worried this would be a life and death trap. His expression shifted. A vicious grin stretched across his face. But now, this looks more like an opportunity. Boom! The draconic serpent shot forward. Beginning charged at the exact same moment. Two gigantic soul forms collided once more. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1031 Conflicting Thought. If beginning could not defeat the Emperor while possessing a clear advantage in power, then there was even less chance of overwhelming him now that both stood at nearly the same level. That was the cruel reality of combat. Strength mattered. Experience mattered too. And in that regard, the Emperor possessed decades of advantage. Boom! The sea of darkness exploded once more. Beginning's gigantic fist smashed toward the Emperor's head. The draconic serpent twisted its body with impossible flexibility. The attack brushed past his scales before he counterattacked instantly. His claw swept across Beginning's ribs. Boom! A massive section of the giant's side exploded apart. Before Beginning could recover, the Emperor's tail struck. Boom! The Titan was blasted backward through the darkness. The Emperor pursued relentlessly. For the first time since entering the trial domain, he had completely abandoned caution. Why would he be cautious? The more he fought, the more benefits he obtained. The more Beginning weakened, the stronger he became. Boom! The Emperor appeared above Beginning. Claw descended. Beginning blocked. The collision shook the darkness. Then another claw followed. Then another. Then another. The Emperor attacked like a storm. His mountain of combat experience was finally being displayed in full. Beginning fought back fiercely. His fists shattered scales. His kicks fractured bones. Several times he even forced the Emperor backward. Though they were only in their soul states, what they felt was just as real as what their physical bodies would have experienced. Yet, unlike before, the Emperor no longer feared exchanging injuries. He welcomed them. Boom! Beginning's fist smashed into the Emperor's neck. Several scales shattered. At the same moment, however, the Emperor's jaws snapped shut around Beginning's forearm. The darkness trembled. Below, Michael's expression hardened further. No! Inside the trial domain, excitement lit up the Emperor's eyes. Chomp! A massive chunk of Beginning's essence disappeared. The giant staggered. His aura immediately dropped. Meanwhile, the Emperor's body shook. Then, boom! His aura surged upward once more. The strengthening was immediate. The Emperor's laughter echoed throughout the darkness. Ha 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 ha! It really works. He released Beginning's arm and retreated several hundred meters, his gaze sweeping across his own body. He could feel it. Every bite made him stronger. Every bite made Beginning weaker. Beginning's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unbothered. But Michael could clearly feel the difference through their connection. Beginning was losing, and if something did not change soon, he would die. At that point, there would be no use worrying about Beginning either, as they would all have to worry about their own lives. The Emperor was simply too skilled. Boom! The battle resumed. The giant's attacks remained terrifying, yet whenever the two exchanged injuries, it was almost always the Emperor who emerged with the greater gain. Minutes passed. Then the Emperor intentionally allowed Beginning's fist to strike his shoulder. At the same time, however, his claws pierced directly into Beginning's chest. The giant froze. The Emperor smiled, then pulled. Re-yip! Another enormous chunk of Beginning's essence was torn free. For a moment, the entire sea of darkness seemed to freeze. The Emperor immediately swallowed it. Gulp! Boom! His aura exploded upward again. Meanwhile, Beginning's aura visibly weakened. The Emperor spread his wings. Bloody energy flooded the darkness. His eyes gleamed with greed. More. He wanted more. He could already see the future. Defeat this giant. Devour everything. Leave this domain. Surpass the ancestors. Conquer neighboring empires. Become the true ruler of the region. The Emperor's gaze locked onto Michael outside the domain. He flashed him a smile before charging at Beginning again. At this point, he believed he was going to win. He was not alone in that belief. Michael, as Beginning's master, felt the same way. Michael's expression darkened further. He felt helpless. He wanted to help, but unfortunately he dared not. The moment he tried to interfere with the trial domain, the domain itself would react. He had already witnessed this once before, back in Hell. A rank 4 emissary had nearly suppressed Beginning during an earlier use of the domain. At the time, one of the surrounding allies had attempted to assist. The result was immediate. The trial domain had forcefully dragged them inside as a participant. The moment one interfered, they became part of the trial, and once inside there was only one way out. Victory or death. Even if some miracle occurred and Michael entered the domain and helped Beginning kill the Emperor, there would still be a problem. The trial domain only released participants when a single victor remained. That meant if both he and Beginning survived, one of them would still have to die. The winner would devour. The loser would be devoured. That was the absolute rule governing Beginning's law. Michael had no intention of gambling his life on that. Nor did he intend to gamble Beginning's. Above him, the sea of darkness shook violently. Another portion of Beginning's essence disappeared. The Emperor's laughter followed shortly afterward. Michael clenched his fists. Damn it! For the first time in a long while, he felt powerless. Then suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a memory surfaced. Back in Hell, the ally that had been dragged into the trial domain had been eaten by Beginning almost immediately. At the time, Michael had not paid much attention. After all, the situation then was chaotic, and the important thing was that Beginning had survived. But now Michael could not help but start recalling everything carefully. Though it was tragic that the helper had died, they had also strengthened Beginning in the process. Michael slowly raised his head. His gaze returned toward the sea of darkness. If interference drags someone into the domain, and if that person dies, Beginning would devour them for greater strength and perhaps even reverse the situation entirely. Boom! Above the capital, Beginning was thrown backward again. Another portion of his essence vanished. The Emperor's advantage continued growing. Michael's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The trial domain only cared about participants. It did not care whose side they were on. It only cared about winners and losers. Meaning, if enough participants entered and Beginning could devour them to strengthen himself, it could theoretically reverse the battle entirely. Unfortunately, there was a problem. Who exactly was he supposed to sacrifice? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1032 Sacrifice. Michael immediately rejected several possibilities. He first thought of the Emperor's subjects, but unfortunately he still was not cruel enough for that. Michael's expression became conflicted as he started battling with his sense of morals. Then subconsciously, his eyes drifted downward toward the hundreds upon hundreds of undead spread across the capital. All were rank 3. None of them individually mattered much compared to Beginning. Michael froze. Then he looked again. His breathing slowly stopped. A thought appeared inside his mind. A thought so ruthless that even he instinctively recoiled from it. If a few dozen, even hundreds. Yes, the number was more than enough, Michael thought. If even a fraction of them were dragged into the trial domain and Beginning devoured them, they would become fuel for his victory. Michael stared at the undead below. The undead stared back with empty eyes. For a long moment he said nothing. The battle above continued. Beginning kept losing while the Emperor kept growing stronger. A dangerous light appeared in Michael's eyes. He could see a possible way to turn the tables. The only question remaining was whether he was willing to pay the price. It did not take long for Michael to make a decision. Come. His voice echoed through the battlefield. Soon, 100 rank 3 undead stood before him. Various undead of different forms and strengths, all waiting silently. The surrounding experts were confused by Michael's actions. Nobody understood what he was doing, but nobody dared to interrupt either. Michael stared at the undead before him. A strange feeling appeared inside his chest. Truthfully speaking, Michael was not particularly close to most of them. How could he be? He possessed thousands of undead. Building meaningful relationships with every single one was impossible, especially when he had only been a necromancer for less than a year. The undead closest to him were only a few, and most of the time they were either the strongest, the most unique of his legion, or the ones that had stayed with him the longest. These 100? Some of them Michael did not even know by race from memory alone. Yet despite that, his expression remained complicated. After all, they still belonged to him and were loyal to him as their master. And now he was about to send them to their deaths. For a brief moment, Michael wondered if something was wrong with him. Perhaps only Michael would think something like this. If an orthodox necromancer were to hear his thoughts, they would not just laugh. They would spit on him with disgust and mock him, call him immature, naive, and weak-hearted. To most necromancers, only special undead mattered. The strongest, the rarest, the most useful. Everything else was simply resources, consumables, and expendable assets. If sacrificing 100 ordinary undead could save a powerful one, there was nothing worth considering. If sacrificing 1,000 weak undead could strengthen a rank 4 servant, most necromancers would do it without blinking. In fact, many would celebrate. Profitable transaction. That was all it would be. Nothing more. Nothing less. Michael also understood that logic. Objectively speaking, it was only right. Beginning alone was worth far more than these 100 undead combined. 1,000 times more. Perhaps 10,000 times more. The giant was one of the foundations supporting his entire future. Without beginning, his current law would not exist as it did, and he would likely have turned to bones somewhere in hell. Meanwhile, these undead could be replaced. Yet despite understanding all of that, Michael still felt uncomfortable. Unfortunately, reality rarely cared about feelings. Above the capital, the sea of darkness shook violently again. Another portion of beginning's essence disappeared. The Emperor's triumphant laughter followed immediately afterward. Michael's expression hardened. The conflict in his eyes vanished. Sorry. The word escaped his mouth quietly. The undead naturally gave no response. They merely continued waiting for orders. The first thing Michael did was sever his connection to the 100 undead. His body trembled slightly. A small backlash traveled through his soul. Yet compared to the pain he would experience if 100 contracted undead died simultaneously while still connected to him, this was insignificant. A slight headache. Nothing more. Michael immediately stabilized himself. He had done this for 2 reasons. The first was that he had absolutely no idea whether undead participating in the trial domain while still bound to him would cause the domain to classify him as a participant as well. If that happened, everything would be over. The second reason was even simpler. Pain. Back in hell, the death of multiple undead had almost crippled him from soul backlash. His soul was stronger now, but pain was still pain. So he cut the connections. For a brief moment, the 100 undead became ownerless. But Michael was not worried. Even after severing the contracts, the undead still stood obediently before him. The reason was simply his class, Death's Heir. The class itself granted him near absolute dominance over dead creatures. These undead were no longer his servants, yet they still obeyed him just as naturally as before. Michael slowly looked over them. Above the capital, the sea of darkness shook again. Through his connection with beginning, Michael felt another loss. The Emperor was slowly winning. Michael's expression hardened. Command traveled outward. The 100 undead immediately rose into the sky. Whoosh, 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 like arrows released from a bow, they shot upward toward the sea of darkness. Many of the surviving experts immediately noticed. What are they doing? Where are they going? Some began to realize something. Their faces changed. Even the Emperor, who was currently tearing chunks from Beginning's essence, noticed the approaching figures. His eyes narrowed. What is he doing now? Meanwhile, Michael reached through his connection with Beginning and sent it a simple message. The 100 undead had already approached the edge of the Sea of Darkness. The domain reacted immediately. *n. Thank you for the continued support. Update rate is back to normal. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1033 200 Replacement. The moment the trial domain classified the 100 undead as participants, their essence forms were dragged from their bodies one after another. Above the capital, a strange sight appeared. 100 translucent figures emerged from the physical bodies of the undead. Some were wolves. Some were insects. Some were humanoid undead. Others possessed bizarre forms entirely their own. Inside the domain, the Emperor's eyes widened. What? 100 new participants had suddenly appeared inside the domain. The newcomers were insignificant individually. Compared to him and Beginning, they were little more than ants, yet their sudden arrival immediately disrupted the flow of battle. The Emperor's gaze shifted toward Michael outside the domain. Then realization appeared. You! His expression darkened. Meanwhile, the moment the 100 undead appeared, Beginning immediately acted. Boom! A devastating punch forced the Emperor backward. The attack was not particularly powerful, at least not powerful enough to seriously injure him. But that had never been the objective. Taking advantage of the opening created, Beginning retreated toward the 100 undead who were already rushing toward him. The Emperor's expression changed. No! At that moment he finally understood what was happening. Unfortunately, he was too late. The 100 undead possessed no intention of fighting. The giant opened his mouth wide. Unlike the Emperor, who had to overpower his prey and tear away chunks of essence through combat, Beginning faced no resistance. The undead willingly entered. The entire process was instantaneous. One after another, their essence forms dissolved into streams of energy before disappearing into Beginning. The Sea of Darkness shook violently. The surrounding darkness surged like an endless storm. The Emperor's face became increasingly ugly. Stop! He exploded forward. Unfortunately, he was too far away. Everything happened too quickly. The giant's aura exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept through the Sea of Darkness. Beginning's previously weakened essence body immediately stabilized. The portions torn away by the Emperor rapidly recovered. His fading aura surged upward once more. Not enough to completely surpass the Emperor, but more than enough that the Emperor could no longer do anything decisive to him in a short period of time. The Emperor's expression became distorted. The advantage he had painstakingly accumulated throughout the battle instantly disappeared. Beginning was still weaker, yet the difference was no longer significant. More importantly, the Emperor could no longer rapidly snowball his advantage. The giant now possessed enough strength that every exchange would become dangerous again. Damn you! The Emperor roared. His draconic body erupted forward. Boom! The two colossal figures collided once more. Far outside the domain, Michael released a slow breath. The gamble had worked. Beginning was still losing. But now the Emperor could no longer devour him to death within a short period of time. The battle had been dragged back into uncertainty. Michael pulled his attention away from the battle overhead. His eyes swept across the ruined capital. Aside from the collapsed buildings and broken streets, what caught his attention was something he had noticed since coming out of the void. The remains of the Empire's forces that had refused to surrender before being cut down by Spartan. It was unknown whether some with the intention to surrender had died before they could act, but that detail did not matter now. Among the corpses, many had been torn apart beyond recognition. Yet among the dead were still hundreds of relatively intact bodies. 300 at least, perhaps more. Of those, just over 200 remained largely complete. Michael's mana spread outward. A vast, invisible force descended over the battlefield. The nearest spectators immediately noticed. "Ha! What is he doing now?" The surviving Imperial experts suddenly felt a very bad premonition. Under their gaze, more than 200 corpses slowly rose into the air. The sight was horrifying. Soon the bodies had gathered around Michael. The scene looked bizarre. The young Necromancer stood calmly at the center. Around him floated hundreds of corpses. Behind him stood Lily, the demonic supernatural, and countless undead. Above him, the sea of darkness continued churning. The image was so terrifying that many citizens subconsciously lowered their heads. The surviving Imperial experts felt their faces turn pale. Michael paid no attention to the Empire's subjects below. Summoning the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, he placed all the corpses inside the coffin space. Was it easier to sacrifice his undead or to sacrifice the Empire's subjects? To Michael, even without being close to those 100 undead, sacrificing them had been difficult. But he had done it anyway, and for clear reasons. Before being dragged into the void, he had told the people below that if they surrendered they would live. Though young and lacking experience compared to his opponents, Michael was not a saint. Many times, he knew how to gauge what was beneficial to him. If none of the surviving experts had surrendered and were still actively fighting his undead when he came out of the void just to find beginning in a death battle with the Emperor, using them instead of his undead would have been the obvious choice without a second thought. However, if he used them even after they had surrendered, every action he had taken and not taken for moral reasons before would become proof of hypocrisy. After all, if he had no problem sacrificing people who were technically only opponents due to differences they themselves were not directly involved in, then he should have no problem feeding anyone to undead like Lily to accelerate their growth, or even devouring a few humans himself with his talent to gain evolution points. Of course, Michael was still not a saint. If it were not for the fact that 200 rank 3 materials could be immediately converted into another 100 rank 3 undead, effectively maxing out his contract slots again, and if he had actually been close to the 100 undead he had sacrificed, his choice might have looked very different. At that point, morals might not have entered his thinking at all. Fortunately, the loss here was also one that could not quite be called a loss. The surviving experts, unaware of any of this, did not realize how narrowly they had escaped death. Chapter 1034 The End. Unfortunately, buying beginning a little more time and restoring some of his lost essence did not change the reality of the situation. Beginning was still losing. The giant had recovered enough strength to prevent the Emperor from overwhelming him immediately, but that was all. The Emperor remained the superior fighter. Inside the sea of darkness, the battle continued. The darkness trembled continuously. Neither side could gain a decisive advantage anymore, but Michael could tell through his connection what was truly happening. The giant was still being pushed back little by little. Michael slowly exhaled. This still isn't enough. He had expected this, so he was not surprised. His gaze shifted away from the sea of darkness as he summoned the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The lid opened, and within moments, 100 corpses floated around him. Michael's eyes swept across the floating bodies. Reviving undead was as easy as breathing for him now. Unfortunately, properly reviving 100 rank 3 existences simultaneously in a short amount of time was not currently possible. However, this was only the case if he wanted to revive them properly. Fortunately, he had his class. Many of the class's greatest strengths were not reflected on his status panel. Thanks to the authority over death his class granted him, all he needed was a thought and mana. Michael extended his hand. His mana spread outward. Immediately, the lingering spirits sleeping inside the 100 corpses began to stir, and soon they all awakened. The process looked almost effortless. Yet Michael knew the truth. This was not proper revival. At most, it was closer to a temporary awakening, a crude use of his authority. The lingering spirit would serve as an anchor while his mana served as fuel. The corpse could move and fight and perform many other functions like any other undead, but only temporarily. Once the spirit was exhausted, it would disappear completely. At that point, even properly converting the corpse into an undead later would become difficult, as it would be little more than an empty shell. The process was inherently wasteful. This was not because of the Death's air class itself, but because of Michael. If a true master of death stood in his place, they could likely achieve the same result without such drawbacks. Unfortunately, Michael was not yet that person. His understanding was insufficient and his mastery over the class was incomplete. He had never even fully mastered his previous class, so expecting him to have already mastered this newer and obviously more uniquely powerful one was asking too much. Michael did not hesitate. The moment the 100 temporary undead stabilized, he sent the command. Go! The newly awakened undead immediately shot toward the Sea of Darkness. Unlike the previous 100, these undead were inferior in several respects. Their essence was weaker and their spirits were unstable. If one of the previous undead had been worth a full unit of essence, then one of these improvised creations was perhaps worth half that amount. Maybe less. Two of them together might barely equal one of the original sacrifices. Still, quantity had a quality of its own. 100 remained 100. Above the capital, the trial domain reacted once more. The moment the undead touched the edge of the Sea of Darkness, their essence forms were dragged inside. The Emperor's face immediately darkened. Again. Inside the domain, Beginning received Michael's intention. The giant launched himself forward. A devastating exchange forced the Emperor backward. No! The draconic serpent had already realized what was happening, but was ultimately helpless to stop it. The newly arrived undead rushed toward Beginning. Just like before, they offered no resistance. The giant opened his mouth. Streams of essence poured into him. The process completed almost instantly. Boom! Beginning's body erupted with power. His aura surged upward once more. Though the increase was smaller than before due to the lower quality of the sacrifices, the effect was still obvious. This time, Beginning stood on equal footing with the Emperor once again. Outside the domain, Michael released a long breath. The price he had paid just to prolong the fight had been 200 undead. If Beginning had entered the trial domain with this much additional essence from the start, he might have won already. Unfortunately, the giant had been greedy and challenged an opponent he should not have challenged. Fortunately, the situation had finally stabilized. Inside the Sea of Darkness, the Emperor's expression became increasingly ugly. The easy victory he had envisioned no longer existed. Boom! The two colossal figures collided again. The battle became increasingly violent. Minutes passed. Michael continued observing from below. Part of him was already wondering whether he should prepare another 100 corpses when a sudden change occurred. Michael's eyes narrowed. Inside the Sea of Darkness, the Emperor's aura fluctuated. The bloody energy flowing beneath his scales suddenly became chaotic. Countless distorted faces appeared briefly across his body. The same faces Michael had seen earlier, the remnants of the Emperor's sacrificed descendants and kin. Realization struck Michael. Oh! A strange expression appeared on his face. The power the Emperor had gained through sacrifice had come back to haunt him. Perhaps it was not that the sacrifice itself was inherently flawed, but that it had been performed too hastily. When it came to the fusion of supernatural materials to increase one's foundation, Michael could be considered a minor expert. For the power the Emperor had gained, the time taken had been far too short. It was not surprising that problems would surface later. Seeing the faces appearing across the Emperor's essence, Michael could make a reasonable guess. When the Emperor had devoured his kin, it had most likely been done without properly separating their bloodlines, simply consuming everything whole. That was obviously going to become a problem eventually. At first, the enormous increase in strength had hidden the flaws. But now that the battle had dragged on within the trial domain, the instability was beginning to surface. The Emperor felt it as well. His movements became less fluid. Beginning immediately seized every opening. Below, Michael slowly lowered the hand he had been raising toward the coffin. Perhaps he would not need another 100 after all. In the end, Michael never needed to sacrifice another 100. The battle continued for another 2 hours. At some point, many of the capital's residents had emerged from their hiding places to watch the battle that would decide their fate. The clash had long surpassed their level of understanding. All they could see were two colossal figures repeatedly colliding inside the darkness above. Inside the domain, the Emperor's situation grew increasingly worse. His original advantage had vanished the moment Michael restored the giant's strength, and the instability within his essence continued growing. There was also the matter of beginning himself. The giant was a terrifyingly quick learner. He lacked experience, but he possessed something equally frightening: adaptation. The Emperor gradually discovered that tricks which worked once no longer worked twice. Methods that had succeeded 10 minutes ago suddenly failed. Openings that had previously existed disappeared. Mistakes were never repeated. Beginning was learning throughout the entire battle. Learning, adapting, improving, again and again with every exchange. At first the Emperor could still rely on superior technique and experience, but the gap slowly closed due to his deteriorating condition until it finally disappeared entirely. Damn monster! The Emperor cursed with undisguised hatred. His essence remained unstable, and the screaming faces beneath his scales appeared more and more frequently, steadily weakening him even without beginning actively devouring portions of his strength. Meanwhile, beginning only grew stronger. The more they fought, the more the Emperor also understood this creature had been born for battle. The battle became one-sided. The Emperor's confidence, greed, and ambition all vanished one after another. Now only survival remained. The Emperor no longer thought about surpassing his ancestors. He no longer thought about conquering neighboring empires. He no longer thought about ruling the region. He only wanted to leave. Unfortunately, the trial domain possessed no exit. Time passed, and the end finally arrived. The Emperor's draconic body was barely holding together. Large sections of his essence had already been devoured. His aura had fallen dramatically. Meanwhile, beginning stood before him like an unmovable mountain. The Emperor let out a bitter laugh. Heh! What a terrifying monster! Beginning moved. The giant's hand closed around the Emperor's enormous neck. The draconic serpent struggled weakly. No! His resistance amounted to nothing. The giant opened his mouth and devoured him completely. The Emperor's screams echoed throughout the sea of darkness, then disappeared entirely. The ruler of the Black Serpent Empire was gone. Outside the domain, his body turned to ash alongside 200 others. At the same time, a panel appeared before Michael. Your undead beginning has leveled up to level 96, a 7-level increase. At the same time, under the shocked eyes of everyone present, a roar sounded and shook the entire imperial capital. Michael's undead high drake emerged from the void. 2 had already finished its battle. With this, Michael had finally defeated the most powerful enemy he had faced until now. It was finally time to deal with the aftermath. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1035 Rank Advancement Quest 1. The first thing Michael did after confirming the Emperor was dead had nothing to do with the surviving citizens, the surrendered experts, or even the countless rewards he had yet to examine. Without hesitation, Michael stepped directly into the void. The surrounding experts were confused, but none of them could have guessed his true objective. Corpses. Rank for corpses. The moment Michael entered the void, his eyes immediately swept across the shattered battlefield left behind by the High Drake and the 2 serpent ancestors. The battle had been unimaginably destructive. Fortunately, Michael found what he was looking for quickly: the first and second ancestors. The enormous serpent corpses floated silently within the void. Neither possessed any signs of life. Their heads had both been separated from their bodies, but both remained relatively complete. Michael's breathing became slightly heavier. Rank for corpses. 2 complete rank for corpses. Without wasting time, he immediately summoned the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The gigantic corpses disappeared inside, making the already tight space even tighter. Only after both had been secured did Michael finally relax. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Together with Shoujo's corpse, which he had yet to revive, that made 3 future rank 4 undead. The number might seem small, but Michael knew exactly how terrifying it truly was. Once all 3 were successfully revived, that would give him 7 rank 4 combatants, excluding himself. 7. Even Michael felt slightly dazed thinking about it. Just a year ago he had been struggling to kill slimes. Now, even many established powers throughout the universe could not match the strength he commanded. Some entire realms would struggle to gather 7 rank 4 combatants. The thought caused Michael to chuckle softly. For a moment he simply stood there in the void. The endless darkness stretched in every direction. At this point, Michael realized that like many other powerful beings, it was time to consider ascending into the 3rd layer of the void in search of opportunities. After all, his current problem was no longer strength. At least not directly. It was resources, items capable of accelerating his growth and the growth of his undead. The most direct form of resources for him remained the corpses of supernatural beings. The land of origin provided many opportunities, but it was far from the only source. The void itself was filled with them. Many powerful experts had spent significant portions of their lives wandering through the void. Michael had never truly understood the appeal before. Now he did. Somewhere out there existed ownerless realms. If he were lucky enough to find one populated only by monsters, aside from evolving all his undead and advancing them to rank 4, he might even accumulate enough for a rank 5. He could also use such a realm to conceal the advancement phenomenon of his undead. If he discovered a realm rich enough in resources, it could support his growth for years. And even if it could not, the Academy or Federation would pay handsomely to purchase the information. Any sufficiently valuable realm possessed tremendous strategic value, and selling information alone could earn unimaginable wealth. The more Michael thought about it, the more attractive the idea became. Perhaps it truly was time to step beyond the boundaries of ordinary exploration. Of course, not immediately. He still needed to revive the new rank 4 corpses and deal with the Black Serpent Empire. The only reason the urge to enter the void had grown so strong right now had everything to do with his advancement quest. Thinking of what he had seen a few hours ago, Michael could not help but give a bitter smile. Rank advancement quest. Comprehend a domain, 0% progress. A death's heir is the future sovereign. Even young, every supreme has been stated to be special. Be renowned. Influence levels. Realmic, multirealmic, sectoric, grand sectoric, galactic, multigalactic, cluster sovereign, supercluster sovereign, cosmic, universal. Current influence level. Multirealmic. Progress. Complete. Own an entity on the level of your personal influence. Not less than 3 levels below. 0% progress. Have 500 rank 4 subjects. Progress. 4 out of 500. Time limit, 5 years. Rewards, 15 level UPS, 400 attribute points, 500 attribute points in all stats, 3 random epic grade treasures, 1 random gift, a title, a random trait, and 1 random legendary grade item. Failure. Cannot attempt advancement for 10 years. Just as Michael had suspected when the Origin will first informed him that every future advancement would be tied to the highest possible limit break path, it had truly meant what it said. At least, that was his conclusion after seeing the requirements. None of them were simple, not even one, compared to his previous advancement quests, where the requirements had largely revolved around obtaining stronger undead and completing specific milestones. Things had become far more technical, far more troublesome, and far more ridiculous. You have got to be kidding me. The first requirement was not too bad, but that was only in relation to the others. Comprehend a domain. At first glance it looked reasonable, but one had to understand that for most supernaturals, advancing to rank 4 did not require possessing a complete domain. In fact, the overwhelming majority of rank 3 existences advanced with nothing more than a prototype for their domain. After advancing, they would spend time gradually perfecting it until it matured into a true domain. That was the normal path, the common path. Michael had personally encountered numerous rank 4 existences already, and he believed not one of them had needed to fully comprehend a domain before advancing. Yet there it was. Comprehend a domain, 0%. No mention of a prototype. The Origin will wanted a complete domain. Michael's eyelid twitched. What kind of nonsense is this? Finally having a moment to himself, Michael could not help but vent a little. Unfortunately, he had no one to blame but himself and his past actions. He was simply paying the price now. Like the first, the second requirement was also strange. But at least it was already complete. Truthfully speaking, Michael had encountered similar requirements before, though not personally. He had read about them through other classes. Classes like the merchant or the chef, for example. Many unusual professions required fame, reputation, influence, or recognition. He had even read about a rank for advancement quest belonging to a chef, the requirement being to create an entirely new supernatural dish. With examples like those, seeing a renown requirement attached to Death's Heir was not completely shocking. After all, according to the origin will, a Death's Heir was supposed to be a future sovereign. What surprised him was the level. Real Mike made sense. Multirealmic did not. Michael could understand reaching the first level. Months ago, his college entrance examination had been broadcast across Aurora. That alone had given him a ridiculous amount of attention. Currently, one of his social media accounts had 10 million followers. The number still felt unreal. The strangest part was that he had not posted anything in a very long time, yet the number continued growing. Michael still did not fully understand why. Perhaps people simply enjoyed following someone who never spoke. Or perhaps they were merely curious. Either way, he had stopped paying attention long ago. Real Mike influence? He could accept that. But multirealmic? That was where things became confusing. Michael frowned. How exactly did I reach that? His best guess was that it had something to do with his time in hell. After all, he had fought alongside multiple races against a common enemy, and afterward had traveled to the Elven realm and fought their princess as well. If these counted as having influence in other realms, then reaching the multirealmic level made sense. As for the other levels listed after multirealmic, the system had provided a brief explanation on each. Real Mike meant one's name and deeds were known within their home realm. Multirealmic extended that further, meaning recognition had spread across at least 2 realms. Sectoric referred to influence spanning an entire sector, a collection of hundreds of realms sharing proximity. Grand Sectoric was simply that, but across multiple sectors simultaneously. Galactic and multigalactic were self-explanatory, influence measured against the scale of one or several galaxies respectively. Cluster Sovereign and Supercluster Sovereign represented influence over groupings of galaxies, the former covering a single cluster and the latter spanning multiple. Cosmic meant recognition felt across the universe. Universal was the final level. The system offered no elaboration. Michael was not entirely sure, but he suspected that reaching the universal level would require standing among the top figures of the strongest races in the universe. Perhaps being at the levels of their leaders to be specific. In other words, completely unreachable by any normal standard. Michael was only 19. He had been a supernatural for less than a year. The origin will truly had no concept of moderation. Chapter 1036 Rank Advancement Quest 2. Fortunately, the second requirement counted as complete. Michael figured it was because the requirement only demanded that he reach one of the listed influence levels. It did not require him to continuously increase it afterward. Otherwise, he suspected the origin will would have forced him to climb all the way to universal before allowing him to advance. And considering how unreasonable the thing already was, Michael was not entirely convinced it would not do exactly that one day. Still, compared to the first requirement, the influence requirement was practically a gift. Unfortunately, the third requirement was just as complicated. Michael's gaze slowly shifted downward. Own an entity on the level of your personal influence. Not less than 3 levels below. The more he looked at it, the more confused he became. What exactly does that even mean? Entity. The word was extremely broad. Did it mean to create an organization? Or was it a guild? Or maybe a kingdom? All of them could technically be classified as entities. Michael rubbed his forehead. The requirement became even stranger when paired with the influence levels. His current influence level was multirealmic. The requirement stated that the entity could not be more than 3 levels below his personal influence. That meant the requirement was effectively demanding he possess an entity operating at either real-mic or multirealmic level. Is it because of the word heir in my title? Michael suspected it was. Unfortunately, due to the nature of this requirement, it meant he could only realistically achieve it in the real world, and even that would not be easy. The land of origin was not particularly helpful here either. At least from what he knew, the concept of the third layer of the void did not exist there. The land of origin was simply an extraordinarily large world, possibly as wide as the universe itself, but contained within a single world. After the third came the final requirement. Have 500 rank 4 subjects, 4 500s. It was a familiar sight. Before this advancement, this type of requirement had been the only kind he had faced from rank 1 to rank 3, and it was the reason he had achieved so many limit breaks. Of everything listed, it was arguably the easiest, second only to the already completed influence requirement. If Michael excluded the second and fourth requirements, the only things standing between him and advancement were the first and third. Creating a complete domain before advancing, and establishing an entity of sufficient scale. The latter was confusing and would require time to properly understand. The former was simply troublesome, and he only had 5 years to finish all of it. With his comprehension, Michael felt that creating a domain before advancing might not be impossible. But suddenly, he who had initially been so impatient to advance found himself feeling that 5 years was too little. He was not confident enough, but he could not blame anyone but himself for the situation he was now in. Fortunately, the rewards made everything seem worth it, and the penalty for failure was clear enough to keep him motivated. If he failed to advance within 5 years, he would be unable to attempt advancement again for another 10. That meant at least 15 years of stagnation at the very worst. Though the urgency made him anxious, it also made him want to act immediately. He truly did not have much time to waste. Fortunately, the rewards were genuinely worth the pain. Putting aside the epic grade treasures, attribute points, and legendary item, just the gift and 15 level-ups alone made 5 years of suffering look worthwhile. The gift was the reason he was an awakener in the first place. Aside from the mark of origin, he possessed another gift, the Eye of Truth, and each was unique and extraordinarily powerful in its own right. A third gift at that level would be an overall boost to everything he was capable of. The 15 level-ups were self-explanatory. Even if his peers ascended before him in 5 years, the moment he advanced to rank 4 he would emerge as a level 90 awakener. Only 10 levels from level 100. Alongside the other rewards, this task could truly be said to represent the highest possible grade advancement the Origin will had promised him. Michael could imagine that if he had not been in his current situation, a standard first limit break task might have looked something like this instead. Rank Advancement Quest. Achieve full comprehension of your law and begin touching the realm of domain. A death's heir is the future sovereign. Even young, every supreme has been stated to be special. Be renowned. Achieve real mic influence level. Have 5 rank 4 subjects. Perhaps it truly might have been something as simple as that. Unfortunately, there were no shortcuts. Closing his panel, Michael turned to exit the void, where outside the people of the Black Serpent Empire waited to learn their fate. Meanwhile, back in Aurora, inside the Purple World, another important matter was approaching its conclusion. At the center of a vast clearing stood a beautiful naked woman. Or rather, a body. The clone vessel Michael had prepared for Ariane. Grass and flowering vines covered the important parts of her form, concealing her nudity while simultaneously feeding life essence into the newly created vessel. Not far away stood a coffin formed entirely from cold blue ice. Within it rested Ariane's original body. Her eyes remained closed. The entire coffin radiated chilling mist as layer after layer of preservation formations continuously maintained her condition. Several dozen meters away, Michael and Jester stood side by side. Both looked exhausted. Their faces were slightly pale and traces of dried blood could still be seen around the enormous formation beneath their feet. The formation itself stretched for hundreds of meters. Countless runes overlapped one another. Michael stared at it with narrowed eyes. Truthfully speaking, he did not understand half of what Jester had done. The former Golden Core cultivator possessed centuries of accumulated knowledge, while Michael had been a supernatural for less than a year. Many times he had considered inheriting the full knowledge directly, but had always settled for only having Jester vet specific methods for him. Now that decision was even more important given how many strong individuals' memories he had already absorbed. If he was not careful, he could create serious problems for himself. Yet despite not fully understanding the ritual below, Michael felt increasingly reassured the longer he observed. Several portions of the formation looked strangely familiar. He could clearly recognize traces of his own undead revival skill hidden within the larger structure. The discovery significantly increased his confidence in the process. "The preparation is complete," Jester stated, his gaze shifting toward the clone body. "The difficult part starts now." Michael nodded. After everything they had invested, there was no turning back. Soon they would discover whether Jester's method truly worked, and whether it was truly possible to bring someone back from the dead as a living creature. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1037 Heaven's Gaze. The magic formation possessed two central nodes. The first was occupied by Ariane's original body, still resting peacefully within the coffin of blue ice. The second was occupied by the clone vessel. Countless lines of crimson light connected the two positions. Different energies flowed through the formation like rivers. Jester slowly stepped backward. "Your turn now, Master." Michael nodded. At this point, everything that could be prepared had already been prepared. The memories had been extracted. The fragments of Ariane's spirit had been gathered. The damaged portions had been repaired as much as possible. What remained was the most important step: transfer. The ghost-like spirit containing Ariane's memories and sense of self needed to be implanted into the clone vessel. If successful, she would awaken. If unsuccessful, Michael did not want to think about that possibility. "Let's begin, Master," Jester said. Michael immediately activated the formation. Boom! The entire clearing trembled as countless runes on the magic circle lit up simultaneously. Streams of crimson light surged between the two nodes. Inside the ice coffin, Ariane's original body slowly began glowing. At the same time, the clone vessel opened its eyes. She was not truly awake. Her body was simply reacting to the ritual. But the sight alone was enough to make Michael tense. A faint translucent figure slowly emerged from the original body. This was her soul, or more accurately, the reconstructed spiritual imprint they had painstakingly pieced together. The moment Michael saw it, his eyes brightened slightly, though he remained silent. The difficult part had only just begun. The translucent figure slowly drifted toward the clone body. Then suddenly, both Michael and Jester froze. An inexplicable chill spread across the clearing. A strange pressure descended as the two felt a gaze settle on them. Jester might not have recognized it, but Michael did. It was the gaze of the Origin Will. However, though he was certain it was the Origin Will, her gaze this time felt odd. Cold, flat, and indifferent, while carrying a trace of majesty. "Why are the heavens gazing at us?" Spartan muttered nearby. Michael heard it and immediately became enlightened. Yes, the heavens. Just as the realm of Aurora had a will, Michael had long suspected the universe possessed one as well, a suspicion supported by the studies of others. If Aurora's will could be called the lower heavens, then the universal will could be called the higher heavens. Michael had always wondered whether the universal will and the origin will were one and the same. However, feeling the gaze on him now, though it resembled the origin will, it also felt distinctly different for reasons he could not fully explain. Michael was confused. Meanwhile, Jester seemed to have realized something. "Master!" His voice was unusually serious. "I think we should stop." Michael slowly turned toward him. Stop? After everything they had done? Michael was not willing to stop. Even now, he still carried guilt regarding Ariane's death. Though he had avenged her and destroyed those responsible, it did not change the fact that he had been a cause. Now that a chance existed to bring her back, why would he abandon it? However, Michael also knew Jester was not the type to speak without reason. Jester was very intelligent. Extremely intelligent. If he was saying this, there had to be a reason. So Michael waited. As expected, Jester immediately understood his master's thoughts. You have no intention of stopping. Michael remained silent. Jester did not continue arguing. Instead, he looked back toward the heavens. It is related to the gaze. As expected, Michael thought, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Explain. Jester nodded. It took me a moment to realize it. I only noticed after recalculating the ritual. His gaze remained fixed on the sky. Master, what we are doing is a taboo. The clearing fell silent. Jester continued. The dead are supposed to remain dead. When a living being dies, their spirit disperses. Their fate ends. Their existence enters the cycle of life to be reborn again. That is one of the fundamental laws of the world. What we are attempting is not ordinary resurrection. Not something like undead conversion or spirit preservation. His eyes shifted toward Arian's clone body. We are attempting perfect resurrection. A true return. Essentially removing a name from the heavens book of death. The moment those words left his mouth, Michael finally understood. His gaze slowly rose toward the heavens. The pressure remained. Cold. Indifferent. Majestic. So that's what this is. Jester nodded. The heavens have noticed our actions and sent a warning. Michael remained silent for several moments before asking the question he truly cared about. If we continue, will something happen? Jester was briefly silent. Then he answered honestly. Not immediately. Michael frowned. Jester continued. Every action has consequences. In cultivation, we call it karma. The greater the violation, the greater the karmic debt. And returning the dead to life creates an enormous debt. And, Michael pressed, and when Master attempts to advance in the future, for the first time since the conversation began, uncertainty appeared in Jester's voice. The difficulty will increase. There are many forms such debt can take. Jester finally looked directly at Michael. His expression remained calm, but his meaning was obvious. I believe Master should reconsider. It is not worth it. Michael was not offended. Not even slightly, because he understood exactly why Jester was saying it. Among everything Jester cared about, Michael stood above all else. This was a natural consequence of his identity as his master. To Jester, Michael's safety and well-being mattered more than almost anything. It was not that he disliked Arian, nor that he wanted her to remain dead. He likely felt nothing either way about her life or death. But if saving Arian carried even a small possibility of harming Michael's future, then Jester would naturally oppose it. Such a conclusion was obvious from his perspective. Michael himself could understand the logic. Unfortunately, logic was not always enough. His gaze drifted toward the spirit slowly floating between the two bodies, then toward the clone vessel, then finally back toward the heavens. The pressure remained unchanged. Michael slowly exhaled. We've already come this far. Jester closed his eyes. He had already expected that answer. Michael's voice remained calm. Maybe this is a mistake. Maybe it isn't. But if I stop now, his gaze settled on Arian. I'll regret it. The formation beneath them suddenly glowed brighter. Streams of crimson light surged across the clearing. The spirit continued drifting toward the clone body. And high above them, the heavens watched for a while longer before their gaze finally withdrew. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1038 Truth. The Royal Capital. The Moonlight Hall. Even after the destruction that had swept through the capital, the hall still stood. It had not emerged completely unscathed though. Cracks covered several pillars. Entire sections of the outer walls had collapsed. The magnificent gardens surrounding it had long since been reduced to rubble. Had it been an ordinary structure, it would have been reduced to dust long ago. Inside the enormous hall, silence reigned. The atmosphere was so oppressive that nobody dared breathe too loudly. At the very center sat Michael. One hand supported his forehead while the other rubbed his temple slowly. The recent battle, the advancement quest, beginning's recklessness, Arian's resurrection ritual, and the countless matters waiting for him afterward had all given him a headache. For once, even Michael felt tired. Behind him stood 3 rank 4 undead. Beginning, Lily, and the High Drake, all in their human forms. As for the rank 4 demonic supernatural, Michael had sent it to search through the ruins of the Empire Palace alongside capable rank 3 undead like Spartan, Ghost, Fade, and others, with orders to locate any hidden treasures. Before the fight, Michael had not expected to lose, but he had wondered what he would do with the royal family after dealing with their leadership. Though unfortunate, the Emperor's decision to wipe them out himself had removed that problem entirely and spared Michael from having to dirty his own hands. Thanks to that, the palace was now essentially a treasure vault waiting to be looted. Even though he had already sent several undead ahead to search on his behalf, Michael still planned to run a few additional sweeps himself to make sure nothing was missed. After all, everything here represented potential resources that would likely yield a massive amount of evolution points, opening up possibilities that had previously been out of reach. And this was only from the Empire's own reserves. There were still many other places he could exploit, earn from. In front of Michael stood roughly 200 surviving rank 3 experts. Alongside them were important officers of the Empire, none of whom were weak in either personal strength or political influence. These were the strongest remaining figures of the Black Serpent Empire. Even a tenth of this group would have been enough to make a powerful kingdom like Lionheart despair. Yet right now, none of them dared move. Many kept their heads lowered. Some had pale faces. Others were visibly trembling. No one dared meet Michael's eyes. How could they? The young man sitting before them had personally destroyed their empire. Their emperor was dead. Their ancestors were dead. Their strongest forces had been annihilated. If Michael were to simply leave them alone, it was estimated that within a year at most, the surrounding powers would descend on them like a pack of wolves. So even though Michael was the cause of their distress, he happened to be the only one they could lean on right now. The silence in the hall stretched on and the pressure only continued to grow. Many of the rank 3 experts felt sweat forming on their backs. Finally, Michael lowered his hand from his temple. When his gaze swept across the hall, every expert immediately stiffened. The room became even quieter. Then Michael spoke. "Let's make one thing clear first." His calm voice echoed throughout the hall. "I have no interest in slaughtering everyone here." Several experts visibly relaxed, only for Michael's next sentence to freeze them again. "That depends entirely on whether you give me a reason not to." A heavy silence descended. Michael looked at the 200 experts before him and nodded slowly. His voice remained calm. "At least none of you are stupid enough to test me. To be honest, their reduced numbers were partly their own fault. If they had surrendered earlier, there would have been considerably more of them standing here now." Of course, Michael understood it was unrealistic to expect them not to fight. As for those who had not surrendered in time and paid the price for it, he felt no particular guilt. That was the nature of war. If he had not been strong enough, putting aside the treasures and resources, it would have been his own life on the line instead. Several experts lowered their heads further upon hearing his words. Michael did not bother with their reactions and continued speaking. "Truthfully speaking, I only called you here for one reason." His gaze swept across the hall. "To decide how things move forward from here." The experts immediately became attentive. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. The fate of the Black Serpent Empire was closely tied to their own. Michael leaned back slightly. "To begin with, I have no intention of ruling this empire." The hall instantly fell into stunned silence. Many experts raised their heads in shock. Michael ignored their reactions. "I am still very young. I already have enough problems. I have no interest in spending the next several decades managing taxes, disputes, borders, trade agreements, noble conflicts, succession issues, and all the other nonsense that rulers deal with." Several experts felt their eyelids twitch. Young? The young monster sitting before them had destroyed an empire and killed multiple rank 4 existences. Yet he was complaining about paperwork? Unfortunately, nobody dared say a word. Just like many others before them, several in the room had already concluded that Michael was likely an old monster with a particular taste for youthful appearances. Of course, they could use mana to scan his bone age, but only suicidal people here would attempt that. Michael continued. However, I also have no intention of simply letting go of the Empire. After all, that would be stupid. The Empire's experts remained attentive and continued listening carefully. Why should I spend all this effort destroying the Black Serpent Empire only for someone else to inherit the benefits? Why should I walk away from all the resources this place possesses? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1039 Gains. Many experts became speechless. The bluntness of his words made them uncomfortable, and it did not help that nobody could find a flaw in his logic. Michael was not even pretending. He simply said exactly what he was thinking. I don't want to rule the Empire, but I am certainly not abandoning it either. The experts exchanged bitter looks. As expected, things could never be that simple. Michael tapped the armrest of his chair. It is almost dawn. Before the day ends, every family represented here will submit a complete inventory of their resources. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. Additionally, every family will surrender 50% of its current assets. Many expressions changed. Half? That was painful. Very painful. Yet nobody dared object. And one more thing. Michael's eyes narrowed. No one is allowed to touch the properties, territories, vaults, inheritances, or assets belonging to your deceased colleagues. Several experts immediately became nervous. Clearly, some had already begun considering exactly that. Michael's voice became colder. If I discover anyone attempting it, I will personally visit your family. Nobody doubted the threat. The hall became deathly silent. Then Michael's expression eased slightly. Of course, there is good news. The experts blinked. Good news? From him? I only want everything documented. After I finish reviewing the assets and taking my share from the deceased families, anyone interested in acquiring those assets may come negotiate with me. I will offer fair prices. After all, I cannot be expected to manage so much myself. Realization slowly spread through the room. Ignoring the reactions of those before him, Michael pondered whether there was anything he had missed or forgotten to say. What he wanted right now was complete information on the Empire's wealth, territories, resources, industries, and everything else. After all, he was now at a stage where resources mattered more than ever. Though he had no intention of claiming the Emperor's throne, he had equally no intention of leaving such a rich opportunity to someone else. This was an established empire. Michael did not believe an entity like this could not provide him with at least a few 100,000 evolution points a year. He had not forgotten that he had a target of 50 million evolution points to evolve all his undead to rank 4. Michael did not yet know how he would achieve it, but he still wanted to continue his old habits of building a stronger undead force before advancing. As for whether he would trigger a limit break or even a unique rank advancement quest in the process, he was not certain. However, if he succeeded, the rewards that came with it would surely be massive. Perhaps he might even reach level 100 on the spot. Of course, if Michael truly managed to achieve something like that, the origin will might actually ensure he never advanced again in his life. He dismissed the thought almost immediately. It was fantasy. He did not genuinely believe he would achieve it. After all, he still lacked confidence in completing his current quest, let alone surpassing it. Thanks to Michael's words, a bittersweet feeling spread through the hall. At least he was staying. That was a very important point. Without his presence, a power vacuum would have destroyed them far faster than Michael ever could. Outside, the first rays of dawn slowly began appearing beyond the damaged capital. After giving a few more commands, Michael sent them all on their way. Soon the hall was empty. After resting briefly, he left to inspect the ruined palace. Not only were the Empire's people going to be very busy in the days ahead, Michael was in the same position. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In those 3 days, quite a few things happened. For one, Ariane's resurrection was successful, though only partially. She appeared to be in a very deep sleep. Thanks to the strain of the ritual, Michael himself was very weak and needed rest. In that state, let alone reviving the new rank 4 corpses he had acquired, he could not even approach his oldest rank 4 corpse without risking serious harm to himself. Though weakened, Michael still paid attention to the Federation's attack on the demonic faction. Since it had been planned as a swift strike, it was always going to end quickly one way or another. Michael did not know the full details of how the battle unfolded, but based on his communications with his contacts at the Academy, he was able to conclude that the Federation had come out victorious. As for whether this would provide the realm with a few years of peace, only time would tell. In any case, the Academy had requested his presence within a week. At the same time, the Supernaturals Association tallied Michael's earnings from selling the corpses of the monsters that had attacked Brightgate City. Though not entirely surprising, Michael had not genuinely expected the Federation to gift him a reward for his role in defending the city. Based on his current relationship with the Federation, he had half expected to simply be ignored. In any case, thanks to the Federation's gesture of appreciation combined with the corpse sales, Michael was now $400 million richer. This was well past his previous estimate. According to Jester, the figure should have been even higher, but understanding that the Federation had already shown him considerable face and also needed to turn a profit themselves, neither of them pursued the matter further. Interesting things had also happened back in the land of origin. Michael made a brief trip back to Thornvale to ease the anxiety of Arian's father. Thanks to Michael's earlier arrangements and the supervision of Ace and Leah, the old man looked considerably healthier than before. He became even more so after seeing his daughter's living body. Though she remained unconscious, Duke Evermoon was deeply grateful for Michael's efforts and visibly shaken by what Michael had managed to accomplish. Before returning to the Empire, Michael left behind a strong defensive arrangement to protect both father and daughter. As for the Lionheart Kingdom, Michael had no business with them and left them alone. If Michael's greatest gain in the real world was a profit approaching $500 million, it could not compare to what he gained in the land of origin. Truly could not compare. Evolution points: 9,823,643. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1040 Changes in Talent. It was noon on the third day after the fall of the Black Serpent royal family. It was also the last day Michael could feed his talent anything significant for a long time. Right now, he stood inside a mine several miles away from the capital. The mine was enormous. Dark metallic or covered the walls, while faint traces of mana shimmered beneath the stone like buried starlight. This place had originally belonged to one of the forces that had been wiped out during the battle. Since Michael had already ordered the mine to be vacated beforehand, no one knew how much of its reserve had already disappeared. Of course, they would know later, but Michael simply did not care. Before someone bought it from him or entered a cooperative arrangement with him, this place belonged to him. And since it belonged to him, he could do whatever he wanted with it. After giving the hollowed-out mine one final glance, Michael quietly disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared deep within a forest. Massive trees surrounded him on all sides. Sunlight slipped through the leaves in thin golden lines, falling over his body as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Michael closed his eyes. Most of his attention was fixed on one thing: his accumulated evolution points. Evolution points: 9,823,643. Close to 10 million. Even Michael had not expected to come this close so soon. 3 days ago, the number would have sounded ridiculous to him. But after devouring a portion of the Imperial reserves, the treasures hidden in the palace, several rare materials from destroyed noble forces, and part of the extraordinary materials stored across the Empire's mines and vaults, his points had climbed at an almost absurd speed. And this was not everything. Far from it. Michael had only taken what he could justify taking immediately without destabilizing the entire Empire too much. The remaining resources still had value, but if he devoured everything blindly, he would gain a short burst of power while destroying one of the best long-term resource sources he had ever obtained. That would be foolish. Michael exhaled slowly. Almost 10 million. The number was huge. Enough to evolve many of his undead and push several important ones forward. But still, compared to his true goal, it was not enough. 50 million. That was the rough number Michael had estimated he would need if he wanted to push all his undead toward rank 4. And that was only an estimate. Michael rubbed his forehead. Resources. Once again, everything returned to resources. Strength required resources. Undead required resources. Evolution required resources. His advancement quest required resources. For a moment, Michael almost laughed. No wonder so many powerful beings spent their lives fighting, exploring, scheming, and occupying territories. At the end of the day, power was expensive. Very expensive. Looking at his accumulated evolution points, the desire to seek out surrounding powers as strong as the Empire filled Michael. Eventually, he quenched the urge with a sigh. This time it was not because of morals but basic reasoning. Even though he had a lot of evolution points now, it was his undead who were growing stronger, not him personally. If multiple peak rank for superpowers targeted him simultaneously, things would become troublesome very quickly. But even that alone would not have worried Michael too much. What truly concerned him was the possibility of walking straight into the territory of a hidden demigod-level supernatural without realizing it. The Emperor's methods had left a deep impression on him. Such existences could hide their true power with frightening ease. Shaking those thoughts from his mind, Michael turned his attention back to his talent. As one would expect, with millions of evolution points accumulated, his talent had naturally revealed something new. A subtle but meaningful change. With a contemplative look on his face, Michael retrieved a crystal from his storage space. It was a transparent crystal that seemed to hold the dark ink of the void within it while simultaneously containing the stars of a galaxy. Evolution Essence Crystal, Common Grade. If used by a monster, can raise the grade of a common grade monster to 3-star common grade, the peak of its racial rank. If used by an intelligent race, can grant 3 to 5 attribute points randomly distributed across any stat below 20 points. At some point after crossing the 1 million evolution points threshold, his talent had gained the ability to condense evolution points into physical form. However, though it carried the same core effect as before and added extra benefits, it was an enormous waste of evolution points. Each crystal cost 1,000 evolution points to create. Even evolving a common grade monster to rare grade normally required no more than 25 evolution points. Not only could this crystal only be used on common grade monsters, but it was 1,000 points per use. 1,000. Of course, the second function of the crystal was more interesting. Michael suspected that was probably its true value, but even so, the cost remained steep. However, this was only the common grade version his talent could produce. Higher grades were also possible. Evolution Essence Crystal, Rare Grade. If used by a monster, can raise the grade of a rare grade monster to 3-star rare grade, the peak of its racial rank. If used by an intelligent race, can grant 10 to 15 attribute points randomly distributed across any stat below 200 points. To create this required 10,000 evolution points. Evolution Essence Crystal, Extraordinary Grade. If used by a monster, can raise the grade of an extraordinary grade monster to 3-star extraordinary grade, the peak of its racial rank. If used by an intelligent race, can grant 30 to 50 attribute points randomly distributed across any stat below 400 points. Can be used in the crafting of an epic grade treasure to nurture an early item spirit. To create this required 30,000 evolution points. Chapter 1041 Unexpected Visitor. Were these crystals worth the price? Michael's heart and mind gave the same answer almost instantly. No, absolutely not. They were too expensive. Ridiculously expensive. The price difference made no sense to him. Just the extraordinary grade evolution essence crystal alone cost 30,000 evolution points. 30,000. With that amount, Michael could evolve 2 suitable creatures to epic grade. Yet this crystal was only extraordinary grade. The comparison made Michael's eyelid twitch. Is this thing robbing me? The more he looked at it, the more speechless he became. Of course, Michael understood that the crystal had advantages. For one, it could be given to others and could even be used in item crafting. From a broader perspective, it was far from useless. In fact, if sold properly, it could become a terrifying resource that countless factions would fight over. After all, an item capable of raising attributes or helping nurture an item spirit, a feature usually only seen in legendary grade items, was undeniably valuable. But to Michael personally, the current value was very questionable. He did not lack ways to strengthen monsters, and he had no reason to spend tens of thousands of evolution points on something he could accomplish far more cheaply through direct evolution. As for using it on intelligent races to raise attributes, the cost still felt painful. It was not a good enough reason for him to throw points away casually. Michael stared at the crystal for a long time before sighing. If a mere extraordinary grade crystal already costs this much, what about epic grade? His expression became strange. Would it cost hundreds of thousands? The thought alone made him uncomfortable. And if his talent became more powerful in the future, what then? Would a legendary grade crystal cost millions? Would a divine grade crystal require something truly obscene? Michael suddenly felt that this function was not something meant for his current stage. Perhaps it was designed for situations where direct evolution was simply impossible. That particular thought struck a chord somewhere in his mind, but he could not quite place what it was he had been enlightened on. In any case, for now the crystals were inefficient. Because of that, Michael had only condensed a small number for research purposes. A few common grade crystals, a few rare grade crystals, and only one extraordinary grade crystal. Anything more would be wasteful. Yes, he was rich now. He had nearly 10 million evolution points. But being rich did not mean he could afford to spend stupidly, especially when his target was still 50 million. Michael closed his fingers around the crystal and stored it away. No more of these for now. His decision was immediate. Until he fully understood their value, he would not waste large amounts of evolution points producing them. Michael opened his status panel again. The number remained beautiful. Evolution points, 9,823,643. Beautiful, but not enough. How great would it be if he has the treasury of another man's wealth? He let out a long sigh before disappearing from the forest and reappearing back in the capital. Though he had no intention of personally ruling the place, he still had to shoulder responsibility for certain matters until everything was stable to function without much intervention. In the days that followed, life passed uneventfully until 3 days later when the Norman household received a surprising guest. "Teacher Brian, what are you doing here? It's a pleasure to see you. Please come in." Since he was going to be staying indoors for a while, Michael had no reason to hide his presence from his family, especially since he needed Jester nearby as well. Explaining a long disappearance without that context would have been a headache. Michael had not expected Teacher Brian to come and find him. The reason he was already at the door before the man even knocked was because he had sensed him through their connection. "Sorry to disturb you, but I just finished my business with the academy, and after so many days of your absence I thought I should come and see how you were doing. How have you been feel?" Teacher Brian's words trailed off. Michael had just led him into the sitting room when the older man suddenly stopped walking. Confused, Michael turned to look at him. "Teacher." Brian did not answer immediately. His gaze had shifted past Michael. At that moment, Aunt Mia had just come downstairs. She was dressed simply, yet the moment she appeared, the atmosphere in the room seemed to soften slightly. Her steps slowed when she noticed there was a guest, especially one whose aura clearly marked him as extraordinary. Michael noticed Brian's brief distraction but thought nothing of it. "Oh, right." He stepped aside slightly. "Teacher Brian, this is my aunt, Aunt Mia." Then he looked toward Aunt Mia. "Aunt Mia, this is Teacher Brian. He is one of my instructors and works directly with the Federation." Aunt Mia's expression changed slightly. The Federation. For ordinary citizens, those two words carried enormous weight. Even knowing that Michael's current status was no longer ordinary, meeting someone connected directly to the Federation still made her feel a little nervous. Still, Aunt Mia quickly composed herself. Her manners remained graceful. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Teacher Brian." Brian seemed to recover only then. He cleared his throat lightly. "The pleasure is mine, Madam Mia." His voice remained calm and polite. Inwardly, however, Brian could not help but feel slightly surprised. Michael's aunt was beautiful. Brian had met countless powerful women throughout his time with the Federation. Yet Mia Norman gave off a completely different feeling. At first glance, the resemblance between her and Michael was obvious. The shape of her eyes, the structure of her face, and even certain subtle expressions carried traces of the young necromancer. If Michael represented a handsome male interpretation of the Norman bloodline, then Mia felt like a more refined and elegant expression of the same features. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1042 Uncomfortable Nephew. Her skin was exceptionally fair, almost flawless beneath the light. It possessed none of the artificial perfection that came from supernatural enhancement. Instead, it was the natural beauty of someone blessed with outstanding genes. Her face was delicate yet mature. High cheekbones complemented a slender jawline while her nose was straight and elegant. Her lips possessed a natural softness that made her gentle smiles appear particularly warm. Unlike many women who preferred long hair, Mia kept hers short. The dark hair ended just above her shoulders, framing her face perfectly and emphasizing her graceful neck. The style suited her surprisingly well, making her appear both mature and sophisticated. She was also tall, not quite Michael's height, but still noticeably taller than most women. Her figure was elegantly curved, neither exaggerated nor lacking. Every proportion seemed balanced, creating a sense of natural grace whenever she moved. There was a quiet maturity to her appearance. Countless women in the Federation were beautiful. Many were even objectively more stunning due to supernatural enhancement. Yet Mia possessed something rarer: warmth, the kind of beauty that made a house feel like a home. For a brief moment, Brian found himself staring longer than was appropriate before quickly recovering his composure. Aunt Mia, on the other hand, felt slightly flustered beneath Brian's polite gaze. Thankfully, she maintained her composure. "I hope Michael has not been causing you too much trouble." Michael's eyelid twitched. "Aunt." Brian paused. Then, almost instinctively, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Not at all." Michael looked at him silently. Brian continued with a perfectly calm expression. "Michael is one of the most talented students I have ever taught." That was true. Whether he was troublesome or not was a completely different matter. Though, since when had teacher Brian started teaching him anything? Aunt Mia smiled with visible pride. "I am glad to hear that." Michael felt the atmosphere heading in a direction he did not particularly like. So he coughed lightly. "Let's sit first." Aunt Mia nodded and turned toward the kitchen. "I will get something for our guest." "There is no need to trouble yourself," Brian said quickly. "It is no trouble at all," Aunt Mia replied with a smile. Then she left. Brian watched her leave for only half a second before looking away naturally. Unfortunately for him, Michael had noticed. The room became quiet. Michael slowly turned his gaze toward Brian. Brian looked back calmly. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. "Teacher." Brian's expression did not change. "Yes." Michael stared at him. Brian stared back. The silence lasted for several seconds. Then Michael finally sat down. "Nothing." Brian also sat across from him. Moments later, Aunt Mia returned carrying a tray. "Sorry for the wait." "You really didn't have to," Brian said. "It is fine," Aunt Mia replied. She set the cups down before taking a seat opposite them. This was the first time she had been this close with one of Michael's instructors. She was very curious. For a few moments, the conversation remained normal. At least it started that way. "So, Teacher Brian," Mia asked politely, "what exactly do you teach?" Brian smiled. "Combat." Mia blinked. "Just combat?" "Mostly combat." Michael lowered his head and quietly drank his tea. "That sounds dangerous," Mia said. Brian nodded. "It can be." "Do you get injured often?" "Occasionally." Aunt Mia frowned. "That's unfortunate." Brian's smile widened slightly. "It comes with the job." Michael suddenly had a strange feeling. A very strange feeling. Then Aunt Mia asked another question. "Are you married? Your line of work must make your family worry." Michael nearly choked on his tea. Brian remained calm. "No, I am not married. Well, I was before, but she passed away." "I see." Aunt Mia nodded thoughtfully. Michael slowly lowered his cup. Why was this conversation happening? Any children? No. Busy career? Very. I understand. Michael looked from one adult to the other. Neither appeared embarrassed. In fact, both looked strangely comfortable. Meanwhile, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Brian politely returned the questioning. And you, Madam Mia? Aunt Mia smiled. Also single. Michael closed his eyes. Why was he sitting here? Life has been busy, Mia continued. Raising children leaves very little free time. Brian nodded. I can imagine. You don't have children, though. No. Then how can you imagine? Brian opened his mouth, paused, then laughed. Aunt Mia laughed as well. Michael stared at the ceiling. What was this conversation? Several minutes passed. The two adults somehow moved from discussing work to discussing cooking, then from cooking to gardening, then from gardening to travel. The strangest part was that they seemed to genuinely enjoy talking to each other. At one point Brian mentioned visiting a coastal city. Aunt Mia immediately responded. Oh, I have always wanted to visit one. Brian smiled. Perhaps one day you should. Michael immediately sat up. No. Both adults turned toward him. Michael realized what he had just said. I mean, the room became silent. Nothing. Aunt Mia looked confused. Brian's lips twitched. The older man suddenly seemed to be enjoying himself far too much. Michael could already feel a headache forming. Finally he stood. Teacher. Brian looked up. Yes. I just remembered why you came here. Brian raised an eyebrow. You did. Yes. Michael nodded firmly. Important academy business. There is now. Aunt Mia seemed to realize she had indeed gotten carried away. A faint smile appeared on her face before she excused herself. Michael's headache immediately worsened. After Aunt Mia excused herself, the atmosphere in the room finally returned to normal. At least for Michael. For Brian, that was debatable. The moment Mia disappeared upstairs, Michael immediately looked at his teacher. Brian calmly sipped his tea. Teacher. Yes. Michael stared at him. Brian stared back. Eventually, Michael gave up. A few minutes later, the conversation finally shifted to more relevant matters. The operation was a success, Brian said. There was visible satisfaction in his voice. We achieved far more than expected. Michael became interested. Oh, Brian nodded. Several demonic strongholds were destroyed. Multiple rank 4 enemies were eliminated and a large amount of their infrastructure was wiped out. For a moment, a cold light flashed through his eyes. They will recover eventually. They always do. But not anytime soon. Michael understood immediately. How long? Brian leaned back slightly. Based on current estimates, the Federation should enjoy close to 2 years of relative peace. Michael raised an eyebrow. 2 years was indeed a meaningful window. Brian continued. The damage was not merely physical. Their manpower, resources, and influence networks all suffered heavily. Good, Michael replied honestly. The fewer demonic supernaturals causing trouble, the better. The two continued discussing a few academy matters afterward before the conversation finally came to a close. Soon, Michael escorted Brian toward the front door. Thanks for visiting, teacher. Brian smiled. Try attending the academy before everyone starts thinking you have dropped out. Michael coughed awkwardly. I will consider it. Brian laughed. As he stepped outside, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward one of the upstairs windows. Michael immediately noticed. Teacher. Brian looked innocent. Yes. Goodbye. Brian smiled. Goodbye, Michael. A few moments later, Michael watched the man disappear into the distance before slowly turning his gaze toward the second-floor window. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1043 Epic Grade Evolution Essence Crystal. While Michael in Aurora went about handling various matters, another Michael sat quietly in the land of origin. The scenery around him was majestic. Towering mountain peaks stretched toward the sky in every direction. Clouds drifted lazily between them while cold winds swept across the rocky landscape. Michael sat atop a massive boulder overlooking the mountains. His attention was focused on 2 items resting in his hands. palm-sized black coffin, and a silver ring. These were currently his two storage treasures. The first was naturally the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The second was the spatial ring he had acquired later. Both were invaluable 3-star epic grade treasures, obtained as rewards from his rank advancement quest. Yet at this moment Michael was not admiring them. As he stabilized the situation in the Empire while his original body recovered from exhaustion, Michael had not been idle during the past week. He had continued accumulating evolution points steadily. After 3 more days, though the rate of growth had slowed considerably, it had still managed to cross the 10 million mark. However, no significant change had come to his talent aside from gaining the ability to create an epic-grade evolution essence crystal. Speaking of which, the crystal had impressive properties if one ignored the cost of 70,000 evolution points per creation. Each use could increase a stat by 70 to 100 points, provided the stat in question was below 1,000. It could also be used in the creation of items and already possessed an item spirit embryo. The difference between this and the extraordinary grade evolution essence crystal was that the latter only offered a chance at producing an item spirit, while the former already contained one that simply needed to be activated. Of course, like the other crystals, this one could also raise the racial limit of epic grade monsters to 3 stars. Surprisingly, despite its cost, it was the only crystal Michael genuinely felt was worth its price for his own use. To evolve a monster to rank 4, Michael needed at least 15,000 evolution points. With his talent and sufficient points now at his disposal, he had also been able to determine that evolving a 1-star epic grade creature to 3 stars cost 75,000 evolution points. Though that was only 5,000 less than evolving normally, spread across thousands of undead, using the epic grade evolution essence crystal would save him an enormous amount of evolution points in total. However, though tempted, Michael currently had no opportunity to evolve his undead during such a sensitive period. It was only now, 6 days after the battle against the Black Serpent Empire, that he finally had time to himself. With so many evolution points accumulated, it made little sense to simply save them. It would be far better to convert them into immediate strength. That was also the reason Michael was currently in this location. The territory of the Black Serpent Empire was vast. Under its command were as many as 33 kingdoms. Even now, Michael only possessed a rough understanding of the Empire's true prosperity. The destruction of the palace had not helped matters. Many records had been lost while others remained buried beneath mountains of rubble, waiting to be excavated. Restoring the Empire to full functionality was not something that would happen anytime soon. Perhaps months, perhaps years. Michael honestly did not know. Fortunately, he had no intention of personally managing such matters. Still, one advantage came from controlling the Empire. Information. Thanks to surviving officials and recovered records, Michael had gained access to numerous locations hidden throughout the Empire. Aside from resource-rich territories, there were also extremely remote ones. The location he currently occupied was one of them. Compared to Evermoon Forest, where people occasionally passed through, this region was practically forgotten by civilization. Within 200,000 miles, there were no surrounding territories. In fact, Michael suspected that some areas here might not see a single visitor in 10 years. It was simply a vast wilderness officially owned by the Empire but unused by anyone, which made it perfect for his purposes. If he wished, he could evolve dozens of undead to rank for here without anyone discovering the phenomenon. The thought was tempting, especially with over 10 million evolution points sitting in his possession. But Michael resisted. That was not why he had come. His gaze lowered toward the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and the storage ring resting in his hands. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. For weeks now, a particular idea had lingered at the back of his mind. An idea he had considered multiple times but never possessed the resources to test. Now things were different. He had a safe location. And most importantly, he finally had enough evolution points to afford the attempt. He wanted to merge the two items together. Individually, both were exceptional treasures. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten in particular had functions like serving as a gateway to the netherworld and reviving him if he ever died. However, the function he relied on most for both the coffin and the storage ring was their internal space. Even when he divided his forces between the two, things were becoming crowded. Though he could have his undead maintain their human forms to create more room, this was not good for their development. Just like other intelligent races, Michael's undead needed to train their abilities. After all, they were not mindless beasts. Like any intelligent creature, they had the capacity to think independently and develop themselves. But due to the limited space, many of his undead could only stand idle, wasting their potential. For undead who could train indefinitely, not exhausting their energy to grow stronger or comprehend their own laws was a waste of their talents. Something needed to change. The Michael of before could not have done anything about it. But the Michael of now could. He was genuinely excited at the idea of fusing the two spatial items together. With both being 3-star epic grade, he was eager to see what would emerge after the merge. There was an extremely low chance they would remain at epic grade afterward. What that meant was that Michael was confident the merge would result in a higher grade treasure. And above epic grade was legendary. Yes. Today, Michael had decided to create a legendary grade item. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1044 1 million evolution points. Michael had naturally checked the cost of evolving each item beforehand. The moment he learned the price, he had nearly abandoned the idea entirely. 1 million evolution points. That was the cost to evolve either the damaged coffin of the Forgotten or the spatial ring into a legendary grade treasure. 1 million. Michael still felt it was pure madness. But after calming down and thinking about it carefully, he could also understand why. This was a legendary grade treasure. Not epic. Legendary. The difference between the two was likely greater than the difference from common to epic combined. From everything Michael had observed so far, not even all rank 4 supernaturals possessed epic grade treasures. Many still used 3-star extraordinary grade items. Even a 1-star epic grade treasure was considered valuable enough to start conflicts between powerful figures. If rank 4 experts were already like this, Michael doubted rank 5 existences would be much better. That was the realm of demigods. Yet even among them, Michael suspected many would still be using 2-star or 3-star epic grade treasures. From that perspective, the value of a legendary grade treasure became obvious. Honestly speaking, 1 million evolution points almost looked cheap. Unfortunately, understanding the value and paying the price were two different things. Michael looked at the coffin and the ring. If he evolved both separately, that would cost 2 million evolution points. He could afford it, but it felt extremely wasteful. 2 million evolution points could create an absurd amount of combat power, giving him dozens of rank 4 undead. A legendary grade treasure was valuable, but not valuable enough to blind him. Fortunately, there was another option. With his talent, he could merge the two treasures together. Compared to direct evolution, merging was far cheaper. Only 500,000 evolution points. Compared to the original 2 million, this was practically robbery. Of course, the process would consume one of the treasures. Some people might consider that a loss, but Michael disagreed. After all, he was not destroying them. He was combining two similar treasures to create something stronger. More importantly, these were not the only 3-star epic grade treasures he possessed. If he wanted, he could simply create more 3-star epic grade treasures on his own. When he became richer, he could have as many epic grade treasures as he wanted, so there was no need to be too stubborn about it. Michael's gaze settled on the black coffin and the ring. The wind howled across the mountain peaks. For several moments, he simply stared at them. Then he finally opened his status panel. Evolution points, 10,147,392. 500,000 points vanished instantly. The next moment, both treasures alongside a small drop of his blood essence floated into the air. Michael's talent activated. This was Michael's first time evolving something to the legendary grade, and he had known the process would not be simple. He was right. After all, this was a legendary grade treasure. Even among demigods, such an item would likely be considered a prized possession. Yet even with all his preparations, he had not expected what happened next. Boom! The instant the fusion began, the heavens shook. Michael's pupils contracted. The clear blue sky above him darkened at a visible speed. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed the sky itself and smothered it with darkness. Massive black clouds appeared from nowhere and immediately began expanding. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. The clouds continued growing without slowing. 40,000 miles, 50,000 miles. Only then did they finally stop. Michael sucked in a cold breath. A chill ran down his spine. The scale alone was enough to make his scalp tingle. The surrounding mana had also become chaotic. Violent currents swept across the mountains. With his exceptional senses, Michael watched as countless beasts fled in terror. The world itself seemed to be warning all living creatures to stay away. At some point, Michael too had already retreated dozens of miles from the fusion site. Even then, he still felt uneasy. The two treasures floated at the center of the phenomenon. The black coffin and the storage ring had become enveloped within a cocoon of silver-black light. The surrounding space continuously twisted and shattered before restoring itself. Then everything became silent. Even the violent winds vanished. Crack! A blinding bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. It tore through the dark clouds like a divine spear and struck directly toward the cocoon surrounding the treasures. The scene felt very familiar to Michael. Heavenly tribulation. The words escaped his mouth unconsciously. It reminded him exactly of the tribulations faced by those advancing to rank 4. Michael had always wondered when he would personally witness something like this. After all, he was no longer the same person he had been a year ago. He was considerably more knowledgeable now, thanks in no small part to his habit of having some of his undead read extensively and then implanting their accumulated knowledge into his memory. He knew that starting from epic grade, items would face a heavenly tribulation. The key difference between an item tribulation and one faced by an intelligent race was that the former was usually far faster. After all, the heavens were simply testing whether the item deserved its rank. Epic grade items and above could only force their way through with their bodies. As those thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael watched as the lightning crashed into the cocoon. Boom! The first tribulation lightning slammed into the cocoon with enough force to shatter mountains. Space rippled violently. The silver-black cocoon trembled. Yet it endured. Then came the second bolt. Crack! Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Each strike was stronger than the last. The heavens seemed determined to destroy the treasure before it could even be born. Entire mountain peaks collapsed under the residual shockwaves. Several nearby rivers changed course. Hundreds of miles of land were reduced to wasteland. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 1045 Legendary Grade Treasure 1. Even from his distant position, Michael could feel his skin tingling from the excess lightning energy filling the air. By the seventh bolt, small cracks had appeared across the cocoon. Michael's heart immediately tightened. Come on! The eighth bolt descended. The cracks multiplied. The cocoon dimmed. Then came the final strike. The ninth tribulation lightning. The clouds above churned violently as if gathering all remaining power. For a brief moment the world became white. The lightning pillar descended, completely swallowed the cocoon. Silence followed. Michael's fists unconsciously clenched. Several seconds passed. Then the cocoon remained. Though covered in cracks, it had survived. The heavenly tribulation was over. As if acknowledging the result, the dark clouds rapidly dispersed. Sunlight returned. The surrounding mana erupted, and gathered energy from tens of thousands of miles rushed toward the cocoon like countless rivers returning to the sea. The cracked shell shattered. A dazzling radiance burst forth. The newborn treasure greedily absorbed the gathered energy as its aura rose continuously, becoming stronger, denser, and more profound. Michael stared without blinking. An hour later the light slowly condensed and the object hidden within finally revealed itself. It was no longer a coffin. Nor was it a ring. It resembled a miniature black shrine carved from obsidian, covered in silver runes and ancient patterns. Countless stars seemed to flow across its surface while an endless darkness existed within. One glance made Michael feel as if he were looking at an entire world. Before he could inspect it further, whoosh, the treasure shot toward him. So fast, Michael barely reacted before the object reached him. Then it entered directly into his soul through the center of his forehead. Boom! A connection instantly formed. Immediately, Michael's mind cleared as though a layer of dust had been wiped away. His soul space also strengthened and expanded from the feedback received, marking yet another first for Michael. At the same time, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. A moment later, an excited Michael stared at the panel now floating before him. Item: Mausoleum of Endless Dominion. Grade: Legendary. Bound to Michael Norman. Description: a legendary treasure born from a strange fusion. It contains a vast self-sustaining inner world suspended between life and death. Effect 1. Eternal Dominion. Contains a massive internal world capable of sustaining life, death, and spiritual existence simultaneously. The domain possesses mountains, rivers, forests, plains, and naturally regenerating mana. The owner may freely shape terrain, climate, and environmental conditions within certain limits. Undead residing inside receive accelerated growth, recovery, and comprehension speed. Living creatures may also inhabit the domain without restriction. Effect 2. Nether Gate. The owner may open a gateway connecting the domain to the netherworld. The gate can be used to travel, summon undead, or establish temporary links between both realms. Summoned undead may be up to 1 rank above the owner's rank. Duration and energy consumption depend on the strength of the summoned entity. Effect 3. Dominion Pulse. The treasure may release a spatial shockwave. The pulse disrupts formations, barriers, domains, spatial structures, and weaker treasures while inflicting spiritual damage upon living targets. Power scales with the amount of energy supplied. Effect 4. Tomb of Rebirth. If the owner is killed, their soul will be anchored within the mausoleum. After a period of recovery, the owner may resurrect within the netherworld. Each resurrection permanently consumes a portion of the treasure's accumulated origin energy. Currently, the treasure can perform this function twice before becoming dormant for 100 years. Effect 5. World Seed. Sealed. The internal domain possesses the potential to evolve into a true independent world. Growth requires vast quantities of origin energy. Current progress: 0.01%. Michael carefully read through the information several more times. The more he read, the more satisfied he became. It was obvious that the treasure's abilities were not random. Rather, they were the result of a perfect fusion between the two treasures that had created it. Eternal Dominion originated from the Veil Ring of Quiet Dominion's living space. Nether Gate and Tomb of Rebirth were inherited from the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Even Dominion Pulse was clearly an upgraded version of the Veil Ring's original attack. Everything made sense. Everything except the last effect. World Seed. Michael's eyes lingered on the final line. A true independent world. Even someone with his limited knowledge understood the implications. If this effect was real, then the treasure possessed the potential to become far more than a simple storage item. The possibilities were ridiculous. Unfortunately, Michael had absolutely no idea what origin energy was, nor did he know where to find it. But one thing he was certain about was that anything capable of evolving a legendary treasure into an independent world was definitely not cheap. Still, that did nothing to diminish his excitement. A smile appeared on his face. With a thought, Michael summoned the treasure, and the Mausoleum of Endless Dominion appeared above his palm. It was only palm-sized now. The treasure no longer resembled a coffin or a ring. Instead, it looked like a miniature mausoleum carved from an unknown black metal. The material seemed darker than obsidian, almost capable of swallowing light itself. Yet hidden within that darkness were faint streams of emerald green radiance. The green light flowed slowly through the surface like veins carrying life through a living organism. They could also be said to resemble roots spreading beneath soil. The structure itself possessed several elegant layers, and at the center of the mausoleum rested a small circular emerald gem. The gem was not bright. Instead, it emitted a gentle green glow filled with vitality. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Deep within the treasure, Michael could sense a faint consciousness. An item spirit? As it was his first time dealing with something like this, his voice carried a hint of doubt. After sensing it a bit more, he confirmed it was truly an item spirit. However, it was still very young and weak, like a newborn that had only just come into existence. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. It was evident it would take a while to grow, though depending on the nourishment Michael's soul provided it, that process could be shorter or longer. For several moments, Michael simply stared at the miniature mausoleum resting on his palm. Then he laughed softly. 500,000 points. Michael shook his head. It was definitely worth it. Though he was pleased, Michael also understood that this was a treasure that should not see the light of day. There was a saying that a poor man carrying a great treasure invites his own ruin. Putting aside everything else, Michael felt that the world seed the treasure contained could potentially drive demigods to chase him to the ends of the universe. Unless absolutely necessary, the only visible function of this treasure would be to serve as a storage item. Michael drew the treasure back into his soul and turned his senses inward. After all, he had merged two of his strongest items to create something better. It was time to see the state of the world within. Wow, it is so huge! An hour later, after relocating the 4,000-plus undead, he left 100 miles from where he evolved the mausoleum into the mausoleum storage space. Michael stepped inside with his physical body for the first time. Before entering physically, Michael had already learned several things through his connection with the Mausoleum of Endless Dominion. The first was the most important. The inner space was vast. Not merely larger than the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and the spatial ring combined, but absurdly larger. According to the information transmitted to him, the internal domain was already comparable to a medium-sized country from his previous world. Michael had no exact measurement, but judging from his perception, the space stretched across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. It also possessed everything a world would naturally have. Mountains, rivers, forests, plains, valleys, lakes, everything existed inside. Sections of the domain were also divided into several special regions. Currently, Michael only recognized the most obvious ones. For other special areas, he would still need to conduct an extensive search or leave the task to his undead. The first was a vast land shrouded in gray mist. Death energy gathered there naturally, making it the most suitable place for undead to rest or recover. The second was a mountain region filled with dense earth and death attributes. Beginning immediately found this place suitable, and Michael suspected many physically powerful undead would benefit from training there. The third was a region filled with rich vitality. Forests grew there naturally, and faint green light flowed through the soil. The fourth stretched across thousands of miles and was dominated by volcanoes, rivers of magma, and black mountains constantly releasing heat. Occasionally, flames would erupt from the ground without warning before dissolving back into pure energy. For fire-attributed creatures, this place was a paradise. Spartan immediately became interested in the region. The undead mage could absorb the surrounding fire energy to strengthen his abyssal pyre abilities, while also using the harsh environment to temper his understanding of fire-related laws. The fifth was an enormous inland sea filled with crystal-clear water. Countless rivers from across the domain eventually flowed into this region before being purified and redistributed throughout the world. The water attribute mana here was incredibly dense. Gentle rain frequently fell over the sea while powerful currents moved beneath the surface. Any creature possessing water affinity would benefit greatly from training here. Even Michael himself felt slightly refreshed standing near it. The sixth was an elevated region constantly swept by powerful winds. Lightning occasionally danced between dark clouds overhead while violent air currents crossed the land. The seventh was the Golden Sun Fields. Unlike the deathly atmosphere found in many other regions, this area was filled with pure light and life energy. Golden grass stretched to the horizon while warm sunlight permanently illuminated the land. Michael suspected this region had formed because the mausoleum was no longer purely a death-attributed treasure. It was most likely due to the mysterious World Seed. The World Seed had introduced balance, and now life and death coexisted within the same space. The last core area was the true center of the mausoleum. It was a black shrine standing on a floating island above a silent lake, and Michael could sense that the young item spirit slept there. Aside from these special regions, most of the space was ordinary land. For the first time, Michael's undead legion truly had a home. When Michael entered with his physical body, the scene before him made him pause. The sky above was a dim silver, neither day nor night. A pale green sun hung high above, radiating gentle vitality, while a black moon floated beside it, releasing faint death energy. The two forces did not clash. Instead, they circulated together in strange harmony. Scattered across this vast world were Michael's undead. For once, they did not look crowded. In fact, they looked few. If people lived here, they would probably live their whole lives not meeting one of his undead. Michael stood silently for several moments, communicating further with the treasure to deepen his understanding. Compared to his two previous treasures, Michael did not need to summon the mausoleum to enter it. Instead, when his physical body was drawn inside, his soul would separate and hide in a concealed pocket within the second layer of the void, maintaining his position. When he came back out, his soul would return and merge with him again. This was something Michael had figured out early through his connection with the mausoleum. Suddenly Michael's eyes opened wide and his body trembled slightly. I can open a gate to this world that allows others to enter from anywhere in the universe? Is a legendary grade item truly this powerful? I can open a gate to this world that allows others to enter from anywhere in the universe? Is a legendary grade item truly this powerful? The more information he received, the more ridiculous the mausoleum seemed. Previously, entering and leaving had only been possible for him and those directly stored within the treasure. Now things were different. As long as he supplied sufficient energy and possessed a coordinate to lock onto, the mausoleum could open temporary gates. Michael took a deep breath. Then a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If that's the case, his gaze became strange, and immediately he left the mausoleum world. Meanwhile, Michael's original body in Aurora suddenly opened its eyes. Back in his room in Brightgate, Michael stood up from his bed. The room was empty and Jester was nowhere nearby. In fact, he was the only one at home at the moment. Aunt Mia had gone to work while Jester and Lily had resumed school. Knowing no one was home, Michael stretched out his hand. His consciousness connected with the miniature mausoleum sleeping within his soul. Then he activated the treasure. Mana flooded from his body. At the same time, the space before him distorted. Silver-black ripples spread through the air. Then a crack appeared. The crack rapidly expanded. Soon, a circular portal over 3 meters tall formed in the middle of the room. Beyond it was not darkness, nor was it empty space. Instead, Michael saw the familiar silver sky of the mausoleum. Michael's eyes lit up. It actually worked. For several moments, he simply stared at the gate. Then he stepped forward. 1 foot entered, then the other. The next moment, his body vanished from Aurora and appeared inside the mausoleum. There was no transfer delay, no discomfort, no instability. It was as smooth as walking through a doorway. Michael immediately turned around. The portal still existed, and on the other side he could clearly see his room in Aurora. His heartbeat sped up. The implications of this were enormous. Though the cost of creating a portal was significant, Michael felt he could still manage 2 more before being completely drained. With an ability like this, if the information the legendary item had given him was accurate, it was potentially possible for him to travel from one continent to another within Aurora. If nothing else, it could also serve as a means of escape should the need ever arise. Though he had not tested it yet, he could already sense that linking 2 portals together was possible. Thinking of even more possibilities, Michael felt a growing excitement. Perhaps a day might come when an entire undead legion could walk through a gate and appear anywhere he desired. Suddenly, Michael seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up. Back in the land of origin, Michael sat atop a rocky outcrop within a remote forest. The moment the thought of his other body crossed his mind, He immediately stood up. No way. His heartbeat quickened. The body in the land of origin stretched out a hand. Silver-black mana gathered. Space distorted. Soon, another portal appeared before him. Michael's eyes widened. It works. Since this body was essentially a reflection of the original, it possessed access to many of the same functions, including the ability to open portals. This body could also only create 2 more portals before exhausting itself completely. However, that was not what had excited Michael. At that moment, both Michaels stared at each other through the portal. One stood in the mausoleum world. The other stood in the land of origin. 2 different worlds. 2 different universes. Connected by a single doorway. Silence fell. Then both Michaels spoke at the same time. No way. The next second, the Michael standing in the land of origin stepped forward. 1 foot crossed the threshold. The portal rippled, and suddenly he appeared inside the mausoleum world. The 2 Michaels now stood face to face. For several seconds, both simply stared at each other. Then Michael slowly raised a hand. The other Michael raised a hand as well. Their palms met. It was solid. It was real. A strange expression appeared on Michael's face. Thanks to the mysterious land of origin, the body that had always been there was simply another version of himself. However, it was only now that they stood side by side that he realized something. Though they were the same, they were also not entirely the same. For a long moment, neither Michael spoke. They simply stood there, staring at one another. The resemblance was perfect. The same face, the same height, the same eyes, the same soul. Yet the feeling they gave off was completely different. It was only now, standing side by side, that Michael truly noticed it. The Michael of Aurora looked younger. Not physically, but mentally. His posture was more relaxed. His expressions came easier. There was a casualness to the way he stood. To the outside world, he was merely a student, an exceptionally talented student with a bright future. He still possessed traces of the old Michael. The other Michael was different. The Michael from the land of origin stood straighter. His movements were calmer, measured, and deliberate. There was a natural authority in the way he carried himself. His gaze seemed deeper and colder, not because he lacked emotions, but because he had spent considerable time being treated as someone of status. Countless people bowed when they saw him. Officials addressed him with respect. Powerhouses treated him as an equal. Whether he liked it or not, the land of origin had slowly transformed him. He was no longer merely Michael. He was Lord Mike nor Master of Thornvale, controller of the Black Serpent Empire. The difference was subtle, yet impossible to ignore. Interesting. The Aurora Michael spoke first. The origin Michael nodded. Very. For a moment they circled each other. The scene would have looked incredibly strange to an outsider. 2 identical men studying one another as if meeting for the first time. _Draken. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Then Michael suddenly laughed. The other Michael laughed as well. Even their timing was identical. I guess this is what happens when someone lives 2 completely different lives. The origin Michael nodded. Though they shared memories, each body experienced things the other did not. Over time, tiny differences accumulated. Those differences eventually became habits. Those habits became temperament, and temperament became presence. The Aurora Michael crossed his arms. If someone met us separately, they probably would not even realize we are the same person. Most likely. The origin Michael glanced down at his own somewhat elegant dark robes, then toward the simple t-shirt and jeans worn by his counterpart. The contrast alone was enough to tell a story. It was almost amusing. Despite being the same individual, their auras had diverged so much that they felt like twins raised in entirely different worlds. Which, in a sense, they were. Then suddenly both Michaels froze. A realization struck them simultaneously. Their eyes widened. Wait! No way! The 2 spoke at the same time. If the mausoleum could connect both worlds, and if both bodies could physically exist in the same location, then theoretically, the Aurora Michael slowly turned toward his counterpart. The origin Michael slowly turned toward him. Neither spoke for several seconds. As they shared the same mind, neither needed to explain what the other was thinking. The moment the thought appeared in one mind, the other already knew. Without another word, both turned and walked toward the portal leading back to Aurora. A moment later, they stepped through. The transition was smooth. Nothing exploded. Nothing collapsed. No mysterious cosmic force appeared to stop them. The Michael from the land of origin had successfully entered Aurora. For several seconds both stood inside the room as the origin Michael looked around. Then he smiled. If this is possible. His gaze softened slightly. Then we do not need to worry about being away from Aunt Mia and Lily anymore. The Aurora Michael smiled as well. That is true. No matter how important things became in the land of origin, part of Michael always remained worried about the people back in Aurora, and the same was true for the Michael already in Aurora. It was unknown whether this came from ordinary familial love or from the experience of having nearly lost his family within a month of becoming a supernatural, turning protection to excessive cautiousness. Now that problem had greatly diminished. The origin Michael could return whenever he wished. Likewise, the Aurora Michael could visit whenever necessary. The pressure weighing on him suddenly felt much lighter. Then the origin Michael looked around the room. His expression changed. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Michael, what? Do you ever clean your room? The original Michael froze. He suddenly felt an intense wave of disdain coming from his other self. His eyelid twitched. What are you talking about? It is not even dirty. The origin Michael glanced at the desk. Then the chair. Then the pile of books. Then the clothes. His expression became even more judgmental. The Aurora Michael became speechless. For some reason, he felt like he was being inspected by a noble visiting a peasant's quarters. Since they shared the same mind, the origin Michael naturally knew exactly what the other was thinking. He immediately became embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly. Ignoring his counterpart's reaction, the original Michael dragged him back into the mausoleum world. As time passed, both took the opportunity to learn more about the abilities of the legendary great item and what applications were most beneficial to them. Time passed, and soon it was the morning of the next day. Today was also the day Michael was required to be present at the academy. After having breakfast with his family, Michael took his leave immediately. Using wisdom's spatial abilities, it did not take long to arrive at the academy's secret realm, where he made his way directly to Director Lin's office. Fortunately, she was in, and Michael did not need to search for another director to report to. Director Lin looked up from the documents on her desk the moment Michael entered. A faint smile appeared on her face. You are finally back. Michael nodded. Director. She gestured toward a seat. Sit. Michael obeyed. For a moment, Director Lin studied him before speaking. How was your emergency? Michael naturally understood what she was referring to. More than a week ago, he had abruptly left the anti-demonic operation after learning about Ariane's death. Of course, there was no way he could explain the real reason. It has been resolved, Michael replied calmly. Thank you for your understanding back then. Director Lin shook her head. I did not help you. I simply gave you permission to do what you already intended to do. Michael did not reply. Technically speaking, she was right. His thanks had mostly been intended to ease the atmosphere. So Michael simply smiled and let the matter drop. Director Lin did not dwell on it either. Instead, her expression became serious. Now then, let us talk about the operation. After all, that is the reason you were called back to the academy. Michael straightened slightly. Over the next several minutes, Director Lin summarized the aftermath of the Federation's widespread assault against the demonic supernaturals. Most of what she said was information Teacher Brian had already shared during his visit, but there were also a few details Michael had not heard before. Several neutral factions had apparently also secretly assisted once they realized how badly the demonic faction had been weakened. To many forces throughout Aurora, the demonic faction had long been a dangerous pest that harmed everyone around them while benefiting only themselves. In short, the demonic supernaturals had suffered heavily. At one point, Director Lin looked directly at him. Although you did not personally participate in the operation, you were one of its largest contributors to its success. Michael remained silent but listened attentively. The information you provided regarding the hidden locations of the demonic faction saved countless lives. The operation would have looked very different without it. Michael smiled modestly. I merely got lucky. Director Lin snorted. Luck is also a form of strength. Michael wisely decided not to argue. Then finally, the words he had been waiting to hear arrived. Director Lin opened a drawer and pulled out a document. We have finished processing your request. Michael's eyes immediately sharpened. By request, he knew she was referring to his compensation. Back when he had surrendered information regarding multiple hidden locations of the demonic faction, Michael had specifically requested payment in the form of access rights to as many dimensional cracks as could reasonably be opened to him. Director Lin placed the document on the desk. Your request has been approved. Michael's heartbeat sped up slightly. Director Lin's smile widened. Not only approved. She slid the document toward him. The higher-ups were surprisingly generous this time. Michael immediately picked it up. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Michael immediately picked up the document. The moment his eyes began scanning through the contents, his expression changed. Even Michael was genuinely surprised. He had expected access to dimensional cracks before coming here, but what he had not expected was this level of generosity. For one thing, Michael had completely overlooked the involvement of the other academies. When he originally negotiated compensation, he had only considered two parties, the Federation and his own academy. After all, he was not a student of the other academies. Why would they reward him? From Michael's perspective, his relationship with the Federation was also somewhat awkward. It was not bad, but it definitely was not good enough for him to expect special treatment. In fact, before arriving, Michael had mentally prepared himself to receive a handful of weak dimensional cracks as a symbolic payment. Perhaps 5, at most 10. As for the Academy, he had expected better treatment from them, but they were still only a single organization. No matter how wealthy they were, their resources could not compare to the Federation that governed the entire Aurora realm. Yet reality completely exceeded his expectations. As it turned out, the Federation had not handled the rewards alone. The 10 great academies had also participated. Including his own academy, all 10 top academies had contributed portions of their dimensional crack resources. Naturally, the amount each academy contributed varied. The determining factor was how much Michael's intelligence had benefited them during the operation. Some academies had received only limited benefit from his information while others had gained significantly. Unsurprisingly, the 4 major awakening academies located within his own country contributed the most, given that the rank 4 demonic supernatural had also been primarily stationed there. Michael continued reading. The further he read, the brighter his eyes became. 35. A total of 35 dimensional cracks. Michael nearly laughed. 35. More than half contained monsters below rank 1. Around half of the remainder primarily contained rank 1 creatures. Only 2 dimensional cracks regularly produced rank 2 monsters. This distribution might have looked disappointing to some. After all, stronger dimensional cracks meant stronger resources, or more accurately in Michael's case, stronger monsters. But Michael's lips still curved upward. What he needed was quantity. Evolution points were all he cared about. A rank 2 and above monster corpse was indeed valuable. A single corpse could provide a large amount of evolution points. However, stronger dimensional cracks had a major weakness. Their regeneration speed was slow. The weaker dimensional cracks were different. Their monster populations replenished at absurd rates. To Michael, they were practically evolution point farms. In the long run, these weaker dimensional cracks were significantly more profitable. Of course, that did not mean he disliked stronger dimensional cracks. In any case, the 33 weaker dimensional cracks alone were enough to make Michael extremely happy. However, what the 10 academies provided was not actually the largest portion of his reward. That honor belonged to the Federation itself. When Michael reached the second section of the document, even he could not hide his surprise. His eyebrows rose. Director Lin smiled when she saw his reaction. It seems you have reached the Federation's contribution. Michael looked up. They gave this much? Director Lin nodded. The Federation Council personally approved it. Michael lowered his gaze back to the document. If the 10 academies had jointly provided 35 dimensional cracks, then the Federation alone had contributed 70 more. Twice the amount. 70 dimensional cracks. Michael suddenly found the Federation looking much more pleasant than usual. Like the academies, the majority were lower-ranked dimensional cracks. Most contained monsters below rank 1. A significant portion contained rank 1 monsters. Several possessed rank 2 monsters, and unlike the academies, the Federation had even included a handful capable of regularly producing rank 3 creatures. That alone made Michael's heart beat faster. Even if their numbers were small, their value was immense. With a sufficient supply of rank 3 monster corpses, he would be able to fill more than half his contract slots with stronger creatures, saving a considerable amount of evolution points. One had to remember that Michael had swept the entire Everlong forest clean of monsters. Even the lowest level creatures that could be converted into undead had been cleared out. Also, he could maximize his contract slots and increase his daily evolution point income. Though it could not compare to his gains from the Black Serpent Empire, 4,000 evolution points daily across 365 days amounted to at least 1,400,000 points per year. It was a modest amount relative to his needs, but the Federation and the 10 academies had arrived just in time to solve that problem. Adding everything together, 35 from the academies and 70 from the Federation gave a total of 105 dimensional cracks. Though it appeared everyone had agreed to lease him access for only 3 years, what Michael stood to gain from them within that period was well worth it. As for the issue of distance, since many of these cracks were spread across different continents, this might have been a serious concern before he acquired his legendary grade item. Now it was merely a minor inconvenience. It seemed like the next few months were going to be extremely busy. Michael continued reading through the document. The more he read, the more satisfied he became. 105 dimensional cracks. Even after confirming the total, Michael found himself repeatedly going over the list to make sure he had not missed anything. Director Lin observed his expression and chuckled. "It seems you are satisfied." Michael nodded honestly. "Very." That was putting it mildly. This reward was several times better than anything he had originally expected. Director Lin leaned back in her chair. "Good. Then let us move on to the second matter." Michael immediately looked up. "The second matter?" Director Lin tapped a finger lightly against the desk. "As discussed previously, after your advancement, the Academy planned to send you outside Aurora for a mission." Michael immediately remembered. Back then, Director Lin and the other Academy leaders had decided that allowing him to remain in Aurora indefinitely was not a good idea. Part of it was for training. Part of it was for experience. And another part was simply to let him disappear from everyone's sight for a while. After all, he had attracted far too much attention recently. Michael nodded. "I remember." Director Lin smiled slightly. The smile told Michael she had never expected him to forget. The question had merely been part of the conversation. "Good." Her expression gradually became serious. "The Academy believes you should leave soon." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Soon." Director Lin nodded. "The sooner the better." She folded her hands together. "Originally, we were willing to wait a little longer. However, several recent developments have changed our assessment." Michael immediately became attentive. Director Lin continued. "Your advancement speed is too fast." Michael remained silent. Unfortunately, he could not argue against that. At first, only a handful of people were paying attention to you. Now, Director Lin sighed. "Far too many people know your name, even if you have kept to yourself for a while now." She continued. "Normally, this would not be a major problem, but recently various factions have begun making questionable movements. We suspect some most likely have dealings with hostile realms and the demonic supernatural faction." Director Lin did not dwell on that point and moved on. "Fortunately, your contribution during the operation has given you considerable protection. It is invisible, but sometimes having more eyes on you can also act as a form of protection. Unfortunately, it has also made you even more visible. At this point, I am simply repeating myself, But you should have understood this by now. Michael sighed. Therefore, the Academy's recommendation remains unchanged. In fact, it has become stronger. Director Lin's gaze settled on him. We believe you should leave Aurora as soon as possible. The longer you stay, the more difficult things may become. Michael slowly nodded. That assessment actually matched his own thoughts. Before obtaining the Mausoleum of Endless Dominion, leaving Aurora had been somewhat inconvenient. Now things were different. With the portal abilities of the Mausoleum and his connection to the land of origin, distance had become far less meaningful than before. Director Lin naturally had no idea what Michael was thinking. For the next hour, the two continued speaking before coming to a conclusion that 3 months later Michael would leave Aurora. In fact, Director Lin had wanted him to leave earlier, a sentiment shared by the other directors as well. But to their surprise, Michael was stubborn on the matter. Perhaps they would not understand him. All of them were old, and Michael, who still had genuine attachments to the material world and the people in it, could not simply depart on such a journey in haste. Michael wanted to use the remaining time to properly set up bases on the continents where he would be operating, and at the same time he wanted to wait for his cousin's first awakening ceremony. Though the mausoleum gave him the ability to return at any time, not knowing what could happen once he was outside the realm, he saw no reason to rush. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In those 3 months, a great deal could be said to have happened, both in the real world and in Aurora. For ordinary people, 3 months was not a particularly long period of time. For Michael, it was enough time to completely reshape an empire. After the meeting with Director Lin, Michael had immediately thrown himself into preparations for his eventual departure from Aurora. The Academy had assumed his attention was primarily focused on the 105-dimensional cracks. And to some extent that was true, given that he had also taken visible action in relation to them. However, the cracks were far from the only thing occupying Michael's attention. The Black Serpent Empire demanded his time as well. Now, 3 months later, Michael could finally say something with confidence. He had completely taken over the Black Serpent Empire. Not just the imperial capital or the territories surrounding it. The entire empire and all 33 kingdoms beneath it now stood under his control. The achievement was honestly absurd. If someone had told Michael a year ago that he would one day control an empire spanning 33 kingdoms, he would have assumed they were insane. Even after taking over the imperial capital, the notion had seemed far-fetched. Something like that would not happen so quickly. Historically, conquering an empire was one thing. Controlling it was something else entirely. Many powerful conquerors throughout history had managed the first while failing the second. Yet somehow, in only 3 months, Michael had accomplished what should have taken years. And the reason for that was surprisingly simple. Jester. As the most intelligent creature under his command, Jester had always occupied a special position. Whenever Michael encountered a difficult problem, he occasionally consulted the undead if it was nearby. If it was not, then Spartan would be his next option, though the latter was mostly for magic-related questions thanks to that undead's unique inclinations. Usually Jester would simply provide a precise answer. Straightforward, efficient, cold. It rarely involved itself beyond that. It would provide a solution and then quietly return to whatever it had been doing before, unless told otherwise or specifically needed. This time had been different. For the first time since becoming undead, Jester had actively requested involvement. Michael had found the request strange, but over time he had learned to trust Jester's judgment. Michael was a fairly self-aware person. In terms of combat ability, he could confidently say he was stronger than Jester. But when it came to pure thinking, pure calculation, and pure strategy, Michael knew he was nowhere close. Why this was the case, he did not fully know. The only explanation he could think of was Jester's nature. Even before becoming undead, the creature's intelligence had been terrifying. Perhaps that was part of why the system had once described it as a taboo. Months had passed since then, and Jester had grown even more formidable in that regard. Exposure to humanity's accumulated knowledge had transformed Jester's already terrifying mind. In those past months, Jester had been exposed to a vast library of information. With a simple search, it could find almost anything on the internet. Thanks to this, Jester had somehow become even more terrifying, to the point where managing an empire no longer seemed impossible. At the time of their first discussion on the matter, Michael had expected almost nothing. After all, what did he know about governing an empire? In his previous life, he had not even reached his mid-20s, and during most of that life, illness had restricted what he could do. His current life was not much different in that regard. Though he possessed extraordinary power, that did not magically grant him centuries of political experience. Running Thornvale had been manageable. It was small. The problems were limited. The scale was understandable. The Black Serpent Empire was different. An empire spanning 33 kingdoms was not something one could manage through instinct alone. At least not successfully. Yet Jester had somehow made it possible. The undead had created administrative structures, reorganized supply chains, identified corrupt officials, mapped influence networks, created methods to monitor governors, predicted rebellions before they happened, calculated tax reforms, optimized military deployment. The terrifying part was that the undead never needed rest, working day and night without pause. It had not even asked for Michael's direct assistance, only requesting the loan of 1,000 undead and 2 rank 4 undead to support its operations. The results spoke for themselves. Several kingdoms that had originally opposed imperial authority voluntarily submitted after realizing resistance no longer benefited them. Even the imperial treasury had grown healthier. When Michael reviewed the weekly reports, he occasionally felt as though he was reading fiction. Yet every number was real and every improvement could be verified. 3 months later, the Black Serpent Empire was stronger than it had been at the time of its conquest. Michael knew exactly who deserved most of the credit. Though he understood this was only possible thanks to a degree of bloodshed, Michael accepted it. As he had done in the capital, he gave everyone the chance to live if they surrendered, and those who did not could expect no mercy. Of course, so he could sleep at night, Michael had made sure Jester understood this clearly and could not twist the words to find a loophole. However, knowing that excessive kindness could read as weakness, he also gave Jester the freedom to read the minds of anyone troublesome among those who had resisted. If it found them to be genuinely dangerous, it had permission to make an example of them. For an action like that, Michael felt no guilt. He might have been kind-hearted by nature, but when his interests were touched, he knew what actions to take. Thanks to Jester effectively managing things in the land of origin on his behalf, Michael's accumulated evolution points reached a new height. In 3 months, from the kingdoms alone, he was able to increase his evolution points by another 8 million. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.